this stuff. Oh, no, he's getting naked. I've seen this. Oh, okay. That's right.
Tag team. What are your thoughts?
It's wonderful. Anybody that you're scoping out here? Who are you looking? What team are you looking so far?
I think the team with the most glasses. They seem very smart.
Right. We know what a good 6K looks like, you know, desperate. And that's what we want.
But apparently still under contract to Complexity from everything that I've heard. So who knows what's going on there. But you throw aside Harblu for a moment. Winghaven also left on his own volition, from what I know, goes to the side of Bench Boys, who has also, by the way, had a turnover. We're too easy, no longer on Bench Boys. Interesting happenings today. And then you have the case where they try out KO and Chow. They do remove them because it doesn't work out, but they were probably pretty happy with Decop and Bishu, but now both of them have left. And it's a little bit weird because Complexity was getting good results with Decop and Bishu, so you can't think it's a situation of merely, oh, we don't like these guys, we're not getting results. From either side, it's just circumstances haven't worked out for Complexity, and it's unfortunate.
And it has indeed caused strain on the roster and definitely on the support in this case, being Jake, which is why he's our player to watch. And speaking of strain, if we're talking about having a weight on you, the weight of LG Evil coming against you in this one definitely is going to be weighing on you as well, as LG Evil is currently the powerhouse in the event. But let's take a look at them a little bit more detail in that case. It's hard to really break this down when you're talking about LG Evil because of just how consistent most everyone has been. They have just been firing on all cylinders, but here is their roster. ZP, any standouts from yesterday's performance looking at this roster?
Well, you take a look at it, I think clearly it comes out as Jake and Train, where Jake had another monstrous game overall, but Train coming out on the Diva had very big moments. Train, you take a look at the overall stats of the event, really does not die very often. One of the most survivable players. Now, that does have a part in playing Diva as often as he does, but he was staying in fights that arguably should have been lost for Hammers and able to live beyond expectations, pick up 2-3 kills, and you certainly don't see every Diva doing that, especially in this particular patch.
I was especially bummed hearing about the Complexity changes because one small weakness, and I say that just to find anything to say about LG Evil, was when you took out Super very early in fights, they were able to be controlled in some of those fights as well. So I was expecting a Decop versus Super matchup. Don't get that again today. But everyone is very good on this team. You mentioned the superstars, but you have people like Avast. We haven't said his name much. Want to know why? Because he's Lucio and he's not making mistakes. It's like an offensive lineman. If you don't say his name, he's probably playing very well. Across the board, no one has a weakness here. I still think maybe if you can isolate Super when they're running that triple tank, you have a chance against it. But I don't know what they're going to do with these new tanks.
Well, it's kind of interesting. You look at the overall stats for the event, you get the idea here that for most teams, even the teams that have very good Reinhardt play, a lot of the times when there is a first death, it is going to be Reinhardt more often than not for most of the teams in the tournament. And that is one strategy of winning fights, because you take out the Reinhardt, then suddenly your win percentages for the fight go up to 60, 65%. So even Hammers, with as good as their tank play is, they're not immune to that particular phenomenon.
And it may be why yesterday we saw them switch over to the 3 tank. They've been running a lot of the 3 DPS. And they even ran 4 DPS, I think, at one point. But 3 tank setup came out yesterday. So why do they use that? I mean, they've gone to 4 tank in recent history as well. But what are the advantages and disadvantages of that versus 3 DPS?
Well, the upside 3 tank is that you can set your own terms. If you're running a more DPS-heavy lineup, you have to dart in from the flanks. You have to find ways of getting into the back line. But you can't take it straight up. You can't just W-mouse one into the other team. Hammers, on the other hand, when they do run these 3 tank setups, it gives them the ability to just push in immediately and really catch teams off guard. They don't have to worry about subtlety or being caught out. No, they go directly into the other team, and that is the power of a tank-heavy setup.
It may have been the case a little before when they're running 4 tanks that it gives them the more sustain and the slower push. I think a lot of the times last night why we saw them running 3 tanks was just to give Jake the absolute support he needed. I talked about Train on that Diva time and again. Jake lived inside of that Diva defense matrix. You could not shoot him. You couldn't kill him. It was making it very frustrating for the other team. That's why his McCree was so successful. Train was a great Diva back when they ran 4 tanks, and I think a lot of it, they understand we will go as far as Jake can take us in some situations. Let's give him all the help he needs.
The bottom line there is that Jake was the chosen one.
He was the chosen one, chosen by Train's Diva. Well, the player to watch is not going to be Train or Jake coming into this matchup. It's actually going to be Rob 420. It's someone that, I mean, we have a lot of great Ana players in the field, and Rob 420 has been very strong, but what he tends to do, it seems, is really find a pocket and he just sits in there and heals. And how have they used that, I guess, to their advantage, and how can they make that work?
Well, for Rob 420, the key thing for him is that he's oftentimes one of the bigger targets when you go up against hammers, because one of the Achilles heels there is that if you are running a multi-tank setup and you can get in on the Ana, you're going to just absolutely kneecap the other team in their healing output should you get on him. But part of the reason why you do see him more running with, say, a soldier or otherwise is part so he can be aggressive and move forward and be able to heal his tanks, but the other part is protection. So if someone does dive on him on the back, now we are seeing teams run more dive comps, getting in your face, guess what? He has a little bit of support there, in addition to his own formidable DPS, to push away anyone that's trying to get in on him.
By extension, and how we talked about Shake, the consistency of this team's roster has to let Rob feel very comfortable of where people are going to be. Even if they're not communicating it, he knows tendencies. He knows oftentimes our Lucio will be wall riding here. He might need a dart here now. He just knows where this team's going to be, because this Hammers roster, or now the LG Evil roster, has been together. It's been a focal point of why they think they're so good, and it's hard to argue with their results.
It is really hard to argue with the results. We do have the first map. By the way, LG Evil has selected, and they have selected Kings Row. We're going to be getting in on it momentarily, but any thoughts on why they would want to pick Kings Row here?
It doesn't matter for me for LG Evil. They don't lose maps.
Yeah, going into that, it's a case where why not go here? I mean, they're going up against Immortals in this case, so you would... Actually, that's not right. They're going against Complexity. That is I was reading around and I was like, wait a second, that makes no sense. We just saw that yesterday. I mean, they wouldn't want to bring Complexity, I think, to either Hollywood or Eichenwald, where Complexity, I think, has definitely shown a higher degree of competence on those maps. So I think here, this is a case where, as Hex has mentioned, LG Evil is not bad, really, at anything. So why not pick a map that maybe your opponents haven't really specialized in as much as the others?
Yeah, well, I mean, either way, it's really hard. We talk about, like, statistics and trying to, like, figure out weaknesses in this LG Evil squad, and it is very difficult to find that just because, well, they have been winning everything, so.
All right, so opening up here on the dreary streets of Kings Row here, Hex. I gotta say, we haven't seen any sunshine on this map ever. Do you think it's just the factories in the background that have blocked out the sun?
No, I've been to London. Pretty much looks just like it right now. It's a dreary town, a fun town, but you have to enjoy cloud cover if you live in London. Although no need for sunscreen there, so that's nice. Although you can't get burned.
You can totally
in the overcast.
still get burned.
Yeah, well, we're both pasty and susceptible. We're far too Irish to be living in London. Regardless. Now we are on Kings Row, and it would not be a tournament with you and I without starting on Kings Row, it seems, at some point. So we'll wait and see which these teams wants to come out, what they want to put on their roster here on the defense.
Well,
and yeah,
taking a look here at the defense coming out here from the LG Evil squad. A little bit overlay stuff there, but that will get fixed in just a moment. But you take a look at the defense coming out here. This is what we see a lot from the side of LG Evil, where they will run a more traditional 3-tank defense, and they let Jake sort of freelance, look for his opportunities in the back line, but he usually does not get the biggest amount of support that other Genjis might get.
Well, there's a lot of tanks to keep very healthy. Rob will generally be keeping an eye on Jake, but Jake can sometimes punish if he gets too aggressive, not only on his Genji, but on other heroes as well. Sometimes he goes for giant hero plays, and that doesn't allow Rob to keep eye lines on him and keep him nice and healed up. Right now, just dancing on the statue, though. Offensively, though, Shake is on the Zenyatta. Interesting play.
Well, for the Zenyatta, of course, he is getting buffed next patch, but why not use him this patch? But, oh, right away, Train able to find Jake immediately, sets up Jake to go to the back line. So both supports immediately down here for Complexity, Hex, and that is already an overfight. Pretty hard to bring it back when Roadhog feasts to start out the first fight.
A very cool defense, though, as Jake dove through him, forcing him to move into the sight lines of that hook, and the hook connected. So nice execution on a plan there. On the defense, a completely one-sided fight early on for LG Evil, and we'll see how they want to reset. Torque on 76, trying to get some stuff. I mean, they've got a lot of DPS here. They just need a coordinated dive.
Well, you see Jake coming in off the flank. Train not going to be with him immediately here, but Nicholas runs into Super's Fire Strike early on here, and Complexity actually struggling pretty heavily to get a good initiation here. They seem a little bit lost, and why not? They have changed up their tank setup here again, but even for changing up the tank setup, this dive has felt very discombobulated. Just LG Evil holding firm on their positioning and punishing pretty rapidly whenever Complexity does cross the plane.
Of all the things to die to as a Tracer, a Fire Strike is not one of them unless you accidentally blink into it, so that can't feel good. They're not necessarily switching things up though. Still running this dive offense rather with Torque on the 76. We will be entering the ultimate phase of the game. Torque has his visor up, looking for an angle. They need to start getting first kills here and not losing so early.
Well, here comes Jake. Dragon Blade and Nano Boost are in play, and why not? Nicholas just picked up 2 at the pulse bomb, so he has to pull it back, but he is pulling it back. Takes down 2, and LG Evo, at least for now, should be able to hold on strong here. And even a little bit of stagger going to Joe Meister. They did not give him the immediate death that he was looking for.
No, rough for the Lucio to get out. 2 minutes remain. So far, Complexity has shown only the smallest signs of life with the pulse bomb that killed 2, but defense now in full control. Only the one ultimate used, or actually both used in the back on defense there, but most of the tank ultimates out. Very difficult to push into this. They need to kill something first. They have to get this initiation.
Well, Volgan dropping grabs on here, pulls in just Meza early on, and already 44 on this team fight. Soundbearer though coming in for LG Evil. They are going to throw the remaining amount of resources they have into this, but Super goes down, not only used Earth Shatter, and here comes Complexity now, Soundbearer of their own. This is going to look very good for them taking this point, but Train still a force in the backline. Picks off 1, gonna have to dodge out here for a moment. 3 on the point. Now the question is, for LG Evil, will they even be able to reinforce this in time? It's actually looking rather grim.
Well, LG Evil's not the type of team to give anything up for free. They will force fights even when they are the underdogs. That has always been their style. And look at this. 2 kills as Train stayed alive that entire time. Super picked out Nicholas as well. They have the upper hand of this fight yet again.
Oh no, Jake not able to finish off Zenyatta there, and Shake is just going to transcend out that pretty big misplay coming out there. Who knows if it would have turned the fight the other way. It was still very much going Complexity's favor. But, yeah, a little bit unfortunate execution there as Complexity will be taking this point. Now, let me just ask you this, because there was a glimmer of hope that LG Evil could have brought that back. Did Complexity make a mistake by not chasing down Train when they knew he was there?
I was absolutely going to say that. They had Train, they knew where he was, they had the numbers to pick it off. You can't leave a tank like that alive. Not a tank with the pick potential of a Roadhog anyway. So yes, it was a mistake. They weren't necessarily punished for it because they got gifted an unforced error on their side as well. So far, not the cleanest game from either team here. Complexity holding very far forward. This is nice, getting a lot of free push. Can't get caught out here though. Torque's gonna back up, just keep sight lines, get as much free poke as he can. Nicholas is up there as well.
Oh, for Torque, he just wants to get a little bit more to get the attack visor up, and that opens up opportunities to come in from the high ground. Meanwhile, Nicholas is on the high ground, going to be looking to drop down. So Complexity attacking this from multiple different angles, but here we go. Self-destruct, opening for this fight. Does not connect on anything. LG Evil coming in from 2 flanks, but now starting to back it up a bit. Super caught out. Shake's Discord Orb, spelling his demise. 2 unanswered kills here as Torque comes in with the attack visor, going to be cleaning up the entirety of this LG Evil squad. And now Complexity very well could roll this right to second.
Not only could, but should, with all of those kills and how close they are able to clean up the Lucio, so they start getting this free push on here. Hammers, or now LG Evil, I'll be doing that all night, I guarantee you, is a team that is known to fight even when they're underhanded. They like to take as many fights as humanly possible, so possible if they could charge in here, but the recipe to beat this team is to isolate Super like they did last fight.
Well, they are going to get the payload just in time as Jake goes to backline. Dragon Blade unleashed once more. Not able to get Lucio. Gets rope-a-doped a bit. Has to take refuge into Pub, but while they're chasing him back, Train gets on to Nesh. So he's going to die in the middle of this. 4v4 on the point. Still relatively even between both teams. Vol now charging through. 68% charge. Now that Joe Meister is down, this is looking far better here for the side of LG Evil, as perhaps Complexity will get pushed back. No, Nicholas and Torque exploding for 2 at the very end. Soundbear comes in very late for LG Evil, and we'll see if this is enough. And that was Graviton coming in from Vol.
It's scrappy to say the least. Vol is still alive and he's still at nearly 100% charge. He is melting people down. Transcendence is going to come in very late. You do not want to give up this point, but now numbers firmly in LG's favor.
LG Evil has finally turned the tide here, and that's unfortunate. Complexity caved themselves an opportunity to come back in off Nicholas and Torque getting those 2 kills, but they weren't able to convert it out. Still, though, they did drain quite a few ultimates from LG Evil. They had to throw a Graviton in at the very end. Well, heck, look at Vol's charge here. We don't usually see Vol getting this much charge on Zarya this quickly.
I think Vol is tragically underrated, especially when fights start to break down. I've seen him fight 1v3 as Zarya before and keep things alive, which is mostly what he had to do on that cart. Got so much damage that he was able to pull a Graviton, and look at all the damage he's done since then. Already at 70% to another Graviton. Torque takes down Jake very early, though. That's most of the DPS down for LG Evil.
Complexity now trying to take advantage of this. Torque piling on. Tac Visor and Nano Boost in play. Picks up 2. And this is just going to be rolling through the remainder of the LG Evil squad. And Hex, You live by the Jake, sometimes you die by the Jake. We've talked about this a lot where Jake sometimes just goes a little bit too aggro early on, and then when he gets punished, that gives you a really good opportunity to punish LG Evil for being down a player.
I mean, the thing is, it's when he gets punished, right? There's so many times he goes aggro and no one is able to punish him. So, yeah, you're right. You live by it, you die by it. But right there, losing him early really hurt. Perhaps freelancing a little too hard. Nesh trying to set up the self-destruct, see what he can get.
Well, it's a mini 20 left here for Complexity, and he gets a big one here. Avast going the fall to that self-destruct. The support backline for LG Evil getting absolutely throttled. Oh, goodbye, Nesh. Farewell. You're on this ride with me, says Trade. And that actually is somewhat helpful here for the defense. It will give them a chance to at least get a 6v5 coming back into this, which should be enough to push back Complexity, but we'll see. Complexity still has Transcendence. We'll see how much they make of this, and if Nicholas gets something on the pulse bomb.
Vol's gonna use the Graviton, only gets one into it to lose. The Zenyatta actually comes back to Transcend, keep his whole team alive, mitigating all of that Graviton. Does pull them back, though. Pulse bomb doesn't get much. Here comes an angry Winston.
All right, I don't really like that Transcend too much. It does save, but it also wasn't used when they had everyone back at the point. Now we do have Nesh back into this fight. It's Torque again over the top. Tac visor being drops right down into the Earth Shatter. Suddenly, Jake is there for the follow through. Super now nano boosted, clearing out the point with swing after swing. So off the hammer of Super, LG Evil able to throw Complexity back. It's only 15 seconds left here, Hex, so we'll see if they can even touch this cart one more time.
They are going to switch onto a Bastion, which I really like. I think Bastion could be good. Well, never mind Train. Thanks a lot for that, buddy. As he switches onto the Roadhog, there no need to switch on the Bastion. I guess this last second is Sombra in from Torque. Gets hooked immediately.
That is not the translocator he was looking for. The one preferably not near the hook. But Complexity still in this. 5v5 on the point. Meza, good pin on the Train, and now Nicholas looking to be the hero. Darting in and around here. Really no one on him, and this is a mistake as he's already picked off 2. Looking for his 3rd. Suddenly, Jake, Dragon Blade coming out. Has to heal in the middle of it, so this Blade not going to get as much as he wants. The coordination of the ults there, not really in sync. Response coming in here from LG Evil, but they're down to their last 2 players. Super versus everyone. And this is very likely going to be going the way of Complexity. Super gets hacked and stacked at the very end. Yikes.
What do you think of Jake that game?
It was a quieter game for him, and he gave away a very important pickoff on second where he didn't really need to.
Unforced errors, really just kind of sloppy. The only reason LG was able to put up the defense that they did was 2 hero plays from their tanks. They had Vol on second, save it nearly by himself for a while. That brought it back. Super towards the end got a boost from Rob and then hit a really, really nice Earth Shatter. Beyond that, a sloppy game from LG Evil. You have to wonder, or it's hard to wonder, of course, but that they're not overlooking Complexity.
Well, let's look on the high note here, too. What did you think of the additions here at Complexity? It didn't, you take a look at Nesh and Meza here. It didn't necessarily feel like they were necessarily having the biggest games, but they also weren't showing up to us as really throwing either. You think back to when they tried out Shao and KO for Complexity. They had multiple moments of unforced errors, going out, getting picked off early. We didn't see any of that from Nesh and Meza. And for Complexity, it's not a fast on Kings Row as there's no time remaining, but they do finish out the map against the leading team here in the OCS. So it's not necessarily a bad beginning for Complexity either.
Not at all. They don't have to be D-Cop and Bishu. They have to just position themselves right, not be liabilities, and let Torque and Nicholas dictate if Complexity can win or not. That's always been their win condition. It's also been their loss condition, unfortunately, at sometimes. But Torque and Nicholas, after a shaky start by Nicholas, had some good plays. Torque especially found his high ground. Most of their giant team fights were off of his visor, so they don't have to be world beaters, and I think that's actually smart. They shouldn't try to do too much.
So I'm going to completely caster curse Nicholas here, but in giving him a little bit of praise, I will say that he's kind of gotten out of his habit of dying first early on Tracer, like he used to do. That used to be a thing for him where he would go out and basically Jake himself harder than Jake did in that last game. Now that I said this, watch him run into a hook from Vol in the first 2 seconds.
Watch him
lose the point.
Watch him run into a fire strike. Oh wait, that already happened the first time around. But you're right, he did adjust after that, after blinking right into a fire strike. Jake onto the McCree, which we saw be so electric yesterday, both literally and figuratively. They're going to try to rotate around top side, and of course Train is with him to provide him with that Diva Matrix.
Well, the upside here with Jake on McCree is that it is going to be applying a lot more pressure to Nicholas, who did have a good first round attack. So Nicholas gonna have more threats in his way, has to look out for the flashbang, has to look out for the pressure as Jake slowly working his way around. He's taking the stairs here, X, but he's gonna have great positioning here in just a moment as Complexity kind of struggling to set the terms of this fight. Those Super coming very close to falling. Rob 420 on the case will be able to heal him up, and he already has Nano Boost, so here comes Super. He's boosted in. Jake in over the top, and Hammers right now, or LG Evil, they've found a way through here, guys.
No one is on Jake. Initially, they sent Train up there to protect him, and then they didn't even notice when Train left and left Jake up there all alone. Train went down to join the fight as the D.Va, but I think they thought Jake's up there with Devo, can't do anything about it, completely ignored him the rest of the fight.
So for me, the key part there was Super and Rob 420, where Super got very, very low, but he was able to pull himself out of the fight just long enough for Rob 420 to get on the case and heal him up. If was a little bit desynced on that play, Super ends up dying, and Complexity very well could have won that fight.
Absolutely. Torque is up top. He's just going to deny the high ground, try to lay something in over top. Has to be careful, though, at 175. He can get double tapped by a McCree. So, I don't love this positioning here, but he's probably just looking for a little poke. Should be getting out. D.Va's going to come in looking for him, so now he definitely has to get out.
Torque, this is not a fight he wants to take. Does not want to live in the enemy's matrix, so to speak. But here comes the Earth Shatter in from Complexity. Hits 2 immediately and sets up Torque for a mammoth tack visor coming in. Takes down 3 with the aid of that Nano Boost. And what more can you say there? Meza having a really good Earth Shatter to set up Complexity.
That's a great Earth Shatter for him. Very nice for them. And they're going to rotate up to this high ground, trying to be...
This feels like a Trix commercial in reverse. It's supposed to be Complexity being spawn camp, not the other way around. And this is why Complexity's still fighting a way of dying by spawn doors. Just this time, they're the ones bringing the fight to the spawn.
Look at all the free push they're giving up, though. Like, now this card is moving with 3x on it. Torque's behind the lines.
Well, they lost 3 people immediately, and they lose presence on the cart. Silly Wabbit, tricks are for kids. Spawn camping is for teams against Complexity, not the other way around.
Well, spawn camping has traditionally been for Evil and Renegades, who we'll see later tonight, not to mention Selfless, who are probably the best at it, to be honest. But that is so much free push they got. That aggressive defense did not work out at all for Complexity, as LG Evil is loaded with ultimates. Jake's going to try to get a little tricky angle here, maybe try to get one of his Deadeyes off behind the lines. He has to deal with a Pharah now.
Self-destruct going into the back. Doesn't get anything as Complexity now trying to take the fight back in. Soundbearer in early for them, but Soundbearer also out for LG Evil. Jake going for the high noon, but the Justice a little bit higher, directly in his face, taking him down. 3-1 in favor of Complexity, and Nicholas should be able to just finish out this final on a kill. Rob 420 getting dunked on over the top.
It's an interesting switch from Nicholas to run this directly into Jake's McCree, which they knew was out there already, but showing success so far. It's not a matchup that is an auto win by any means. It depends on your positioning a lot. It depends how aggressive you want to get. I think Nicholas is going to focus on Jake, force him to make the shots. McCree isn't necessarily going to hit 100% of his shots that he has to. If you focus him down and you hit yours, you can win that fight.
The other thing, too, is that while McCree can work on second King's Row, I'm not really in love with it compared to the last. I think that the sight lines are not always favorable to him. He's not getting the same target coverage that you get on other parts of the map. So, I mean, Jake can make it work, but I think there could be better choices. But either way, next fight here coming online as Nicholas right now taking a little bit of detour to the backline, and they find Vol immediately. Vol very much caught out as the rest of LG Evil is coming in from the side. They were trying to sneak the payload.
They were trying to get to that back cap, but they do end up taking down Nicholas. That is a giant threat from the sky. Jake getting very low, is unable to get out. A nice right click there from Nesh, hits him around the corner.
They're so close to getting the payload right now. They're so incredibly close, but they're not able to do it. They're not able to knock it off, and that is unfortunate. Look at how close it is. You don't even see a meter marker anymore. That was very close to working. I like the idea, but Complexity catches it right in the nick of time.
Complexity has to be careful, because if they try that once, they will very likely try it again. They need some back push on this before they can feel comfortable rolling out. They are going to stay very close to the cart, so they do not want to get back capped. Smart, because I think, they're going to rotate up top and hope that Complexity wasn't there. However, Complexity spots him. Fight will take place right on the cart.
Well, this is where LG Evil, almost a must-win situation, minute 30 left here, but this is the time where we'll see if the self-destruct gets everything. Train opens with it, he gets Nesh immediately. A very good over Nicholas, the counter punch coming into play. 2 dying to that barrage, and yet LG Evil, when the dust is settled, still with the man advantage. Torque right now fighting 1 versus 3, gonna get bionated. No more taking a breather for him. Gets slept, and now he gets healed by last month, but it's not enough to keep him alive. And yet, they still haven't gotten this point. It's still Complexity throwing bodies onto a point, but it's too little, too late. LG Evil will begin their final assault here on Kings Row last.
I think all we have to do to make people have great games is question what they did the day before, because Super with another monster Earth Shatter breaks through that second point for him, as yesterday he was getting focused so hard. Wasn't the weak link necessarily, but he's one of the ways you can beat them. So far, he has crushed it for this team today. Train comes and gets Torque. Already, here comes a whole hog from Vol in the backside. 2 go down. Both supports down from LG Evil, but no one else.
And that's enough here for LG Evil as far as this goes. They're going to have presence on the payload. Vol has certainly ensured that, and this is going from bad to worse. Complexity feeding extra bodies onto a point that's going to feed LG Evil's ultimates, and Hex, they're well positioned for this final fight.
And Anna's going to be able to get back in the fight because Avast died with her, so that he will surf her out, speed boost her back, and so they are going to have 6 on this last.
Well, Complexity, as they come out here, they have to open with the sound barrier and take a more aggressive position, and they need to do it quickly before Avast gets his up as well. They don't realize that they're under that sound pressure, but here we go. Sound barrier comes out here from Complexity. Now they're looking for a fall through, but Super drops the hammer, gets the immediate kill on the Torque, and the sound barrier has done very little for Complexity, Hex. They have not gotten the kills they're looking for. 65 here for LG Evil as Super now going on a rampage.
We thought Jake might be the carry for this, but this is vintage hammers. Now LG Evil, as Super is getting the fraggy treatment, support in his back pocket, does not know what a shield is, just swinging through, and they are cleaning this up. They will finish with 1 minute and 8 seconds left.
That is incredibly big because Complexity used every bit of time, and because LG Evil has 1 minute and 1 second left, Complexity does not get an attack here. That's it. The only team that gets an attack is the side of LG Evil, so this is very rough now for Complexity because they're effectively playing for the draw and playing for the chance to bring this to a tiebreaker later on in the night if necessary. So LG Evil, 1 minute and 8 to win Kings Row outright, and what has been much closer than I think anyone really expected coming in.
Much closer than I thought, but we had to get eyes on these new tank players. Look, when you replace a third of your roster and you're playing against a team that's undefeated in a tournament, no one expects you to be able to go toe versus toe with them, and oddly enough, Complexity has. Nesh and Meza both had pretty big plays, some finishing kills, not necessarily enormous plays, but enough. It's been enough.
Well, now I just kind of want Complexity to pick up a sister team now because they give it a great naming scheme. You can have Complexity 4+2 and Complexity 6 because this is effectively Big Complexity's life here where every week they have a new 2 people on their roster. They have 4 people solidified and then 2 people that are vagabonds.
Vagabond's a great word. It's a pleasure to hear your vocabulary, CP. Super is just taking a look up top, although he has run a Widow before, I think momentarily. He's going to switch off onto Reinhardt. Train will be on the Diva, of course. Jake now on the Soldier 76. He plays every DPS hero. He plays every hero, really.
Jake is very talented. We saw him, of course, play tons of Roadhog back during the 4-tank meta. In fact, saw it a little bit in the Overwatch monthly melee, but now he's going to be on the 76, and this is where LG Evil doesn't have that much buffer room. They have maybe 2 good attacks if they go in right now. They're taking their time with this attack, though, coming over the top. Here they go. It's going to be Super dropping onto the point first. He's getting supported and healed up, but he's still in rough shape. He's going to go down. He oversells his advantage, but Meza also going to fall. Both Reinhardt's out of play here, and trading out generally good for the offense. LG Evil does not have that much time, Hex.
No, I don't know if these trades are really going to come into effect as Nicholas has put it on. He's got his 4th kill now in this fight, perhaps 3rd. But that is complete Complexity domination.
And now for LG Evil, they have 13 seconds left to close out Kings Row here, or it will be a draw. Jake, still alive in the back, drawing a bit of attention, but the rest of LG Evil needs to rush onto the point. If Jake has to go down onto it himself, it's not going to be good. Nicholas, pulse bomb at the ready, looking for the stick. Will stick Super, goodbye and good night. Nicholas now looking for the Ana kill, might get it. It's a double kill here for Nicholas, and he might have just slammed the door in LG Evil's face, Hex.
It's been all Nicholas. Torque is going to come in with the tack visor, but that's so effective because Nicholas was able to take down the Reinhardt shield earlier. He came alive there, looking great. And that is all she wrote for Kings Row, and an unusual draw.
Kings Row, not a map that you see going to draws quite as often as some of the other maps, but we are going to be going to an Assault map next, which statistically has had far more draws in the tournament. So we'll see where it goes, but just broad strokes here. Did this look good on Complexity's new pickups, or was it the Complexity Old Guard showing up? Because I feel like the Complexity Old Guard had a very good game.
It was Nicholas and Torque, but I think a lot of that can be credited to the tanks. When the tanks are in position and allowing you to make those plays, they can absolutely show up. But I think most of that last defense was just Nicholas. Nicholas playing out of his mind.
Well, and he got a key pickup onto Shake in the back, which was huge. And then you said it, the attack visor came out, and well, what else are you going to do? Another key that to success, I feel like, is they did tend to focus Super down. There were a few times when whether Super was out of position or they were just doing a good job of focusing him, and then the TJO guys, they just went to town.
Well, conversely, too, I think Rob 420 really added split attention there because Super was not getting healed up immediately like he usually does. And I think part of that is that we did have Jake deep diving a lot, and you want to keep Jake alive in those situations, but Super was getting bopped around quite a bit in this matchup, which you don't usually see. But as you mentioned, it was good focus fire coming out here from Complexity, and credit where credit is due. Don't forget, LG Evil is the premier team right now in the OCS. They are undefeated. So for Complexity, that's dealing with all sorts of roster issues this entire time, to come out, lay down the gauntlet, and get the tie, that's actually very good for them.
Yeah.
They are undefeated, and they've only lost 3 maps this entire time. 2 of those maps are on Control, or rather Assault, which will be our next map type.
Yeah, and I'd like to continue to look at these new guys in Nash and Meza. They played Genji and Winston to start this one off. Didn't feel as good as when they were playing the Reinhard and the various off tanks that Nash was able to pull out. Some Diva play there, and then as well as a nice grab that comboed well with Nicholas on that Pharah. We do have the next map. It is Temple of Anubis, but how does a draw here in the first map affect this moving forward as far as these teams go?
It might wake LG Evil up. They did play sloppier there than I'm used to seeing them. Jake especially was out, but I do want to give credit where credit is due to Complexity. I thought they played great, but it could be a wake-up call. I think the reason we're seeing Anubis, even though it's a map they've lost twice in the tournament, is how well they played it yesterday.
True, and I will note one thing in regards to tiebreakers here is that anytime it goes to a tiebreaker, there is an inherent advantage to LG Evil because they have been the strongest control team in the tournament, especially. I mean, their control performance has been very, very good. So if they have to win a map by going to a best of 1 in control, I think that they're pretty happy with that outcome. So for Complexity, even though it looks good as an organization that they played LG Evil this close, it's also not great for winning the series because now they have to take a control round away from LG Evil should that tiebreaker be necessary when all the maps are played.
Yeah, well, we're going to see, I mean, on Temple of Anubis, a few things that we have seen in the past from these two teams. I mean, Nicholas does really like to play that Mei on second. They're really good at delaying things out, but what else are we going to see from them? What do they have on first? Because we haven't seen a lot of great performances from them on first.
Well, Complexity on first can play the Widow. They've done that several times. Nicholas and Torque can both play the Widow, so it gives them a lot of versatility. But a lot of first pushes can come up to your tanks and your Reinhardts if they're going to run that. I'd be surprised, given this roster, given what we know of these players, if they run something like a forward DPS or a dive. I think we might see a much more standard 2-2-2 Complexity team today.
Very likely, and also Temple Anubis, again, it's going to be hard to say until we actually see what they're running here with Nesh and Meza because there might be certain nuances or wrinkles that they throw in that is unique to these two players. So it's a little bit harder to speculate Complexity. As is with teams, when they change up one player, you have to scratch your head a little bit. When you swap up 2, you're in an entirely different ballgame, especially when it is focusing more on the tank side of things.
Yeah, and because they wanted to play Genji and Winston starting off King's Row, and that just didn't work out. So, I mean, do you come back to that with confidence and say, you know, it didn't work on King's Row, but I think it's going to work here? The question will be answered here soon as we are going into Temple of Anubis with the series still 0-0. And actually, statistically speaking, I think Complexity has the most draws. They had 2 in 1 match, I think, in week 1, if I'm remembering correctly, and we have seen a number of them. That was, of course, the match that Complexity did end up coming back to win. Against Renegades, actually. Yeah, that was the one loss for Renegades. And so Complexity, they want to do it against LG Evil here, and they're going to start on a Temple of Anubis.
Of course, we find ourselves on Temple of Anubis again. We haven't really been visiting Hanamura a whole lot recently, Hex. We saw it a bit in week 1, and then since then, pretty quiet on that front.
A lot of teams struggle taking Hanamura last. It's where we saw a lot of draws. Very difficult. You either have to take top ground, and then the respawns are right there. We saw teams attempting 4 DPS to try to take less, and that didn't work out. So it seems teams have fallen into a bit more comfortable zone with Anubis. LG Evil ran Jake on McCree yesterday, and it was absolutely amazing what they did on the offense. Electric Cowboy came to life, so that's something that Complexity has to be worried about.
All right, and take a look at this defense coming out here from the side of LG Evil. who is on the defense again. And they're going to be running the same setup here where they are going to be setting up with 3 tanks. But Jake, in this case, rather than diving in as a flanker, he will be running in as a 76. There is a slight switch up there, Hex, and I kind of like it. I've never really been totally in favor of Jake being the Lone Ranger for flanks.
I tend to agree with you, but they're still going to just make him rotate to the high ground, I'd imagine. Him and Train are going to be hanging out for the most part right there. But Torque.
And this is where for Torque, he's very much looking for Jake. Conversely, Jake, now that he's hearing the Widow shots, he's not going to have quite as much freedom as the 76. He has to respect the sight lines that are coming in. And you see right now that Torque is actually having some trouble finding those initial sight lines, and he's going to get trained right in his face.
Yes, they're trying to take down the top ledge right there, which has been a large area of contention. Nesh goes down to Super immediately in this room, but here comes Nicholas trying to take it back. He finds 1. Can he find 2? No, not quite.
Does not find 2 indeed, and again, we see this a lot from LG Evil, where they're very willing to come in and counter-flank on the defense, even running something very tanky like they're running just now. But I will say, credit where credit is due to Jake. Jake is playing very disciplined here, as Torque does find a Voss, but he's not really getting any chances to find Jake. Look at how Jake is set up.
Or not at all. So Diva's going to have to come in and deal with it with a little bit of style, as is Train's way. Mezzer takes down Vol on the ground. They did take a lot of Widow's time there.
Well, Torque now putting on the fire, has taken out both supports of this fight, and Jake, one of the last ones alive, going to have to expose himself soon, but no, that takes him down. So really, for LG Evil, they just get picked apart on all sides here. No flashy, big initiation, just good, solid mechanical picks coming out here from Complexity. And that's going to earn them point A.
Off of the Widow now as they go back to switch. Nicholas still on the Pharaoh getting damage boosted, trying to pepper in some damage. Torque is going to switch instead to the Reaper. This is a composition, or at least the Reaper is, which we saw Liquid run to great success.
I think this is where Complexity was clearly taking notes and said, hey, this is working out for Liquid, why can't it work out for us? Train, meanwhile, on the defensive Sombra, takes down Nicholas immediately. Of course, Nicholas was pretty damaged to begin with, but it is a bit of cleanup. 2 kills here from LG Evil, and we do have the rest coming in here with Complexity. So they're actually throwing themselves all in on this, but I don't agree with this. They did so little damage in the beginning that throwing a res here feels like good money after bad. They're just going to be feeding even more ultimates to this LG Evil machine.
Well, they may want to switch off of it, so that might be the thinking, but also why you're running a Mercy if you're not going to try to res onto last. I do see your thought process there, but
for me, I think the best use of Resurrection, it's not to just reset the fight. You want reset fight where you've got maybe 1, 2 pickoffs and you can get a little bit of momentum there. They rezzed really having no advantage in that fight whatsoever, and all that means is that you have a bunch of people out of position now that can immediately get bopped once more.
Well, they are going to switch. You make a valid point there. They are going to switch off of that Mercy onto Ana instead. Nesh is running the offensive Mei, maybe to get some room in here, maybe just for Blizzard. Could be good to knock them off the point as well, but an interesting pick as we don't see offensive Mei here very often.
I do like the idea of offensive Mei. It's not so much to split people off, it is entirely for the Blizzard. Might be a little bit more effective with the changes, but see Torque coming in. Here comes the EMP though from Train. Going to be locking out Complexity of their abilities, a taste of their own medicine from back when they used to run Sombra all the time, and the EMP sets up things pretty well. It's going to be 5 kills here from LG Evil. A few members of Complexity still in and around, but nothing they could do as Winston tumbles through the air.
Well, now the problem is they don't have a whole lot to push in with. Conversely, they have 4.5 minutes to continue this push. Jake loves this ledge up here. Offense, defense, McCree, 76, does not matter. That's where he hangs out on Anubis. So far, we haven't seen exactly what the plan is with this Mei.
Well, he pays rent there the 15th of every month, so he's very much attached to that spot, Hex. I mean, it has good shade. It's good breeze.
Lots of you used to see Reapers go up there. Notably, they are off of that Reaper. Nicholas is on a Pharah instead. They are getting up close to a barrage. I think that primary target has to be Jake.
Well, here comes Complexity now committing to this team fight. They try and go for a split up here, and they do split up Super a little bit, but Jake over the top. Nano Visor just ending this push in a horrific fashion. Can't have a better vantage point than that. No way of Complexity shielding out. Oh no. Mei is wishing for sweet death. Oh, the elevator. This is going to cause Jake to still stagger it for a little bit longer.
They're toying with her.
Poor Nesh.
It's Mei. I mean, poor Nesh, yeah, but it's Mei.
Is it impossible to have sympathy for Mei?
Some would say yes.
I would not disagree.
All right, well, the defense now in a pretty good spot yet again. Despite having used 2 ultimates for that, they've got several of them available. One of the combos that can be game-breaking is EMP into self-destruct if it is timed perfectly. They have that available. Train perhaps going to look for this EMP right now.
Oh, he's going for the EMP right into the backline. It's a great EMP. Hits almost everyone in this fight. And Nesh just getting bopped in the back. Can't ice block when you're hacked. Apparently, the ice systems that May employs do actually require user interface.
There's a little robot that helps her out, perhaps very susceptible to the EMP. This Sombra defense has looked a lot better than it did yesterday, completely denying, actually getting a lot more damage done to than it did yesterday as well. So defense has been holding strong. Still 3 minutes remain for the offense to try to push in, and now they're entering a window in which they can push in much stronger. A lot of their ultimates are going to be online, including Blizzard, which will be the first time she's had that up.
Yeah, and for Nesh right now, this is where they are going to really be committing to this. The idea being that Blizzard will let them maybe start a snowball. No pun intended, though it will get pretty frosty. But here we go. Fight is going underway, and let's keep an eye on Nesh here as he looks to land this Blizzard. If he forces it too much, he's not going to get a whole lot from it, though, so he can't use it super early. But Diva's going to get frozen, and here comes the Blizzard, and oh, Super stuck between a rock and a hard place. Barrage coming in, but he's still able to live. The Barrage perhaps a little bit overextended, but there's the hammer coming down from Super. Gonna be knocking down 3. It might have gotten chilly here, Hex, but not chilly enough as CLG Evil bringing this right back.
Unable to finish that kill on Super, another big mistake that they could not get. Now, I think maybe the Diva came in and ate the last half of that barrage, which is why he might have been able to live through it. But had they killed him there, the Earth Shatter doesn't come down. They don't get cleaned up there. I guess tiny silver lining, they have their own Earth Shatter incoming, but none of these fights have even looked close for Complexity, ZP.
Complexity only gets 2 more cracks at this. I think this next push is going to be more of a junk push, although arguably this is the time they should try it because LG Evil doesn't have that much. I just don't think they have that information. Either way, they're going to go to some point. Then the Earth Shatter does connect. Meza knocks down 2, goes for the charge right after, connects on those 2 kills, and suddenly there's life here for Complexity off of this opportunity. His Jake gets booped right off the edge. You have to run a bit to the side here, and Complexity starting to get a more important presence here on the point, and yet LG Evil here Hex still stalling.
They are still stalling. Jacob's been out in no man's land doing not much. Now Complexity adds 2 kills and both supports down as well, so that is going to be no sustain on the point. Jake does take down Nicholas, trying to bring this back. Got to see some blue in that kill feed.
While Jake is still up and around here, but he is horrifically outnumbered as Complexity is just turning it into a kill fest here on the point. Everyone that's running in is immediately getting knocked back. They almost have it. 1 more tick away, just a little bit, but it's contested. You can't even see the sliver anymore. LG Evil suddenly very much on the hot seat here. 42 seconds remaining, so it's going to be hard for them to actually drain the remaining time off the clock. They have to stay on. Here comes the finishing Graviton and Earth Shatter. Goodbye. Potentially good night, but boom! Jake comes in from the back, but it's Diva. The defensive matrix stops him from getting anything on the attack visor. And yet LG Evil, they're still draining the clock here, Hex.
They are still draining the clock. It is now below 20 seconds, even though this fight started at about 1:30 left. But you mentioned that they should maybe go into that window if they knew. I think they were counting ultimates there because they threw everything they had at it, the Earth Shatter and the Nano. It was the only 2 that they really had up, able to complete that. And then towards the end, Zarya at full charge, simply denying the Diva any sort of stall. It's really great to have that up, especially going into Assault last, where you know the Diva is going to be there just to be able to melt her down quickly. So they close out the map, 20 seconds left. LG, of course, yesterday had one of the fastest times I've ever seen on Anubis. They ended it with, I think, like 7 minutes in their bank on their next push.
6:57.
Yeah.
So not quite 7 minutes, but about as close as you get.
Forgive me.
Which, by the way, means that on their second attack, they almost get the full 8 minutes again because you get 30 bonus seconds for capturing first.
Right.
So it was breathtakingly fast. And if you were a fan of the Electric Cowboy, if you were a fan of just cowboys in general in rustic, sandy environments, if you want to get your Indiana Jones fix, well, look no further than Jake. He's a much better Indiana Jones than Shia LaBeouf could ever hope to be.
Oh, now you think it looks like Indiana Jones.
I'm stealing your material.
Yeah,
what can I say? I
clearly.
am shamelessly stealing your material and then enhancing it by taking pot shots at Shia LaBeouf, which everyone can appreciate.
Actual cannibal Shia LaBeouf?
Yeah.
All right.
Just do it.
All right, LG Evil now on the attack. Of course, we were talking about Jake and his McCree yesterday, hence the talk of the Indiana Jones. They're making a 5th one, they announced yesterday.
Oh, no.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, is the corpse of Harrison Ford going to be in it?
Harrison Ford looks surprisingly good for his age. All right. Anyway, LG Evil is going to be queued up right now on several snipers, so that's not going to hold. On the defense, do you see anything out of the ordinary there, ZP?
Well, from the defensive end, not really. I mean, they are going to be running much more heavier dive into this LG Evil squad, and I do think Nesh could cause some problems here for Jake. I think when Jake sees the Diva, he might get off the McCree in this situation. We'll see. It depends on the success on this very first push, but I think it is going to give McCree more trouble than LG Evil might be hoping for.
Well, this composition is centered around Jake, as many of the LG Evil's compositions are. They're going to rotate up to the high ground, as I was expecting them doing. Jake's just going to have free reign back here, and if he gets in trouble, Diva's just going to sit in front. But Avast peeks a little too much, and Torque hits him.
Boss going down immediately, and Complexity trying to bring this back. The problem is for Complexity is that they did give up a lot of ground, but Nesh right into Jake's face, as we are speculating. But Super is still in this fight, so I don't think there's going to be quite enough trade out here for the offense, although Train looking to make me wrong here as he picks up another. And this is actually going to unsettle Complexity quite a bit. And I'll tell you who's not unsettled. Jake is still holding on to that McCree.
3 kills should be enough for them to get back in and feel like they're at an advantage at the very least positionally. As they do come in, they notice exactly where they are. Vol has to get out there very quickly, but you rarely see a team hold back like this. They're waiting for reinforcements.
They are waiting for reinforcements, and Torque hoping to build up the rest of the attack visor at Roadhog's expense. Not going to happen immediately here, but here comes Nicholas. He's the X Factor. Coming in over the top. Barrage immediately removing a boss from the equation. But Jake in over the top. Cowboy acting as anti-air as Jake again gonna fall here. The Nesh, who is very clearly on anti-Jake duty.
Sometimes you feel when you get solo ulted, it's a compliment, but poor Avaz. They are still in this now. Whole Hog is at the ready too. Both of the tanks are still up. A beautiful hook takes down Shake. That should lead to a couple more trades. Here comes Avaz looking for vengeance.
Voss does get back in, gets down the Torque. Doesn't really matter too much in the end, as LG Evil is able to just trade out more efficiently there. It wasn't a case where they easily won the fight, but Complexity was not able to pick up the kills they needed. I will note that Nesh is pretty effective at neutralizing Jake, and I'm a little surprised Jake is still on McCree here, but I think they will be going for at least one round of Electric Cowboy. Perhaps.
Well, Rob is pretty far away from that, and yes, Ana charges her ultimate quickly, but Electric Cowboy, of course, Nano Boost plus Deadeye, or just Nano Boost plus McCree can do so much damage, gives him the sustainability that he needs. Jake's going to come in here, trying to take his perch back, misses his second jump, unfortunately, but Torque goes down.
Torque going to fall immediately here as Jake will have a little bit more room to work with, but again, he's going to get a tank right in his face. Oh no, this is the worst feeling in the world when Primal Rage is just juggling you helplessly, but he gets support from the rest of his team, so he's going to get a second chance at life here. Primal Rage or no. And the Deadeye, very ill-advised there. That was not going to work out. Torque with the special delivery as Complexity now reinforcing the point. The bulk of the offense here from LG Evil getting removed from the equation. And what point do you swap from this McCree? Because I gotta say, he's been under so much pressure here from the tank play of Complexity. Usually Nesh, but there, Meza was getting into the equation. Hasn't been great.
It hasn't. He was able to set it up, but didn't see Torque out of the respawn because the Winston had juggled him so long. I will say Train must have some sort of sixth sense alert system. Maybe it's just comms, I don't know. But he's always Johnny on the spot whenever that McCree is in trouble. It just comes out of nowhere to try to save him. So they're going to stick on it for now, perhaps letting Jake build up yet another Deadeye. Builds very quickly, and this time they would have the Nano Boost to go with it.
Roll looking for an early pick off here if he can get the rest of LG Evil getting to the point. This whole hog going to be clearing out space here. Might even help them to get a tick if Complexity is not careful. They're very much off the point. The Meza coming back in. No Earth Shatter because he just swapped. Torque gonna try and turn this back with the tack visor. Looking for early kills, but not a great positioning for it. Gonna be getting zoned out a bit as Train connects. Nicholas out. A big source of stall is gone. And now that the fight is breaking down, this is where Jake can really turn things back in his favor. McCree, very good at cleaning up fights as they break down. Torque gonna take a snooze in the back as LG Evil now in a very good position to start putting progress onto this point.
The Whole Hog early to initiate that fight, what I think was in large part to break the shield and, as you mentioned, positioning to put them in that corner. They have a great advantage right now as Jake should be able to clean up people who are just running out. Very good, as you mentioned, when the fight breaks down. Fanning that hammer takes down Meza.
Ooh. I haven't seen that much fan in a very long time, but Jake gonna use the Deadeye here more for zoning. He hasn't had a great track record with Deadeyes, but does connect to Nesh at the very end. He's not able to break line of sight, and suddenly Jake is unleashed. 3 kills here from Jake. He has found his groove again here on McCree, and that is gonna be LG Evil capping the point with 4:13 remaining, Hex. A dominant time advantage here for the side of LG Evil.
I feel like it's a little bit of like early Bioshock where you got Diva's Big Daddy coming in every time someone's in trouble. Always around the corner, even that last Zarya kill, to get around the corner, make sure that Jake is safe. Train has one job, make Jake safe.
Make Jake safe again. So, yeah, I mean, it was interesting, too, because Jake was very much under heavy pressure throughout most of the game, and yet I think the key thing to me is that it wasn't so much about the McCree to even get a first pickoff, but once they got into a situation where they did have a good 5v4 opportunity, Jake was able to take advantage of the Ashes, really take down people as they tried to get back onto the point, finish off the people that were remaining on the point, and McCree, that's not under pressure, arguably one of the most deadly heroes in the entire game.
Probably better at cleanup than even a Tracer at that level, simply because the time to kill is a little bit quicker. One headshot down, next target, keep feeding me, and you saw it work so well. This is exactly what we saw them run yesterday with the McCree, so it shouldn't have been a surprise to Complexity, but even when you're not surprised by this LG Evil team and what they're running, very hard to defend against them. Defense will be played by LG Evil now this time around with a large advantage in their time bank. Already under a minute for Complexity. Very likely only one good push here unless they die very quickly.
Well, this is where a lot of pressure is going to be on Torque again to find the proper sight lines. And again, you take a look at LG Evil's position here. They're not really giving Torque the position he wants. He has to wait on the rest of his team to make an opportunity, and he finds Train in his face once more, so that's going to take Torque out of the equation for a little bit here as the rest of Complexity looks to wait for a way in, but oh, Jake gets bopped by Torque right there immediately. 3 kills here for Complexity, and Complexity, even though they only had 1 minute here, Hex, very likely to start getting onto this point, and who knows how their attempt on last will go.
Well, Torque is simply cleaning up. We talked about Jake's cleanup, but Jake in an unadvantageous position gets booped by Torque early on, and they want to push forward with Torque on this Widow. He switched off immediately after they kept first last time, but feeling the groove, and with only 30 seconds, why not stick on it?
Well, I'm looking at the Widow here. I mean, it is more of a gamble here on last, but if he gets even one, that could be huge, as he was looking for Jake. Jake immediately recognizing the threat, gets out. No, Jake is challenging him. That's dangerous. Train going to get rid of the threat here in the back, at least forcing him back. But while Train is doing this, Train isn't helping the rest of his team, which means the rest is far less safe as Rob is going to go down. So they draw Train out of the fight.
Nice hack, though. It's beautiful to kill Shake there.
He kills Jake. They're not going to have to worry about the res anymore. And it's actually Train on the Sombra being the X Factor and pulling this back. Another hack coming in towards the very end, but Nicholas with another kill. LG Evil arguably in the hot seat here. Respawn still coming in fast, but look at Torque in the backline here, Hex. Uncontested pressure from Widowmaker. This could be huge for Complexity, but unfortunately, they're not able to get through the Reinhardt setup there. We'll see. I mean, they still have a chance of taking this.
They're pressuring it in. Look at Shake. He flies back on this fight. He's going to have Resurrection if he stays alive. He does not. Vol takes him down again.
That is unfortunate for Shake, but Complexity still piling on here on some point. They don't even have a third yet, but they still have potential of Reflected Sleep Dart. But you can go for all the style you want. If you're not on the point, it does not matter.
Oh, man. All right, so 1 point taken, which is actually pretty good when you only have a minute left. Meant your first attack won off the back of Torque's Widow. Did a lot of work towards the end. Shake dying there at 100% Resurrection really hurts as they got him back into the fight late.
Anytime you can isolate a Mercy out like that and stop those game-breaking reses, you're having a good time. Although I do think LG Evil kind of got away with one there. They were playing a little bit sloppy. Complexity was punishing them with on-point Widow play coming out here from Torque, and for LG Evil, they, on some respects, should be thanking themselves that they're not down 2-4 right now. I will say on a completely random note, because my mind is going to strange places today, Hex, I really want a Baker hero in Overwatch, because then you could put Jake on that hero, and Jake could make cake.
We had Shake and Bake yesterday. Now Jake makes cake. I don't know how much more I can take.
I actually was not prepared.
I was not prepared either. You brought me here. All right? You brought me here.
I share responsibility, but oh man.
All right. Well,
the places Overwatch brings us.
Yeah, it's early, my friend. We need to pull it together a little bit. We got a lot of games.
It's still 0-0 technically.
We got a lot of games yet to go through today. It might be 0-0 after this. So we will see 4 minutes to take point 1, and then we are playing with house money for LG Evil as they would try to take point 2, and we'll see how it goes here. Of course, composition not changing at all. Jake's hello game still on point. No surprise where they want to set up. Over top behind Shields is where Jake's going to try to get some picks early on. Behind D.Va, behind Reinhardt, totally safe. Has to try to take down this combo. Gets one shot in early. Now just has to break that Winston bubble. So far, Bloodless, Avast has gotten his vengeance. There goes Meza.
And this is where Jake is just hiding off in the corner. Will draw Nicholas's attention, but I don't know if Nicholas wants this attention as he's going to fall to the combined fire of Jake and Train. And now LG Evil, lots of uncontested momentum here, going to easily take this point. Torque just basically throwing his life to the winds there. Now, the one downside is that they took this so quickly here, Hex, that they're not going to have a lot of ults going into second, but neither will Complexity, so they do have a window of opportunity.
Yeah. You say that, but there's a lot of people around 80%. Of course, that's Rob, Jake, and Super. That would be a combo that would work very well if they can just get a little chip damage in as they enter. Jake is making sure that no one is squatting in his ledge up there so that he can jump in and take it over. So far, no one is. They know that's where he likes to go, though. You saw them targeting down very early when they were playing Widow. He's still going to get up there.
It's Jake's special place. There's no other way of saying it, but you see Torque right now looking for the flanking tac visor. Meanwhile, the rest of LG Evil going over the top. Jake under pressure here, will get healed up, but the tac visor does come in. It's late to the fight, and I'm not in love with this. Is Super diving right in. This room's going to become a party here in a moment. 3-1 in favor of LG Evil as they are catching Complexity all sorts of off guard. And really, I don't like that tac visor at all. It's just bad.
Not great. That would be an understatement. Vol comes in whole hog with a couple of kills. Now looking for the cleanup. They do. Oh, misses that shot. That could be big. He wanted to get that Mei. Had the flashbang on her.
And this is where Jake can shine. This is full-on cleanup here. It's up to LG Evil to complete the submission hold and keep Complexity off of this point. Complexity now struggling, hoping for a miracle before they have to tap out, but 2 ticks here, about to be the third. LG Evil making it look easy at the end. Complexity find themselves a bit out of sorts.
Just rolled through. It's exactly what we saw from LG Evil yesterday on their second attack, actually. Just unstopped, unfettered aggression. Jake's McCree has been beautiful to watch. It's not like LG has beaten anyone with deception or trickery, or, you know, as a former president would say, trickeration. They're running just...
Was that an actual thing that he said at one point?
It might be. Maybe it was Will Ferrell as him. Very possible.
It's those things where it's like, I can't tell if you made that up or
well,
not.
if you can't tell, that doesn't even matter.
Yeah.
Regardless, that is LG Evil taking the first definitive map of the evening.
And my main question coming out of Temple of Anubis is how do you deal with Jake? We've asked it about his Pharah, and I think teams have gotten a little bit of a hang of that. But now teams are going to have to figure out how do we deal with Jake on McCree.
Well, I think the real upside to the McCree, and we saw it on their first attack in particular, is that I don't think the strength in the McCree is initially getting the point. Even though we did see a great Electric Cowboy play just yesterday on Anubis, I think the real strength in that is that it helps you finish out the point. Where if you do get a good early opening, McCree is going to be the hammer that slams the door shut on the other team. So I think that's real power for what Jake was going for there, and it certainly worked out.
2 things. You have to give him the Grim Reality treatment that LG Evil gives Grim Reality. You just send a diva at him all the time. You make his life miserable and uncomfortable. You decide immediately, we're not going to lose to Jake. Someone else has to beat us. 2, we talk about resources a lot when Mercy and Pharah are together, but you have to look at Jake on 76 or Jacob McCree and train with him on Diva as 2 resources that you have to devote 2 people to deal with. I don't know exactly what combination of heroes you have to do, but you have to make him uncomfortable. At this point, I give him the Grim treatment. I make anyone else on Hammers or LG Evil try to beat me.
When we even asked, speaking of Grim, why aren't they doing this for Immortals? I mean, you've got a great Diva player, you've got Grim Reality, because they've been struggling to make that work, and maybe they're just trying some new things. A few other heroes that we saw played on defense here, 3 heroes that I want to just touch on. Well, first of all, Nicholas played Pharah on first and had a barrage where he was able to pick up 1 kill, and then he immediately went down. So how does Pharah work on defense being so susceptible to dying during barrage?
I mean, you have to pick and choose your moments. He was a thought where he thought he could get away with barrage. He clearly did not get away with barrage, and that's a gamble that you take. I mean, worst case scenario there, you trade out for a support, which isn't necessarily bad. I mean, you know that you're working on something that's baseline, but you're hoping for the potential that you get the kill, get supported, or maybe pick up 2 kills because people aren't paying attention to you. But in the end, it clearly did not work out. But I mean, it's not necessarily bad to run fair on defense. It's just a case where you do have to know the stakes when you finally do press that ultimate button.
I think running against that composition is just insanely difficult because, again, it's the D.Va and McCree, and I don't know what the answer is to that. Maybe a Roadhog to get the D.Va out of there so you can focus on the McCree, but you're not going to get any damage done on nearly anyone with how Train is playing that D.Va. He's everywhere. He's Johnny on the spot. He sees a barrage. Half of it comes down. Then here comes the Matrix, seemingly out of nowhere. He could be on the other side of the map. He's got warp tech in that mech.
Well, and I was thinking about, because you talk about using multiple resources, like who can deal with Train then on D.Va?
Right.
To get to McCree. And I actually thought Mei was an interesting option because, like, Zarya, you know, is focusing to try to get some damage through the barrier or the Matrix. And then, like, you can freeze D.Va, but then there's some definite drawbacks to playing Mei as well. And we even saw, like, one Blizzard, which was very predicted by LG Evil, that completely didn't get anything in that one.
I don't really fault them for trying the Blizzard. I think that Mei is probably a little bit chronically underplayed in regards to how effective that can be. It didn't work out, but I think it is worth noting here, and this is actually something that teams, especially in North America, tend to mess up from time to time, is that just because something doesn't work out or a strategy in theory has not been executed well doesn't mean that it actually isn't good. It just means that it didn't work out for that particular push. So I try not to pass judgment on different switch-ups we see if I can find a theoretical reason for doing so.
Yeah, and so we'll see. Maybe they can bring that out in a different way. The problem is that in a situation like that, you try it once, and if it doesn't work, well, you lost the point, and it's not like you can get many more shots at that. The only other hero that I want to talk about before we go into Nepal is defensive Sombra. It was used very well right now. Mixed success yesterday. How does that actually help you on that point specifically, second and news?
I think he was prioritizing hacking the right targets this time rather than focusing as much on the packs. He got mega below, but he wasn't doing the flank packs that he was yesterday, allowing himself to do more damage and chase people down. It seemed like his priorities were a little more in line with what I'd like them to be.
I would say the real benefit, the Sombra, the stealth benefit as it were, no pun intended, is that for Sombra, what you're seeing from her is that she is a weapon in ultimate economy, because not only does she build her own ultimate very quickly, like it goes up fast, but you also have the dynamic there where if you run an EMP in a fight, you could win it so decisively that everyone else gets to save ultimates for that fight. So it gets you into a good chain of EMP this fight, normal ults next fight, EMP fight after. And for a last point like Anubis, where you have to not quite flawless it like you did before, but still win it pretty decisively, that can buy you a lot of time.
Well, if that is the reason to play Sombra on a point, we're probably not going to see very much Sombra on Nepal, as it's going to be a little bit less one time, one and done, and a lot more back and forth as we are going on to our third map between LG Evil and Complexity. LG Evil is only up 1-0 in the series, as the first map was a draw, but they're going to try to continue to gain small victories, leading towards hopefully a large victory as Complexity are fighting back to tie this series up here on Nepal.
Well, those are the sights and sounds of Nepal that you are seeing. That is a wonderful element, a great holy place here in the middle with a glowing ball of light. Just the sights and sounds of a place that is soon to be desecrated by war between Complexity and LG Evil.
An element you find at high elevation. Surprised we haven't seen them here in Denver. What's interesting mostly about this map is that it's the only control map that Complexity has won. They're 2-5 on control, both wins coming on Nepal.
Well, right now, LG Evil not really wasting a whole lot of time getting involved in here. Jake being very far up. Both Reinhardt's going to charge into each other, but it's Meza who pays the price early on. Although it's all going down here, 5v5, but take a look. LG Evil very much poking back Complexity here. Although that move almost sending him for a ride. Nicholas very close to pulling an ID there, but look at Jake here. He's going in off the flank once more, and this is going to open up opportunities for Train from the front.
Oh, he does get around back, but caught immediately. Torque with the clairvoyance, saw him coming. Nicholas with 2 kills. Complexity's taking this right back.
That's unfortunate when you go for the flank and it's so telegraphed that you have Roadhog waiting there with open arms and a hook. Really, the hook is the...
They saw... Well, I don't know if I want a hug from Roadhog either. Maybe.
He's cuddly.
Well, maybe when he's wearing the reindeer outfit. They saw him disappear to the right side towards Mega, and they didn't see him reappear, so that's exactly why they knew he was coming there. Maybe a little too aggressive. Vol takes down Meza. Both tanks now down for Complexity, but Nicholas brings it back.
Nicholas, the barrage from above, but it's going to be Jake as anti-air duty, immediately removing him from the fight. Now LG Evil looking to put bodies on set point. It's going up for them. They're going to recap this immediately, so relatively back and forth here between both teams. Jake going to go back with the rest of his team here. But Complexity, we'll see how they break through this here in a moment, because they don't have a whole lot to break this aside from the Nano Boost.
No, Jake in his position on the high ground behind the rest of his team has to be very careful here, trying to get that flashback. He's nailed so many of those the last couple of days. Torque very low despite the Nano Boost.
Torque taking more damage than perhaps he was expecting there. Nano or no is Train looking for knockoffs here. Whole Hog coming into the corner. Does enough to take down Nesh with the aid of Vol. 2-1 here in favor of LG Evil, and this is a fight that Complexity simply must give up.
Yeah, it's been over for a bit since they were whole hogged in the corner. Surprised that they still got caught out in their pack room, but going to rebound is LG, reset up their defense. Vol has the Graviton, Super's got his. There's a lot of ults they have to push in here. Complexity be best served trying to junk rush this, I think.
One would think here, but you take a look at LG Evil, they have a lot of ultimates up in this particular case, so we'll see if they use all of them. A good junk rush would work wonders. The Graviton's gonna come in. Doesn't do as much as you might think. Meza actually is still in this, but both teams gonna drop the beat. Complexity trying to turn it, but it's Jake! It was high noon, despite being low-high in the middle, whatever you want to say there. But hey, 2 kills off the Deadeye, a third finisher to finish things out. Jake, good positioning, able to win that fight for LG Evil.
Well, they traded out ults there. Both Earth Shatters, both Sound Barriers came down. Jake getting the best of it, though. He just hellos so often. He's got to be careful. The only time Jake is making mistakes is when he's playing too aggressive. However, that has been LG's style for quite a while.
I'm very curious where Jake is right now, if he really considered falling through that point. But meanwhile, Super just diving into Zarya here, making her life terrible as Nash just gets splattered against the walls. 2-1 here for LG Evil. This is 99%. This is do or die for Complexity, and they are choosing the option of die. Earthshatter comes down for good measure just to finish things out here. So Complexity, despite an early strike back, not able to come back in once more. LG Evil looking pretty strong.
So old LG Evil, when they were hammers, was known primarily for Super's hammer play. Constantly very aggressive. They reminded me of mini NIP. Not quite all the experience that they had. New LG Evil, based largely around Jake, but Super showing you he still has it.
I will say that there is a great loss of hammers becoming LG Evil, which is that fans of this team really like spamming the hammer emoji in Twitch chat, and that's no longer an option. I don't know what you would spam for LG Evil, but I just feel like the options are nowhere near as simple and effective as a mere hammer.
I think hammer's still fine. It's like wearing a throwback jersey, something along those lines.
Yeah, but Hammer's just picked up another team, so who are you really supporting?
That's true.
It's very unfortunate.
Fair enough. Shake is going to come out on the Zenyatta. They're running a very dive offense here. Is Complexity as they try to bring this one back. They have to find an answer for Jake. Perhaps he will just be sitting with discords on him the entire game.
Well, Jake is certainly a problem that needs to be dealt with here, because if you lose people, Jake will clean up the rest. Both teams being pretty tentative with the poke, but Super gets taken down early once more. The focus fire and Complexity on him working out. 2-1 in their favor as Nicholas now getting the work into the back line. Jake, McCree, under pressure here, not going to be able to get it done, and this is looking pretty good here for Complexity. They should be able to pick this up, though a few members of LG Evil still in and around.
Dive comp working out really well there as they dove into the front, forced them to the right side, and everyone was getting discorded and cleaned up. Nice coordination, good target calling there. That's what the Discord does so well. When things start to break down, every single target is going to melt. Works really well in this dive composition. I feel we're going to see a lot more Zenyatta in the future.
Well, I think the Zen is also to punish Super in his preferred mode of play, which is just holding down left mouse button and keeping the rocket hammer swinging the entire time. So meanwhile, take a look at Nesh coming in from the back line, finding Romp 420 effortlessly. 2 fans and a dash. He's out of it. Now going in for Jake. Was expecting the reaction flashbang. Did not happen because Jake didn't even know, but Nesh, 2 very vital kills that probably just win this fight outright here for Complexity.
Yeah, very nice for him. A hook will come in late, but all that hook does is draw out a discord and a following death. Complexity at 50% and counting, as they've yet to give up control of this second stage in Nepal.
So, Complexity, much stronger start here on the Shrine stage. We'll see if LG Evil can find a way through here. They don't have a whole lot going for them here. They're not even going to have Sound Barrier up until very late into this fight. So, they're running Jake on the McCree, but if he doesn't immediately take down Nesh, it's not necessarily going to be great here, at least for cracking the point in a low ultimate situation.
As we learn some about these new players, we'll see what Nesh can get done on his Dragon Blade. Here it comes.
Dragon Blade coming in. It is high noon as Jake picks up 3. Sometimes all you need is a cowboy. It gets the 4th for good measure. Death and destruction left in Jake's wake. Even picking up Nicholas for good measure at the very end.
Nicholas had a pulse bomb in there and was trying to bring it back. I think if that Dragon Blade stays alive, he definitely gets Jake, and perhaps Nesh can bring some more fight to it.
I just hope by next week Jake has changed his name to Jeff so we can say wrestle with Jeff, prepare for death. That would actually be an accurate description of that last fight.
Top meme. There we go. Fan the hammer, Electric Cowboy coming out, as that is 2 quick kills for LG Evil. Shake will take down his counterpart. Rob 420 goes down, but so far, fight largely in favor. And my goodness, Jake, he's a madman.
Is that time move right there?
No, that's Jake.
that is not a Finnish person that is now out of Apex. Rip Envy.
Well, Jake making a name of his own. No reason to call him Budget Taimu, as he is going to have a Deadeye up for this next fight. Still, Complexity in good shape. If they win a long fight decisively, take it out, perhaps they can take control of this map. Super's got Earthshatter looking to line one up around the corner. That's why he keeps peeking.
Oh, well, he peeks a little bit too hard, gets punished for it, not able to drop the hammer where he wanted it. So 2-1 here in favor of Complexity as Torque getting the work, gutting people down, but oh no. It's high noon once more. Will this connect? It somehow gets on the Meza. Who knows how? Got him at the very split second. And now, up here versus Nesh, and Nesh going to do enough to at least cause Jake to be out of the fight. But the rest of LG Evil coming back in, and Complexity actually in rough shape here as they're still struggling to bring this back.
Well, Joe Meister will sound barrier, but he's so low on health, he eventually goes down to Train, who is back in this fight. As you mentioned, the big boys, the beef on the ground is back for LG Evil. Still have not given up control at this point. Now Complexity has to be careful not to stagger here. It could be the last fight. LG Evil is at 95%.
Well, that's where Mezos is doing probably ready to buy some time, but Jake has returned. And it's on to fight, but Nesh immediately shoving a blade into his chest. 2 kills here from Nesh, looking for a little bit more Complexity. Not going quietly into that good night right now, as Nesh picks up a 3rd. So Nesh's Genji having a pretty good showing here thus far. It's going to let Complexity retake the point. 1 fight away here, Hex, from evening up this map.
That's a very nice stagger, a super important stagger, as Avast is not going to be able to speed boost his team out to the point. Now it's going to be desperate. Not only will they be down a man, but they might not even have the speed to get back here.
Yeah, hammers, please, or LG Evil, can you get to the point? You need the dash on there, and they do. They do cause overtime, but Jake going down immediately. They're not able to get good positioning at all. Vol is still around here as an X factor, but this is going to be a very hard task indeed. Vol, one of the last people remaining on the point, will lose that Tracer v Tracer. Well, more like Tracer and Friends versus Tracer, as Complexity holds on here on the Shrine, ending up taking it in the end. We're all tied up on the Paul, 1-1.
They are giving Jake the grim treatment. He is getting focused very hard. They're diving him as much as possible. You saw it. They sent a Genji and Tracer after him every time. Tracer's throwing pulse bombs, Genji on the other side. They're doing the best they can. So maybe see some switch ups here. Super, I don't think is going to run this 76, but maybe run a double hit scan to deal with these flankers, give Jake a little more space.
That or just throw more nano boosts on him. We always say Electric Cowboy. We can also say Lightning Cowboy. That's actually more intimidating. No,
well, I mean, lightning is just a form of electricity. You're splitting hairs there.
Yeah, but lightning, I mean, he's fast, he's doing heavy damage. I don't even know, I'm splitting hairs.
All right, well, Super is going to switch back last second here. So the exact same composition. They are not going to give up on it just because of one lost stage. Conversely, on the other side, they are still running triple DPS. Shake is off. The Zenyatta, though, is back onto the Ana instead, so no Discord orb available.
And both teams here can take it a little bit slow here. Complexity definitely not engaging very heavily. And oh, that might be why. It looks like we have a pause. Might have a disconnect in progress here. It is coming from the Complexity side, so that is why they did not engage, and that makes a bit of sense.
Yeah, just giving it up there. I think someone may have DC. Oh, just a little ping spike. So we're going to give it a second and just wait for it to...
Just everyone let go of your peripherals. Just give it a second. Let the tech gods do their work. No, yeah, so we'll be back here. But it does give me a chance to talk about one topic from that last matchup, and that is the emoticon question. And my question is, are hammers evil? Because then maybe they would still work as an emoticon. this is maybe a bigger question, but I guess is there any
Hammer?
evil? Yeah, the looks
I mean,
on
it
your
really
faces.
depends. Are you using hammers to build buildings for poor orphanages, or are you using hammers as a turtle in the Mushroom Kingdom to smash plumbers? I mean, there's a wide variety of uses here for hammers. Let's just be clear. The spectrum is very wide.
I don't feel comfortable answering that until I've had at least 24 hours to dive into
To
the
really,
deep
like,
philosophy of it.
Think about it.
How
you
dare,
know,
like,
meditate
that's,
on it a little
that's
bit.
heavy, man.
All right,
That's
we'll have
heavy.
to talk about it tomorrow.
You know what
then.
is also
Maybe
heavy?
not.
A hammer.
Wow. Just
I'm
on
surrounded
fire. Yeah.
here.
There's no escape, just so you
man.
know. And the
No.
longer this pause continues, the deeper into the rabbit hole we shall go.
Please unplug it and replug it in again. That's my tech support.
There
help.
it is.
Yeah.
You have everything you need as someone who's certified in some technical support
Did
options.
you wait 45 minutes on tech support to get that tip?
No, my power went out once and it fixed my internet issues.
There you go.
My power went out once. That's pretty next level stuff. As we're back.
Well, we are back into game here, and unfortunately for Complexity, that disconnect is going to concede a lot of early positioning here to the side of LG Evil. We'll see if they even get the point, but here comes Complexity, a little bit late to the party as Meza immediately going to fall, and that is just it's not even disconnect, it's just the lag spike where
Yeah.
it does concede first control of the point.
Going to be difficult. Shake and Torque, though, grab a couple of kills, important ones, too, as Vol's down, no have to worry about a hook. Rob went down, so a lot of the healing now unavailable. Nesh has been playing a nice Genji, though. That's always a question when you're looking at new players. How big is their pool? What is that pool? Couple of nice kills, Vast Torque. This should be Complexity taking it right back.
Dash reset after dash reset coming in here for Nesh, and what more do you need to retake the point? Of course, Nicholas having a good time of it definitely helps. So, Complexity, early tech issues notwithstanding, are able to recap here, and it's going to put the pressure now on the LG Evil to find a way of reversing momentum.
Still not a whole lot of changes from this LG Evil side. Vol has been really quiet on Roadhog so far when he's been playing it. His Zarya was much better on Kings, but so far not getting those enormous hooks and not going off the way we're used to seeing him go off on Roadhog.
Nicholas stalking the back line, going to give Vol a special delivery and a pulse pistol finish at the very end. So Vol already had this fight, not able to deal with Nicholas, but LG Evil, they retake the point in the middle of the fight, so they're playing with house money here. Nesh, late Dragon Blade coming out, getting booped and bopped around, gets nothing but a nano boosted hammer right into the grill. You see Torque not even gonna get a chance to really tack visor there, so Super clearing house with that rocket hammer, able to finish out the point.
One thing that has worked out well, and he's not shown up enormous in the kill feed, is running Meza on the Winston. It pressures Train and it pressures Jake when he is hanging out with Train because they're getting that cleave. So the positioning has not been ideal for where they want to be. They're at least making Jake uncomfortable, which is the first step to stopping him. Here comes Torque over the top.
What will make everyone uncomfortable is the nano visor coming out here from Torque. Takes down one immediately. Now playing around the side, and he's just feasting off of Vol here, man. Every fight getting 25% ult charge off him, taking him down. Vol is not protecting himself very well here, as Complexity in a very good position here to retake this point.
No, it has not been a banner round for Vol on that Roadhog. We'll see if he can switch it back around as Whole Hog will come online. All during those last couple fights, though, LG Evil had control of the point, just now being flipped back over by Complexity. 35% to 75% is your status update. Super's going to have Earth Shatter. That's about it for ults on the field, except for a Vast Sound Barrier.
And for Complexity, they have maybe a fight and a miracle fight to go into this if they lose this, so they don't have a whole lot of buffer remaining. Here comes LG Evil. They open up the Sound Baron. Vol, bit of redemption there, takes down Meza very early on to this fight, and that's going to set the stage for the rest of LG Evil to flood in here. It is a 5v4 still remaining. Nicholas still an X Factor that's moving in and around. He's picked off Tube, so now it's becoming more and more dangerous as he is unchecked. So is Nesh. And we'll see if the flankers can bring this around, but LG was able to recap the point there, Hex.
LG did grab that point back very easily. This is an ambitious Dragon Blade. If a Dragon Blade only kills Jake, is it worth?
If Jake falls in the forest, generally I would say no in that case. Jake did his job with a good trade out. He didn't burn an ult there, Nesh did. And what's important is that the control of the point still in favor of LG Evil, as Vol coming alive again, takes down Nicholas early on. There's no Tracer heroics on the menu, and that Earth Shatter is going to seal the deal. 2 extra kills here from Super. Complexity almost certainly going to be giving this one up.
Does appear so. That will take out Nesh out of suit for good measure as well. That is LG Evil tying up the map.
So for Vol, it was really a tale of two halves because he definitely started out relatively weak there, but man, got the pickoffs he needed towards the very end. So even Roadhog, of course, can be somewhat streaky in Overwatch.
I'm just starting to believe I have the reverse curse power, because every time I call someone out for not playing well, it seems my voice echoes through the ether. They hear me and they want to prove me wrong. So I'm for it, I guess.
Hex, just tell me that I'm definitely not going to run into a random pile of $1 million outside. Then we're good. I'm not splitting it with you either.
Well, wow, you really incentivized that deal.
I know. Well, listen, if it's $1 million, I won't know for sure if it was your power that did it. So I need to be a little bit greedy.
Why don't you just ask for 2 and split it?
Buy McDonald's.
All right, well, this is a 4th stage here on Nepal. LG Evil looking to go up 2-1 in the series, as they already had 1 map. This is, of course, our 3rd map, but we drew out on King's Row of all maps. So big one here. No composition changes of note except Shake back to the Zenyatta. It seems to definitely be stage specific.
Well, the Zenyatta is very good at punishing Super when he goes too far in, and Vol in particular. But Vol goes down with the ship after taking down Shake. So still 2 kills to 1 in favor of LG Evil here, as Nesh looking for a way of turning this back around. Darting around the outside here with Nicholas. Double flankers are a tool that you can use to turn fights around when otherwise it wouldn't happen. All 3 DPS for Complexity is still very much in this fight, so even though LG Evil has gotten the first cap, whether or not they hold will be a thing question. But Train off the nano boost takes down both Genji and Tracer as a diva, no less.
Well, it was a boosted Diva, which is a little bit different, a little less embarrassing to die as those heroes against the Diva. But when you have getaway mechanics and Diva Zania, it can be rough. She's got a good chase on her as well. So that is LG Evil taking first control, nearing 25%. Super worked his way up to an Earthshatter. Torque has been rather quiet lately, and I only say that because I expect an enormous tactical visor coming out.
Well, Tac Visor certainly going to get a little bit less than if you weren't going up against Reinhardt, but still Torque has found his moments over the course of the game. Meanwhile, of course, Vol sitting here looking for that early pickoff, and Complexity being somewhat tentative, but now they dive in. The Tac Visor coming out here from Torque, and here comes the Dragon Blade out from Nesh. So Complexity very much all in on this fight. Nesh able to find Super in the backfield early on, so 2 kills coming in from Complexity. They invest a lot of resources, though, Hex, to take this fight.
They did, but they needed to take it back at some point. Why not try there? And also, they knew they baited out some of the ultimates from LG Evil prior to that, so it's not going to be that much different of a disadvantage. In fact, look at this. Shake up, Meza up, Torque up. They actually have the ult advantage because they did so much damage there. Could get some work done going into this. 60% on the board for LG Evil. Jake had an enormous Deadeye on this stage earlier. I believe it was a 4K, and perhaps looking to set one up now.
Well, you see Jake running off to the flank, so I think that is a fair guess. Jake sneakier and McCree here, but this time the sneaking not going to be quite as uncontested. He gets a monkey in his face early on. Nicholas comes in to all the people that are protecting Jake, drops a pulse bomb, picks up 2, and that rotation from LG Evil not going to go the way that they were planning.
Not only that, but look at this. Complexity didn't have to use much. They're going to have mostly everything up. Pulse Bomb doesn't even count, really, in my opinion. It charges so fast if you're doing any significant damage as the Tracer, and with these alt batteries of triple tanks on LG Evil, not that significant. Nesh has played really well, about to have his Dragon Blade up 50%, about to tie up the percentages as LG Evil looks to rotate over top.
This is multiple threats, though, coming to LG Evil from multiple sides, as Nesh being a little bit on the... Oh, no, gets hooked in by Vol. He's not able to be that threat from the side, and suddenly an opportunity is opened up here for LG Evil, but Torque gets trying to shut down. Goes with the Tac Visor off the sound barrier. No one can really deal with him. He picks down 2 immediately, including Jake, so Complexity might have done all they needed to do to turn this back around, although they have invested now 3 ultimates into this fight, so it does come at a bit of a cost.
Jake invested his too. He moseyed out right into a tactical visor. I suppose if it goes down quick enough and Torque's not looking or doesn't have his sound turned on, then you're going to be able to get that, but that was an odd play.
Deadeye, if you actually look at the stats, has a very negative win rate when used in fights. Even at the high-end level, it's very difficult to get consistent value out of it, and we're seeing that from Jake. Even though he's had good Deadeyes, that was certainly one of the worst ones. But final opportunity here for LG Evil, trying to pull this back. Nesh draws the Dragon Blade early on, doesn't really get anything, ends up getting juked out of his cyber shoes, ends up getting slept as Super finishes the kill. 4v4 here on the point. Torque, though, still a threat. Nicholas still a threat. The TGO brothers trying to hold back LG Evil. Soundbear comes in late to the fight, and with Vol getting that hook, things perhaps might be turning in LG Evil's way, but Torque, Tac Visor is finally built up. He gets hooked right in, but still alive. Not going to be alive for long.
Well, Joe Meister saved him, I think, right there. That was probably a boop coming in, not letting him finish that off. Avast and Volv both get a couple of kills, though, and in the 11th hour, LG Evil will take it back, but they have to hold the entirety of this stage. If they do so, they will take the map.
And holding for the entirety is not that difficult here. It actually could even be one fight if it's a prolonged fight. If it's a quick fight, it's two. So in Complexity, it's in their best interest to actually dive in on this sooner rather than later. Time is ticking away because now, actually, if they lose this fight, it's probably over. They waited too long. We'll see how this fight works out. Super. Holding on to the hammer, holding on to the Earth Shatter. Evo's already down already. There's the Earth Shatter. Knocks down one. The Transcend's going to keep people alive in the aftermath, but Complexity's still not working with the full deck. 4 versus 6 here on the point. Volv very much poked down, and he will fall. Shake, able to finish it out. But while that's going on, Jake takes out the threat, and here comes what could be the finishing Dragon Blade. One slice, looking for more. Forces out the rewind. And while this is going on, we're in overtime, and LG Evil on the verge of finishing this out. They just need a little bit more.
Jake's switch on a Genji here has worked out really well, able to take down some of the threats, able to evade some others. They are getting every kill. Super swinging the hammer. Torque's going to try to get in. Sprint not able to get there. That is LG Evil taking it, and they're up in the series 2 maps 2-0.
So, I will say this for Complexity. Even though it is now 2-0 in favor of LG Evil, this has felt like productive losing, if there is such a term. And I only say that because I give Complexity a little bit more wiggle room because they are a new roster. And by the way, you don't see great Deadeyes like that all the time.
No, you don't. And I agree with you completely. If Decop and Bishu were playing and these were the same results, they would have answered my question that I had all last week of can they hang with Hammers or LG Evil? I've done that all night. I can't get over it. I did so much better last night on it. But you don't necessarily have to win, in my opinion, a lot of times. I didn't expect them to beat LG. I expected them to show up better and to show that possibly in the future they could beat LG.
Yeah, and I hate to speak in terms of like, well, potential.
Right.
But this is somewhat of a litmus test on those lines is, you know, with the tools that they have, if they hone them, what can they do? And we've seen some glimmers of hope here.
Well, I think the one thing that really does stand out here, because it has been a weak point for Complexity for quite a while, in all honesty, is that Nicholas and Torque have been question marks in regards to how much can they bring truly top-tier DPS performance. And I'm not going to say they're there yet, but this has been a far more convincing performance from them today than I think we've seen in quite some time. Nicholas, in particular, really having very good moments darting around on Tracer.
It's been the biggest difference between their 0-2 start and their 2-0 since start. They've looked so much more consistent. They've looked so much more just on. And that has always been the inconsistency question. If they don't play very well, 0-2. They start playing really well, 2-0.
Yep. And well, I mean, now I'm almost starting the point here. Like, now how is Complexity going to play if they can keep this roster together? We'll see. I really do think that also along the lines of who's doing your damage, that Nesh on Genji, I had some questions on King's Row. He played pretty good off tanks, but now that I've seen him on Genji in a successful circumstance, he might be someone that we can actually rely on for this Complexity team to try to carry. We're moving on to Gibraltar. So let's look at this map for these two teams. LG Evil actually hasn't seen it as much because they've been 3-0ing a lot more people, but tell us about how Complexity is played on Gibraltar.
Well, they're 2-0 on Escort. I know it's a small number, but one of those maps was Gibraltar. I think they have the tools to be able to do it, especially Torque 76. Again, we always mention 76 on this map, but that's been since closed beta, essentially. He's got such good high ground. If they wanted to run a Widow here, either offensively or defensively, they could. So there's a lot of different options. I really liked the dive composition they brought out on Control. It seemed to really make Jake a little more uncomfortable.
Well, if nothing else, this is a very good test as to where Complexity is when it comes to their performance on Escort maps, because you have two conflicting stats here. You have recent history where they're 2-0, but then you have their extended history where they're actually pretty awful on Escort historically. Now, of course, that does go back to the Har Blue days when you're looking at that, and so many things have changed. But this is a case where if they come in here and just get blown out immediately by Hammers, you can go, maybe they are still having some degree of trouble on these maps, or maybe Hammers is just really good on it. It's hard to tell because Hammers has been on top of the heap.
Just surprised you didn't bring up that one time Harblue beat Cloud9 by himself. Yes. I mean, I know how you like to talk about Cloud9. That was a different Cloud9, though. It was an absolutely different one.
That isn't even like as much as saying, oh, Cloud9, you lost us. That was just Harblue having himself probably I really stretch my brain to think about times where I've seen players have good games.
Better individual game.
That might be the best individual game we've seen at a high level between two top teams ever.
Alrighty, well, let's get back to these guys. LG Evil, as you know, there's plenty of Overwatch that we could talk about, but we need to talk about this right now because we're going into game. But my one final question is: do we still see this 3-tank setup with Jake just playing miscellaneous DPS? Or are we going to see something different out of LG Evil?
They said they've done nothing different tonight, so I will go on what I've seen most recently. And also it worked pretty well when they were playing against Immortals. The biggest question mark, in my opinion, is what kind of damage output are you going to get from your tanks, especially Vol?
Right, and I mean, for right now, for the side of LG Evil, why change what's working? You have no real reason to go in here and change up something that Complexity has not had a great answer for. The thing that is a little bit surprising me is that we thought initially that Jake was going more McCree on assault maps and all the rest, but he's been staying on McCree most of the night, so even as Grim Reality forsakes the cowboy, as it were, Jake has been taking up the mantle, which, who knows, maybe if Immortals is watching this, will inspire Grim to retake up the mantle, put on his cowboy hat, and make some grilled cheese.
Oh, the grilled cheese references keep on coming. I think you could make a grilled cheese on Gibraltar if you just left it out in the sun for a little bit.
It does look rather hot there. I take a look there and I just think, man, I would burn.
Maybe on top of one of that big orb in the background, probably. Anyway, this looks like no different setup for LG as they choose defense, Complexity on attack, of course, and if they have their druthers, they almost always play attack on maps like this. Torque for the moment on that Hanzo. That is very likely just to check for some cheese. Speaking of, up in the corner, make sure that they're not all hiding there, and he will use that Sonic Arrow to do so.
And for LG Evil, they might be taking a page out of the Immortals' selfless book here and how aggressively they defend this. Of course, there was a point where teams always held back. And actually for LG Evil, they're not really running the composition they would need to be that aggressive. It's much more standard defense, and so I could be looking to hold here in the server room.
Complexity taking all this free push. They're completely uncontested. They'll take high ground if they want. They've gotten it all the way through the car wash, not even having to dive yet, really. So giving up a lot of ground is this defense. Not exactly what we're used to seeing from LG Evil. They usually try to force fights early.
And clearly for LG Evil, this is their strategy right now, where they are just holding here in the server room saying, you guys, if you want to push a payload here, you're going to have to evict us at some point, and already getting that early pickup, they're in good shape. Now, Super ends up dying, Ben. Jake finding himself in trouble. Needs to get supported, will get supported, and now actually can turn the tables entirely on Nesh, finishing him off there, able to back out. Very nice support there coming into Rob 420, the support Jake shenanigans.
Well, Jake didn't hit every shot, but Rob did, and that was the important part of it. Had he missed one of those, he was already down to about 40 and taking damage, so really clutch play out of the support. And look at that, already charged up his ultimate. Jake is about 85% so far, so even though they gave up a lot of free push to Underhanger, they were waiting for that ideal moment. The hook signaled that it was time to go.
Plexi trying a different approach here as Torque going very long way around. Will be setting up the flanking soldier. Meanwhile, Nesh has a Dragon Blade ready to pierce through the front, so there will be a pincer tech coming out, and here comes Nesh coming in. Because Torque is in the back line, now he pulls out the blade, looking for the second kill after getting Jake. Not able to get it, in fact, getting hammered back a bit by Super, but with Super falling, this is actually working out pretty well. His attack visor does come into play from the back. No protection here whatsoever for LG Evil. Of course, D.Va does get him towards the very end, but it's thrown them so out of position here, Hex.
Jake took down Shake very early in that fight, and that is really going to hurt their healing. Whole Hog will come in to defend this as well. It is just Torque up. Meza goes down late there. Little shy of 2 minutes left to get this first checkpoint here, but they have gotten a lot of progress. They could roll in with a Transcend or a Sound Barrier. Generally don't want to use those at the same time, but that's all they've got up for Complexity. Blind Hook misses early through the doorway.
I will say it was part of the D.Va, but it is a little bit surprising that Complexity didn't get more off that attack visor. It looked like Torque had everything dead to rights, but really LG Evil was able to find a way back, and all of Complexity's good work seemingly for nothing. Now, they can't hold the server room quite as heavily now that the card is that far forward, as Nicholas and Torque get to pick up two here immediately. Nesh on the fall through, the triple DPS. paying dividends here for Complexity as suddenly LG Evil going to have to give up this point, but it's clean enough and the cap quick enough that they shouldn't have to deal with much in the way of split spawns.
Well, we'll see. That is always what we assume on Gibraltar, and it's never the case because Gibraltar, notorious for its split spawns. Super just making sure he gets a quick and clean death by going back to the card. It seems no matter how clean a wipe is, 2 people die on splits on Gibraltar.
Well, the interesting thing for there is I think Super just never died. He was the Reinhardt that lived until he didn't.
I think he was coming out of that left spawn and he just chose to go forward. I thought I saw his silhouette.
It's possible. It's hard to tell.
Yeah, it does not matter in this case. He got back there to get a couple more hammer swings so that he would have an ultimate working, but they had to give up this high ground. It becomes very difficult to evict. Here comes a giant Dragon Blade.
Dragon Blade coming in, Sound Barrier protecting him, but the on and aid going to stop him from getting heals. Nesh, though, still able to cut down Super, gets enough support to make it work. 4 kills here from Complexity, and this hanger phase quickly passing by LG Evil. They're going to be lucky to have even an attempt here on second once more.
Even if they're able to evict and get a full wipe, they don't have necessarily the composition to be able to hold this high ground. I do think they will come in. That is their style, LG Evil. You don't want to give up points for free. They could have an Earth Shatter, but that Winston Shield has done a good job of slowing down the block.
Well, the pulse bomb coming out here from Nicholas, and he does get robbed for 20. It's not a stick, but it still connects. 2 kills early on here. No more healing really in the back line of LG Evil, and they don't have the resources to bring this back. They do a very late sound barrier, but this is suspect at best. Still, though, Train with the self-destruct getting on the Joe Meister. Potential here, maybe, but it would be kind of a throw here for Complexity not to take this point. You just have an overwhelming advantage, and the Dragon Blade will be sealing that here with the Aid of Transcendence.
The good thing about that fight, at least late, is they forced out the Transcend, forced out the Dragon Blade, forced out Primal Rage, so despite losing a lot, coming in there towards the backside did cause them to maybe take a bump in economy as they look to finally set up a decent defense. Nicholas up top. Jake with a very long range Helix takes down Shake.
Torque getting that long hook goodbye there as Vol going to bring him back in. So for LG Evil, this at least is going to stop Complexity for a little bit. It'll let them maintain their defense in a more sustainable position. Complexity going to have to back this out in just a bit. So LG Evil actually in a great position here to stall out the last of the 3 minutes. Sometimes momentum gets away from you. Perhaps not this time.
Being pretty aggressive, thinking better of it as Jake gets discorded there too. I feel like LG Evil is in an odd spot sometimes where they don't know if they want to get super aggressive and they don't know if they want to play defensive. It seems like they're a little bit out of it tonight.
Well, we do have the tech advisor coming over the top. Jake immediately bopping Nesh, firing through, causing the rest of Complexity to run for their lives, and certainly Super is there with the rest of the fall through. Swings the hammer with the Vost, and Complexity fully cleaned out of that fight.
And again, Torque used his attack visor there late, got no value off of it. Shake's gonna switch, Torque's gonna switch, they were throwing it in. Torque's gonna switch, but they're still gonna run a 76. Nicholas just wants to play it instead. Torque will go over to Roadhog, so wholesale changes on the side of Complexity to try to crack this last point. Regardless, still doing pretty well as that hanger phase was incredibly quick.
All right, so LG Evil here still with some tools in their belt. Complexity gonna have to do this without much of anything, going in rather dry, as Torque does have hookup, of course, as Roadhog, but he's getting pushed out of the fight, not able to go for the attempts he's looking for, and LG Evil sees this as the time to go, although Sleep Dart comes in, gonna stop the rampaging Roadhog. So both teams exchanging a bit of poke, neither team coming out ahead. And now Complexity actually might have an opportunity as they bring this back in, but they do have to be aware of those tangles.
Well, they just had to burn 2 ults, and they got 0 out of it. That shield stayed up. They were able to round the corner, so a Nano Whole Hog got nothing. Not exactly what you want there. Self-destruct's coming over top. There is a shield in there, but still grabs 2. Nicholas and Shake go down.
If I were an NFL referee right now, I'd be holding both my arms up because that was beautiful. Straight through the uprights, taking down 2. And off-train self-destruct. Complexity finding this to be a corner of death indeed.
I think that was much more decisive from LG Evil, though, that they decided to get aggressive. They didn't want them to set up top. They wanted to evict them from that point. It's what they failed to do on to second. Now they have the high ground. They're going to be the aggressors.
Well, we are down to the final minute here. Complexity going to have to try and find a way through. They still have not been able to get much up in the way of ultimates, but at least they have a sound barrier they can use so early on. But here comes the Nanovisor over the top. It's going to force out the sound barrier immediately. Jake, no fear, diving to the back line, just shooting at literally anything he can. Has to back out. The rest of his team not getting a whole lot of fall through there, so the sound barrier does keep them alive, but oh my goodness, Shake falling to Vol at the very end. There's 25 seconds left, and maybe Complexity gets another fight off this. The only silver lining.
Maybe. If you're wondering what those lines are on your screen are when Jake's alive, it's generally the defense matrix keeping him alive yet again after a hook.
Well, Complexity, they do build up 5 ultimates now, so they're everything coming online at the last moment. 10 seconds left remaining. A true opportunity here to finish out Gibraltar. Time won't be remaining, but an overtime push very much on the way. We're taking a look at Nesh here, holding on to the Graviton, looking for the perfect setup. The Graviton is going to come in. Grabs in 3. The fall through, not necessarily there. The corner actually making it very awkward for the fall through. So LG Evil sustains. Now coming back into the fight. They take down 2, and suddenly things looking a little bit rough here for Complexity. They've lost 2 in this fight. They're still looking for anything to move it around, but Jake, undeterred, moves in from the flank, grabs the final 2 kills with the nano boost. Make it 3 here, Hex, because Complexity gonna get stopped right here before last.
Just better alts. Just better alts. The Earthshatterers came in after one completely missed. The other shut down a nano-boosted attack visor into a charge that shut down the Complexity threat very early on. Not much more to say. They had everything they needed. They had all the tools in the bank. LG Evil simply executed better on their ultimate abilities.
And that's unfortunate for Complexity. I mean, again, you had 5 ults going in. That was actually an incredible window. I think they're going to go back and look at this and kind of kick themselves a little bit. Hex going, we let one get away from us here. And I think what it comes down to is I really did not like that Graviton by Nesh. And I understand they saw 3 people, but you grabbed people into a situation where they're going to have natural cover, and the rest of your team is way behind you. So effectively, they threw away their Graviton there. And it is, by the statistics, the most impactful ultimate in the game. It is the ultimate that if you use it, you're most likely to win the team fight. So to get nothing off your Graviton is actually a very big loss.
Absolutely. I think a lot of that was worried about the D.Va, who was right there, and the moment they saw an opportunity to maybe sneak it around the D.Va, but you're right, pulled him around the corner and then wasn't able to be their own follow-up as the hook came in, forced out the shield, just not ideal. And then the Earthshatter didn't connect onto Super, who in turn Earthshattered their last offensive threat, the nano-boosted Soldier 76, and was able to charge him out of the wall. So just execution there. I will say overall, as a note, I've talked about LG being different as far as stylistic compositions, if they want to run this, if they want to run that. One thing that has always remained is being aggressive on defense. They found a little bit more of that there towards last than they did on second. I'd like to see them play a little more aggressive. That's what I've always liked about this team.
Well, we're going to get to see what the Complexity defense has in store for us here, and it's interesting to see how they're setting this up here, where they're not going to be running the Reinhardt, instead running with Roadhog and Winston. So this is a hybrid dive setup that has a little bit of meat to the back. It's not exactly what you always see here, but very well could work out.
A little bit odd, of course, on the other side, it is 3 tanks and Jake. That's what this team has been running most of the evening. Jake takes every free moment he has to say, hey there, I appreciate it, pointing out his targets before he tries to put the 6-shooter to him. Rotating up top here, looking for anyone who's going to peek. Again, a lot of free push happening here as it seems that Complexity does not see an opportunity. They're holding very far back, almost all the way up at glass.
Complexity giving a lot of room here to the side of LG Evil. They're playing this much more old school. In fact, Hex, this resembles old school Crossfire defense, if nothing else.
Well, it's going to matter where that other fire is coming from. They gave up a lot of ground, get them all in as a sloppy engagement over the top as they drop their Reinhardt. Jake gets his first pick, though.
Jake, headshot, body shot, goodbye, good night to Nesh. 2 kills coming in very quickly here from the side of LG Evil, and the server room might become a tomb, Hex, if nothing else here, as they're down players. It's going to be very difficult, and oh my goodness, Bull, the flick scrap gun shot coming out from Roadhog. This is decisive, and this is going to be the hanger. And split spawns very well could be on the menu. Let's see what LG Evil is going to feast on here as they waste no time going in and actually
nothing.
Nada. Zip.
Who'd have thought?
Buffet's closed.
What's so crazy about LG Evil is that even when they mis-execute a play, they have the pure skill to pull it off because they wanted to bring Super up top with them. He fell down and they still went in and got the kill on Nesh, which has really opened that up, killing the Soldier up top.
Well, the hook does come in here from LG Evil. They're not able to get the immediate pickup here, but certainly Complexity under pressure. Super nano boost, fine shake. That's one way of getting rid of a Discord Orb. Fire strike in onto Roadhog, and Super on the prowl, on the hunt, eats a hook, but does not matter as Torque dies immediately. So Complexity's defense looking very, very lost right now, but it's been some nice execution coming in here from LG Evil.
Well, on both sides, we've always said the first fight into hangar phase is going to be your best, as you don't have to push through small doorways. The defense is not necessarily established up top. We've seen both teams take extreme advantage of that. The highest of noons potentially incoming.
Jake in or the ship, and you're right, it is high noon, it is high elevation, holding on to those skulls. Had a chance to take out the Genji there, doesn't take it, instead goes for the bigger Deadeye onto the main fight. Doesn't get any direct kills, but does do quite a bit of damage. Partial damage from Deadeye is the thing, is Jake right now not even utilizing his keyboard, just moving his mouse. Why move when you can be a turret, McCree? This is McCree's Bastion impression.
A pretty good one as well. Jake's going to roll through. Another hay there as he rolls down. Likes to point out his targets. It's kind of intimidating.
Beep boop, partner.
Well, he is part robot, after all. We don't know which parts were used in McCree's.
Is that a regulation auto-aim in your right hand, McCree, or are you just happy to see?
They do take this high ground, getting very aggressive still over top, and these flankers have not been able to do any work on them so far. Deadeye's going to come in, try to get something. The sound barrier going to make it much more difficult. Still finds two.
Well, anytime you have Electric Cowboy plus High Noon, it is going to be all sorts of deadly. Jake finishing out 3 here, and happy to see this better use of McCree play coming out here. Of course, we used to see this a lot from Mortals. Grim Reality has forsaken the Cowboy, but Jake has not. In over the top now. Good positioning here once more as Complexity really struggling to hold us back. Remember, they didn't even finish out the map, so it's just a yellow box victory here for LG Evil. 4 minutes for the win, and hex, they might not even need it. Nesh, gonna try and be the difference maker here. No, he's not even on the cart as it goes down, although the cart was not a safe place. Genji flying away. So that's gonna be LG Evil taking Gibraltar and taking the series 3-0 with a draw on Kings Row.
At some point, flankers and DPS have to swallow their pride and say, we can't deal with this McCree. We've tried, we can't deal with it, he's got too much support, and switch on to something different. Because he ran wild. He absolutely ran wild there. They'd send 2 flankers at him. Look at this. This is a perfect example. 2 flankers below him. He's just going to rotate over, get a boost, clean up. Where these other 2 flankers, whatever, it doesn't matter, going to clean them up too. Like, at some point, you got to send a diva after him. You have to send something after him that's going to make him more uncomfortable because he fed on those flankers all day.
It just makes you wonder why I don't see nano boosted McCree more often, because I've always thought it's been effective, and yet teams, I'll tell you why. They go 76 more often because it's more reliable. You hit the button, it aims for you, you can still move, everything else. And yet we still see that McCree, when well played, with good positioning, can be a threat with that level of support.
Yeah, I think that you mentioned the 2 most important aspects of Jake's success, and positioning is one of them, because about 50% of the time he was going off, he was above them there at the end on the spaceship, and a couple of times, even on Nepal, he was finding positioning where you're like, the other team is just like, I don't know where he is. We've seen that multiple times. And then the other 50% of the times, when they do know where he is, you've got, Diva there, you've got a couple people supporting. But I do think that positioning is going to be a huge X factor if you're going to overcome Jake on McCree. And that is something that once you do overcome it, then maybe Jake goes right back, because we're watching him go off right now.
Is this just regular replay or the Jake highlight reel?
It might be the Jake highlight reel. I mean, we'll see what else is on here, but if it was the Jake highlight reel, kudos to the replay team here, because why not? Now, unfortunately, we do have a 76 in here. Boo. It's still Jake, though.
No, I was going to say, there's no difference between the regular games and the Jake highlight reel. That's exactly, they're the exact same thing.
Yeah, when you ask that, I just, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes and yes.
Yeah. Well, let's talk a little bit about complexity, because, we could really just talk a lot about that amazing push on Gibraltar, but I want to break down complexity, because we did not expect them to come in and win. We wanted to see what kind of a fight they could put up, and specifically I want to look at the 2 new players. Let's start with Meza. How was his performance? Did he stand out at all on Winston and Reinhardt?
I would say he stood out by not standing out, in a sense. I wouldn't say Meza lost them the game. I don't think he was necessarily winning them games. If you compare it objectively to what we saw coming out from, say, Decop had much more game-changing plays than Meza did as far as trial performance goes. And I will say this, though. I did like the addition of Nesh. And I think that Nesh gave Complexity a much more convincing triple DPS option than they've had. So if I were Complexity and I were managing this right now, and I hate to be the arbiter of justice, but I would be questioning Meza, but hopefully optimistic on Nesh.
I agree with you in a sense, but let me put this to you about Complexity's old roster. Because it might even be more than that.
Yeah, let's see.
Because Meza, to me, had a very JKW-like performance, and I don't think that's a bad thing, because you know exactly what JKW is going to bring you on Reinhardt. You know he's going to have his shield up most of the time. You know you can play around it. I think that's what these DPS players like to play behind. They played very differently with Winghaven. I thought Decop was the perfect mix of both of those, and I brought that up when Decop was on the team. But this team is very comfortable knowing exactly where their Reinhardt is, a Reinhardt who will be there. So I would say that to table it. I agree with you that you could get bigger plays out of your Reinhardt, but this is a team that's played behind a Reinhardt who is steady before.
Well, so what you're saying is, ensures that Complexity is content with mediocrity.
At certain positions, yes, I think so.
Why not shoot for the stars?
Because every time they shoot for the stars, they get a tank who leaves them the next week.
Fair.
The only thing I'll say about Meza is he died a lot early on Winston. I think that his Reinhardt play was a lot better. He had a couple of shield battle wins and didn't really stand out too terribly much, but maybe for the best in that case. But he did die a lot early on Winston. He was diving in, and some of that might be just the team cohesion when you're diving in on Winston. It's definitely different than having the Reinhardt shield up where you're like, is everyone behind me? But let's talk about Nesh in that case. I think he was a boon to their DPS threats. But let's walk through some of the heroes that he played, because I think he played 4 today.
Well, he played Genji and Soldier 76 in most recent memory.
Yeah.
Zarya.
And I think he played Diva just a sec. I'll have to go back and look.
It's possible, during the course of that set. So, I mean, it is an interesting hero pool where clearly he's there in part for Complexity to have the flexibility to run triple DPS options. And frankly, when you look at his projectile DPS on the Genji side of things, at the very least, he is clearly a stronger Genji than either Nicholas or Torkar. I mean, actually, frankly, Complexity has not been able to run Genji basically ever.
Yeah.
No, I mean, the times where Torque has been on, it's just been, really? This is your Genji? This is your top level stuff? It's like watching Envious try and play Genji. It's not a pretty sight.
Right.
Yeah, actually, I had a moment there where at the end when he was on 76, I was just thinking, another guy that can play 76, and we've criticized them for like, well, who is Complexity's, who are their main heroes that they play? And they even swapped at one point. Was it 76 swapped from Torque to Nicholas, and then Torque was on? It's like the swaps are just.
We're all soldiers now.
Yeah, we're all. Oh my gosh.
Well, my line has been stolen. This is great minds meme alike, Hex. That's really.
All right.
What?
All right.
Anyway, well, with that victory, LG Evil is 6-0, and that is going to be the last game we see of them this week. So we're going to have to see what they can bring us next week. That said, Complexity, they're now tied with Immortals at 2 and 3. Yep. So both of them are going to be fighting at the middle of the pack. But next up, we're going to be watching Team Liquid and Renegades. I don't want to talk too much about that. We're going to go to a short break. Don't go anywhere because there's more Overwatch Carbon Series yet to be had tonight.
Because I give Complexity a little bit more wiggle room because they are new roster. By the way, you don't see a little bit overextended. There's the hammer coming down from Super. Gonna be knocked. Complexity now trying to take advantage of this torque, piling on. Tac Visor and Nano Boost in play, picks up 2, and this is just going back into this fight. It's Torque again over the top. Tac Visor being dropped right down into the Earth Shatter. Suddenly, the support backline for LG Evil getting absolutely throttled.
By the time Super picked out Nicholas as well.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Overwatch Carbon Series. Gil Frost, Hex, and ZP here once again for one more match to close out tonight here in Week 3. We just watched LG Evil 3-0 Complexity. There was a draw in there, but they are definitely still looking as strong as they ever were. And we're about to watch two more teams duke it out. That is going to be Renegades, who's currently in second at 3-1, facing off against Team Liquid, who is tied for that last place spot. So taking a look at these two teams, Detroit Renegades and Team Liquid, what are we expecting coming in here? High level.
So personally, going into this, I feel like Team Liquid might be in the position to play spoiler on a great many of teams. Now, you take a look at the Detroit Renegades, I would say that in terms of consistency, they're like a higher level LG in terms of the idea that they have times where they look very good, and then they have times where they suddenly look very bad. I'd probably say the biggest warning sign for Detroit Renegades was that you look at the Overwatch Monthly Melee, where they go out relatively early in day number 2. They showed a bit of weakness. And I think the thing that is very clear here is that there's more of a blueprint that's been laid out for how to deal with them. It was probably set out by Rogue, where Mangachu just ran into a brick wall in AKM and Unco. And now I think teams are actually dealing with Mangachu a lot better than they were before.
On the other side, Team Liquid has given us all hope, is in classic Liquid style.
They will, yes.
They finally won a set yesterday, but what was looking like they were just dead in the water, now if they win this, they're 2-4. There's a couple other teams that are 2-3 and floundering a little bit. They could climb right back into this. Now the question is, do they have the hit scan to be able to deal with Mangachu? That's always the way you're going to be able to shut down Renegades, but they looked much better yesterday.
Yeah, and honestly, if Team Liquid is able to pick up a victory here, the bottom 5 teams, is it bad that I'm seeing the bottom 5 teams out of 6?
No, it's correct.
But they're all very close.
Yeah.
I mean, it really is still very fluid there. On the other hand, then you've got LG Evil at the top, just kind of, watching it all as it unfolds. But let's take a look at Team Liquid's roster, first of all, here coming in, because there's one key change that they made because this is actually a rematch from Renegades took it 3-0 in their first matchup, but they were facing off against a very different Team Liquid roster. Shatter 2K, the main difference. So what has he brought to the table for Team Liquid?
Genji?
Genji.
Go ahead.
Team Liquid has a Genji, which was going to be our response. But yes, they actually have very reliable projectile DPS in the Genji slot, which they have never had. Interestingly enough, that's also something that Complexity had in the last matchup. So all of a sudden, NA teams finding their groove with Genjis across the board, perhaps.
Yeah, and I think that is a theme that we've noticed. And we've noticed that, Tracer is important. Genji maybe even has been the most important, and Pharah. These have been the 3 heroes that have kind of defined the DPS meta. And to have all 3 threats is very important, and Liquid finally does have that to some extent. The player to watch, though, coming into this matchup for Team Liquid is going to be AZK. He's been, I would say, similar to Nicholas and Torque, someone who has had mixed performances in the long term, but he has really been turning it on here, specifically on Tracer. But walk us through AZK. Why are we going to be watching him this matchup there, Hex?
His Tracer can be very, very good and has been strong in a lot of cases. What I think we need to see out of him and expect, we saw a little bit a couple times, is his McCree, because McCree's the most reliable way to shut down the Pharah, which Renegades is going to run. They run it more often than any other team, so AZK has to show us a little bit of AKM.
Well, I just wonder if he can do that, because it actually reminds me of a conversation I was having with a undisclosed top player just the other day, where we were discussing the prevalence of AZK and how he has been playing better, and then it's just like, yeah, but you can't put him on McCree, as McCree is far less good when compared to his Tracer. So that creates a problem, is that I don't know if he actually has it in him at this current time to run a good McCree. Historically, he did have it at points, but we haven't seen it recently, and McCree is sort of a use-it-or-lose-it hero. If you're not playing McCree regularly, I actually think you're going to find it very difficult to bust out a very good McCree spur of the moment.
Well, we'll see if they have a different answer in that case against Mangachu. Let's take a look at the Renegades roster, Mangachu being one of the highlights there. Overall, but yeah, coming into this, he's played mostly Pharah and Bastion, but he's played a whole bunch of stuff. Torbjorn. I mean, he's looking at the number of heroes that he's played. He may have the longest list. But taking a look at the other threats on this roster, what do we think about Renegades coming into this matchup?
Well, you take a look at Renegades, of course, coming in, and I feel like the biggest problem that they've had in general is that when they run triple DPS, overall it has not been a balanced attack. I do feel like Saipe is actually capable of a lot more than what we've seen from him, but for better or for worse, they live and die by their investment in Mangachu. When Mangachu goes down, the rest of the team follows, but part of that is because they're running things like Pharah Mercy. And if they're running things with, like, say, Mercy and Anant at the same time, or they're running whatever they might be in, they're throwing so much support behind Mangachu that Saipe is sort of a lone warrior there. I think that more effective triple DPS setups, like you see out of Rogue, are a little bit more balanced, where everyone is getting a bit of the support love, multiple threats going throughout the entire team.
Multiple equal threats, and I think still the biggest question we have about Mangachu is sometimes that stubbornness, which has straight up cost them maps at times, him not switching off of Pharah, him going after targets too hard as Pharah and not getting those kills. That is when they've struggled the most, and I agree with you, especially on Saipe when you're running the Genji and he's not getting the support he needs. It's very difficult for a Lucio to just chase the Genji around. He needs that ultra mobility and be able to come back to an Ana on the sightlines, and when you're running a Pharah with a Mercy, there's no Ana to come back to. You're on a leash, a very short leash, and you can't be as effective on Genji.
Well, and talking about the 3 DPS, well, one of them is our highlighted player to watch for them, by the way. It's Jesus is going to be the one we're going to be watching. And it's kind of the potentially the Tracer v. Tracer battle, as he's been playing a lot of Tracer. But I would honestly question, in lieu of what we've seen from Jake and how they've been running 3 tanks, and then just supporting Jake, do you do that with Mangachu? Do you put Jesus on the Roadhog and Saipe on, like a Diva, or he has played some Zarya this event, and do kind of what they've been doing?
To the Roadhog, yes. I've seen Jesus play a pretty good Roadhog before, although I don't think it's his favorite hero to play. And I think a lot of this comes into Renegades when they struggle, is they're trying to put people onto heroes that aren't necessarily what they're best at. I don't think you should ever really put Saipe onto Diva either, but I don't know. J3zis can play a pretty good Roadhog when he's forced to, but I think he prefers to play the DPS.
Well, I think for Jesus right now, the best thing to keep him on is probably Tracer. I think that what we've seen as Tracer, it's been explosive, it's been impressive, and when you have a guy that's verging on potentially going up to soon levels of Tracer play, I think you let that ride in this meta, because we are in a case where we see good Tracers able to run it, rain, sleet, or shine, and really bring it to the other team. So yeah, Jesus had good moments on Roadhog. I would probably prefer to see him on Tracer based on recent performance.
You can also run a McCree if needed.
He actually has run McCree. Maybe that's an answer. The thing is you're going up against maybe ID's Pharah. Mm-hmm. It hasn't been as effective, been a little bit of a mixed bag. And normally ID's bringing that out as more of a counter Pharah. And that maybe is their answer. If they don't have a McCree, well, let's throw ID into the mix and see what he can get done, and maybe distract Mangachu, as we've seen him get a little focused too hard. But we do know our first map. It is going to be King's Row, and once again, this is a rematch, and this actually was the first map we played. And Renegades, their home team this time, they picked it up, and they were the ones that found victory the first time around. And honestly, Saipe, this was his Genji debut, I think, in some regards. Obviously, he's well known as a Genji player, but he played very strong. But anything else we can expect to see on King's Row?
ID on Soldier 76, very likely on the high ground. He's been wanting to play that a lot. I would say also, before we mention in this match, if they do start struggling with the Pharah and Dahang doesn't switch to Zenyatta, that's a missed opportunity. He's one of the best Zenyatas in the game, and I think you can throw him on there, and then you don't have to switch to a Pharah. A Zen and a 76 can deal with a Pharah Mercy combo rather effectively.
I will say this, is that Team Liquid has very much been pinning their hopes and dreams on running triple DPS often. It is one of their most run compositions, like 45%, period. And I don't like them when they run triple DPS. They have had more success running a 2-2-2. Mm-hmm. The problem is they're trying to force the meta, but if you look at the personnel they have right now, I think ID is far better when he's in the off-tank role over DPS. So I don't know. I don't like that Liquid is trying to come at from this angle. I think they'd be more effective if they played more to their strengths rather than going into what is popular at the time. But we'll have to see. I do think Renegades has high highs, low lows. They could be vulnerable here, the Team Liquid, who could bloody the record up a little bit.
All right. Well, we do head into Kings. Let me ask you something, because I think we both agree it would be an upset if Liquid beat Renegades. But what % chance, if you had to put a number on it, what % chance do you give them of the upset?
What % chance? It's hard to say because we don't know what Renegade's going to be like going in, but without seeing anything, I actually put it as high as 30%.
I was just going to say 30%. We are mind melded tonight, sir. Well, defense first will be Renegades. Offense for Liquid will be coming out. And you know what was actually a revelation when Liquid won yesterday was that ID played a really good Reaper. So far, he's queued up on that. I'd be surprised if he plays it on, well, actually, no. It's really good running through Hotel if they have a certain strategy. So that was a hero he did really well on, specifically on Temple of Anubis yesterday. So Liquid has been switching things up. I think, though, they must have big games from Shatter as well, who we didn't talk about a whole lot in the pregame.
Shatter, of course, has been giving Team Liquid a lot more options. Again, I don't think he gives them a great triple DPS, although I will add as one amendment here, Reaper has clearly been ID's best DPS hero,
Yes.
period.
Yep.
So, but he's not going to be running it here, unfortunately. He's going to be opening at the Widow, which actually hasn't been that bad for openings, but I would actually be interested to see a Reaper on offense here. Unconventional, yes, but certainly playing more of the ID strength.
As a hero, we think largely of 76 and Pharah. Those have been two of his weaker heroes lately. It has been Widow and Reaper he's done the most work on. He's going to come out with this Widowmaker. Hits some sort of shot, not enough of a kill, though, right away. On the low ground here, going to rotate up top, looking for more picks. Can be so pivotal here, just shutting down sight lines, letting the rest of his team come in. And you see the retreat already into the back corner from Renegades.
The bigger issue here is that he's basically put an invisible pair of shackles onto Mangachu, where Mangachu must respect the Widowmaker, must prioritize the Widowmaker when going in, and while he's doing this, he's not able to be anywhere near as aggressive as he would like to be. So ID, before even firing a single shot, has greatly modified how Renegades plays this defense.
And he keeps checking that window because that's the window where Mangachu likes to hang out the most. They did get Sherlocky early. Mangachu does come back and takes AZK, and now they're flipping it back around as Jesus does hit that hook onto Rafa. Not enough huge damage coming out. However, Liquid's still in this, evening it up. Shatter with a huge dash.
Shatter with 2 kills early on here, and that's what you want out of your Genji. You want that dash reset contribution. He already almost has a Dragon Blade up, so he could have that as a finisher, but the deflection coming in. AZ can't the fall through. And now, not only have they taken this point here, Hex, but they're going to have heavy momentum going into second. So Team Liquid, off this 1-2 combo of AZK, followed through with by Shatter, is really finding power that they haven't really had in their DPS, arguably ever.
We forgot to mention one of the best ways to shut down a Pharah, because you don't see it all that often. Widowmaker can be very, very good against Pharah. As we saw there, he was able to get the finishing blow. AZK got 3 final kills there, and now look at this. Tracer and Genji both with ults up, both in sneaky spots as the cart gets free push.
Well, ID is certainly under pressure in the back, is able to get away, and so long as ID is on the Widowmaker, Mangachu cannot move as openly as he'd like now. More room to flank and be sneaky here, no doubt about it. But here comes Shatter, gets hit by the Bionade, can't go in with the Dragon Blade as a result. But both teams trading out, Mangachu gets that back, takes down ID.
So low.
Probably a little bit better here to save the Blade and wait, but still very good progress by Team Liquid here. They haven't lost that much losing in this fight.
Tahang will eventually take down Mangachu, who almost fell to a great dash through from Shatter there. As you mentioned, he will save that blade. ID off of the Widow doesn't work quite as well when teams are prepared for it, so first push is often where you see Widow, and then team switch off. He will go on to the Soldier 76, although perhaps a Zarya might be better here. They are running Pure Dive still.
Pure Dive is coming in. Here comes Dragon Blade into the back, coming in from the side of Shatter, looking for anything right now, but really not able to get much. Sound Barrier, Runes to stay, Nano Booster, no. And here comes a counter grounds on Renegades, firing right back. Justice raining from above. Mangachu set up perfectly for that barrage, picks down 2. Does die at the very end, so the Pharah curse continues, but martyred for a good cause.
Well, that's just par for the course, as Pharah. You get what you can from Justice, and then you deal with the consequences later. Saipe has been playing this Zarya, and that's why you saw the Graviton coming through right there. AZK still on the Tracer has been of great effect. Their next initiation will very likely come off of a Sound Barrier and push in. Shatter off the Genji. It's going to switch to a Roadhog instead, oddly enough. ID still on that Soldier 76.
ID is in the 76, and Renegades for now holding firm. They haven't really been pushed back for quite a while here. Juvenile taking down Dehang. 3 unanswered kills early on here. ID able to get 1 in the midst of it, but that's going to be it. And Renegades, this has been a brick wall of mechanical skill here, Hex. I mean, sure, they've had some good ult combinations, but more so than anything else, Liquid has just been failing to get first blood pickoffs here in these fights, and it just has not gone well for them.
I think maybe one more fight that goes that way, and you're going to see Renegades move forward and perhaps put the spawn camp on the other team. You saw Mangachu poking a little farther forward. If this cart rolls back around second bend, they'll essentially be risking nothing by doing so.
On the same note, they've been defending so well here. Why rock the boat is, AZK in trouble here on the top. Has to back out. Panic sound barrier coming in to protect ID as he was running out there. And that's not great here from Team Liquid. Very discombobulated. Panic really from Rafa, and it's good for bad. The worst is Mezar just stuck in the corner. Now, ID gonna try and twist around the attack visor, moving in, but gets hooked. The sleep dart saves him at the very end, so bit of exchange here that Liquid is going to win, and they will finally get payload push, but it doesn't mean they're gonna get the point here, Hex.
No, not at all. There still will be time for them to come back and contest this. The cart's still not even around second bend as they rotate out, and they're going to have a ton to defend this. Graviton, I mean, just what don't they have? They don't have Nano Boost. Everyone else is going to have ultimate during this fight. Going to be a monumental task for Liquid to be able to break through. Maybe Mez can do it with the Giant Earth Shatter. This is the point he's been best with Earth Shatters on lately.
Sound Bear coming in here from the defense Renegades, trying to take it right back. Here comes the barrage, supported by that Sound Bear. Takes down 2. Nothing too flashy, but certainly effective. Let's Renegades take initiative in this fight. And now for Team Liquid, it's actually getting pretty dicey. Hex, they're down to a minute 12. 1, maybe 2 fights left, but the second fight would be very low quality indeed. So they have to find a way through in this next fight, realistically.
Absolutely, they do. Perhaps, as I mentioned, Mezer's got it up, so does Shatter. That's going to be about it. AZK could maybe do enough work. He's on the Zarya now. It's been some odd rotations onto heroes here. If they do want to run triple tank, do you want to run your single DPS as ID is the question. Apparently they do. Mez gets hooked, not taken out just yet, gets all the support he needs from his Zarya, staying alive. They're going to have one last push here. Can't lose Mez before it starts. Dahang goes down.
Well, Mangachu with that early pick from Dahang has probably sealed Team Liquid's fate here. Another fall through kill. Mangachu following it in. And there's just nothing that can heal Team Liquid through this relentless poke. Maybe they get another fight here, but as mentioned, it's going to be a lower quality fight because they're going to have 25 seconds. AZK dies later on to fight, not even going to be able to get good position for his Graviton. And for Renegades, we'll see if they even give them the opportunity. They are looking to hold up here at the archway.
And why not? Because if they, well, actually, why not is if they lose this, they're going to be in trouble. The push is going to come through. They want to get some free stuff in. That Earth Shatter does not hit everything that they're looking for, and here comes the counter whole hog, but they've already lost 2. Mangachu tries to bring back, Mez goes down.
That's quite the whole hog. It goes in off the Nano Boost, picks off 2, but you're going to ask why not?
Yeah.
Well, there's a very good reason
Yeah.
why not, but overtime is going to tick down, so their gamble is successful. But the reason as to why not,
I corrected myself, I know.
it comes down to this idea that Team Liquid running back in was going to have to just scramble to get on the payload. When you engage them up further, you're changing the calculus. Suddenly, they can actually take that last team fight in better positioning at the cost of the potential of not getting on the card in time.
I think they wanted to whole hog really far forward through the arch and made sure that they're not able to come in very easily. Not necessarily the case, didn't hurt them there. The thing is, when the cart is around like second bend, and I don't have the actual math on it, you can get full wiped and still get back out there to fight again, which is why you see so many teams spawn camp depending on where the cart is. Kings Row has used the word calculus. Calculus very much involved in predicting cart trajectory, push power, etc. The cart was probably further along than that. Had they lost that fight, the push is going to be very easy. But that's why you see so many spawn camps, especially from Renegades, on this map.
Calculus also the bane of many a high school student everywhere, Hex.
I'm far past high school, and I still have never learned how to do calculus. I don't intend to. Yeah.
This is why you're not an engineer.
Got amongst many reasons.
I mean, it's also because you haven't told me that you're an engineer, so now we know without a shadow of a doubt, just so we're clear.
You could always tell an engineer, because they'll tell you first. All right, well, Team Liquid unable to complete the map, and they got it pretty close to second, so if this Renegades team can get all the way to second, they will be taking our first map in Kings Row. I just find it very odd, and this is not a specific knock onto ID as a player, but if you're going to run a single DPS, I don't know that he'd be the one I'd pick on Liquid to run it. And maybe the transitions were weird, but they had people on heroes that you generally don't see him on. AZK doesn't generally run Zarya. It was odd. It was
More
odd.
to that point, I mean, ID was on the 76, but he had very low success actually dealing with Mangachu, and maybe he wasn't getting supported well, but it was also not a great 76 game from ID.
Conversely, I like ID on Zarya. I think he's a good Zarya player. So they're going to run this 2-2-2 that we predicted. Shatter will be on 76, AZK, or Shatter will be on Genji, AZK on the 76.
This is Liquid's one of their better compositions that they can run the situation. Already getting to a bit of a skirmish here on the point as Mangachu in over the top, looking for Dahang, needs one more rocket, not able to finish off immediately, but his team is right there to follow through. Jesus coming in big, and Mangachu not gonna be able to take down AZK, but distraction has been done here in the backline, so maybe AZK is a hero, but if not, it's not the worst attempt coming out here by Renegades.
Well, not that bad, but that was a beautiful Helix rocket to find a Genji mid-flight. They will have everything they need. Look at this charge, though, on ID. Lit up and very powerful. As I mentioned, a very good Zarya player, which is why I'd like to see him on it more often. Saipe is going to rotate around up top, looking for a lone 76. He's got him in his sights. Rolls reversed.
Well, it's a Genji and a Tracer, and a goodbye to AZK. Nothing he's going to be able to do to live through that. Well executed coming out here from Renegades. Mangachu, of course, with the fall through in over the top. So it was a Delta attack, and as a result, this is actually going to be very effective here from Renegades.
It was the perfect Velociraptor comp right there. Genji, Tracer, and guess who was on the front door? Mangachu shooting rockets at him. Just as you're dealing with Mangachu coming straight up, here come the two from the sides. You didn't.
I'm going to say Velociraptors are terrifying. I mean, you think about dinosaurs, though, the fact they have, like, incredibly long claws. They just...
You know, like that came out not too long ago that they were probably the size of chickens, and I go, so what? Does that make them any less frightening? Chickens are already kind of scary to me.
Chickens are kind of jerks.
Yeah, exactly. And then you put claws on them. Regardless, Jesus tops in, takes down ID. Mangachu goes down early in this fight. Here comes the Dragon Blade. Here comes Soundbearer.
Well, all ultimates into this fight here from the side of Renegade. Saipe trying to slice and dice, moving in, grabs one early on, gonna deflect, get his way out of the fight. So it's 2 kills here from Renegades. Despite Team Liquid trying to hold very far up, they're getting punished in turn here. Shatter not getting much of anything. And Renegades for a whole lot of time here, X. A little over 4 minutes remaining. And Mangachu's going to be setting up here for the over-the-top barrage, and that's the yellow box of victory.
A lot of teams are trying to imitate the aggressive style that a lot of these newer teams have. LG Evil, Renegades, Selfless, all very good at the aggressive defense. So far, we've seen Complexity try it, not do well. Liquid try it, not do well. Immortals has had mixed success on it, too, so is there a definite divide between old and new guard? Barrage takes down Mezzer right away.
And that barrage is worth. Now they don't have to worry about the shields, though Mangachu gives his life early on for it, and maybe this created an opportunity here for AZK as he does fall through early on the Saipe. So the DPS part from Renegades actually very much thrown into the backline. Effectively, Jesus as the main power here. And though he's good, when a Tracer has to be the main carry and isn't the distraction, actually can be difficult. And Team Liquid is able to make some space. And space they badly need here, X, because they have to defend this yellow box of victory for 3.5 minutes.
It is hard to get back up here, though. A pretty long walk from the offensive spawn to where the second point needs to be, to where they have to go. Fighting on all different flanks right now. Have to be careful. Don't want to lose Mangachu early. Jesus throws in the pulse bomb. Mezzer down again.
Soundbearer coming out here from Renegades. 2 unanswered kills. Mezzer is out. AZK is out, who's been the glue. It's going to come down to Shatter. Shatter getting very close to a Dragon Blade, but I don't know if he's going to get him a time. Here comes Shatter moving in. Saipe, also a Dragon Blade. Both Genjis showing their swordsmanship skills here on the final fight. And actually, Team Liquid keeping Renegades back a bit, so it wasn't the craziest of Dragon Blades for either Genji, but that worked out in Team Liquid's favor.
Largely off the strength of Dahang there, turning into DPS. Ana was able to take down Jesus early, and that allowed him more space to focus on everyone else in there. Shatter eventually takes down his counterpart. Look at that. Dahang takes down Jesus again. Jesus.
So
Go ahead.
For Renegades right now, you just have this situation where you start questioning. This is actually, they have 2.5 minutes, they have plenty of time, it's one fight. And yet Team Liquid's been looking much more solid.
They have. And Mez is going to have his ult up. They're going to push into a Soundbearer as long as Rafa doesn't drop that. The notion of a team wipe is almost non-existent. So we'll see. Rafa staying up and upright on his rollerblades is important. Here comes that Earth Shatter.
Earthshatter comes in. Mangachu now coming in as a support. A little bit late to the fight. Could be hurting here, but with AZK dying first, it seems like it's still going to be going pretty well here for Renegades. 3-1 in their favor. Dahang is out of the fight. And anytime Dahang is gone, it goes pretty badly for Team Liquid. They no longer have a source of healing. Shatter fighting against everything, against all odds here, but goes into a Zarya beam and just going to be farewell to Shatter. So Renegades taking that slow victory push. We have a late tech visor coming out from AZK, but what can you do there? There's no way that's going to work out, and yet he had no choice but to do it anyways.
Had to pop it. Mangachu raining death from above, and that will be Renegades taking the first map of this series against Team Liquid on King's Row.
Some say Jesus is still falling into the abyss to this day.
Oh, you mean the player? All right. That was a weird reference.
I am, of course, the player. Like I'm just looking at, like we're looking at him.
I'm
as
just
he's
trying to
saying,
make it weird. I'm trying to emulate one of our favorite other casters. Here comes
clearly,
Jesus.
it's working.
Here comes Jesus as Tracer, shooting people on the ground. Always good to start a highlight. Gets the boost. I think it's when Dahang took him down late after this.
Let's see, but nano boosted Tracer, why not? Certainly getting some work in towards the end. And I will say this, Renegade still came out pretty strong. Team Liquid did not have a great answer to Mangachu overall, which was much to their detriment. And I don't know. I mean, on the other hand, Team Liquid did come out with a good defense towards the very end. So you see sparks of life, it just wasn't quite there.
And I think their positioning is one thing that I question. There's two things that I question from Liquid most of all in this one. I mean, alongside not being able to deal with the Pharah, is their positioning. They're like defending up front, which I know you have to do, as much as you can when you're defending on such a short leash. But then also they just don't seem to be picking the way that we want them to. And we don't really know everything that's going on, but they do seem to have more success when ID's on that Zarya and they're playing the 2-2-2, and yet they're still trying other things. Is this just because they want to play those? Is because ID doesn't like to play Zarya? Like, why are they doing that?
I don't know. I honestly do not know, because if you looked at just when they're most successful, it is when he's playing Zarya and they run the 2-2-2.
The accurate answer is we do not know.
Yeah.
The educated guess is that it wouldn't be the first time in Overwatch that a team tries to play to the meta, in air quotes, and it's actually not the best fit for their team. We saw a while that back in Triple Tank, where certain teams tried to run it, didn't work out. They were actually better running multi-DPS setups, like you look at Misfits back at DreamHack. So, I mean, for Team Liquid, I think it is a case where they are trying to fit in what has been effective for other teams. I just don't think it's effective for Liquid.
Yeah, I think that decision quality is something that I think they need to work on, because these are all things that can be fixed by just getting a grasp as to, like, well, where do we want to fight? Who do we want to play? So we'll see if they can work out some of those kinks. This was not their strongest map, I think, coming in anyway. And they did have some glimmers of hope on defense, but I want to talk a little bit about Renegades. They actually showed a little bit of flexibility that I really enjoyed. In the very beginning on defense, they were playing that 3 tank with 1 Pharah, which worked really well. Saipei was on Zarya, Jesus was on the Roadhog. And then on offense, they switched to 3 DPS, and that seemed to work really well.
They did switch to 3 DPS, and I will note here again, the reason why you saw Mangachu having the degree of success that he had is that you had ID on the 76, and frankly, he was not under enough pressure there. I mean, if you're going to run just the 76 to deal with it, A, the 76 has to be very on point. Mangachu is one of the better players in the game. B, the 76 needs to be well supported going into it, because if you have a team where they're clearly investing many resources in protecting their Pharah, and you just go up and shoot the Pharah, probably not going to work very well.
They were a little spread out, too, to deal with it, because Dahang was getting pressured so hard against Jesus, and he was winning those fights, but while he's busy dealing with those fights, it means he's unable to both pressure down Mangachu and support his team up front, because they were playing a little too far forward. Even when he was back at second, they'd play around the bend. What's he going to do there except defend himself against a Tracer? So you saw it several times as well, and it's almost always been the case. Dahang, the linchpin of this team, you take out Dahang, and the rest of Liquid will fall around him.
Yeah, and I would say that on both ends, Messer was dying a couple times early as well, and that did not bode well either. Well, we are moving on to Temple of Anubis. This was also, we're actually seeing a mirror match, because this is exactly what we played last time these teams faced off against each other. And last time, it was Renegades that picked up the victory. Mangachu played Torbjorn on defense on second, and now I'm going to have to remember, I think on first as well. And they actually went to a tie. They were able to pull it out to a tie. So is this something that Team Liquid's feeling a little bit stronger on?
It's one of the few maps that Liquid has won. There's only been 5 in the entire tournament. Sorry, those are the facts. Those are the actual numbers.
Stats.
They hurt me to read as well. But this is where they've won. And also, conversely, Renegades is much better on Hanamura with 1 win and 1 tie. So it makes sense for Liquid to pick this.
Yeah. Well, I'm hoping that they can bring the fire coming into Temple of Anubis. So let's talk about hero pickups here. We've seen the Torbjorn. We've seen, actually, I think this is maybe one of the most flexible maps we've seen most. Here's we've seen Reaper on second. I think ID maybe you could play that if you wanted to play somebody on attack. Who else might we see, though, on Temple of Anubis?
Temple Anubis, clearly I think you think about what we've been seeing here from Liquid. One thing they have been liking the run quite a bit, of course, is ID on the Widowmaker early on. And I actually don't mind ID on the Widow. I think he's had more success on it than some of the other Widows that we've seen. Not necessarily game-breaking, the idea that he's pulling off 3 kills, etc., but so long as you're not dying immediately, sometimes getting pickoffs, but also adjusting how the other team is positioning, I do think the Widow is worthwhile. I think that people do underrate the intangibles of Widow when you go in, especially on a map like Anubis.
If that happens, you also see Mangachu probably switch off. This is also a map that Mangachu really flexes his hero pool on. You could see a Bastion, and that's not even patch Bastion. That's just Mangachu would run Bastion sometimes. You could see a Mei on the second point. It's also one of the heroes in Mangachu's pool. He's got a very unconventional pool. He also played Torb a lot on second, where he's running back and forth, making them find the turret either left or right, playing the shell game with the turret, if you will, and really confusing teams. So I'd expect Mangachu, if he gets forced off the Pharah, because Pharah is also good defensively, all on both stages of this map, if he gets forced off the Pharah, to switch to anything.
Yeah, and this is actually because I really like watching Renegades because of that Mangachu X factor. Like, you never know what he's going to play, and this map really lends itself to that in a lot of good ways. And going back though to the Widow option for ID, is it also brings up Messer. I think this is where we've talked about Messer and how he really has a strong Reinhardt. We've had some questions about his Winston, but I feel like this first point especially is someplace that we've seen that work really well for Liquid. So we'll see if they bring that up.
I think the most notable thing is the last time we saw Liquid here on Anubis, one of the last times, it was, of course, cracking a Bastion strategy where Mezar was able to get in as a Winston of all things, where you don't usually go, Bastion, better run Winston, but it was actually part of a cohesive attack that did work out pretty well. So I think Mezar's Winston sometimes gets a little bit too much hate. I haven't seen the personal evidence that it's not effective overall. I think there's other factors to it. Generally do like Mezar's take.
Yeah, it's more situational than anything, yeah.
I think his Reinhardt's better, but I agree with you that it's not necessarily Mezar's fault when it fails. I think it's just Liquid is not all that great on dive comp, and that's when you see Mezar playing the Winston a lot, so...
Well, they've got the dive tools, and let's see if they bring them to bear here. As Team Liquid are down 1-0 in the series, they want to tie it up as they're going on to Anubis.
You know, the remarkable thing about Temple of Anubis to me, Hex, is you take a look at, despite all the battles that take place here and seemingly very old architecture, they just don't build things like they used to because it's very durable, regardless of all the carnage that goes on, much unlike the armor that our heroes are wearing.
I would tend to agree, although the cleanup crew should get out there. It's rather pristine, and then you've got this thing with the graffiti on it, although I don't know if it arrived with the graffiti on it or whatnot, but the Murlocs have been spraying that dropship that you come out of very early on, but the statues, very pretty map. There's the Jake Perch, as I'm going to call it now. There's the graffiti onto the Land Rover shuttle? I don't know what to call it.
Oh, no, but it does remind me of a terrifying dream I had once. Woke up in a cold sweat. They added Murky to Overwatch.
You're just having Heroes of the Storm flashbacks. I, for one, love Murky. I, for one, embrace our Murloc overlords. Because I like fun, ZP, and Murky's very fun.
You like fun, although if you follow anything of Heroes of the Storm recently, people were very unhappy with Murky in recent times.
They did rework him, yes. Rework the Merc. However, this Liquid attack will be running a dive composition ID on that Widowmaker. That is what he's been playing lately on this. Defensively, Renegades going to put Mangachu on the Pharah. Of course, Jesus will be playing a Tracer, and then they've got a couple tanks of their own, unconventional, but I think Juvenile has done some scouting, knows he's going to have to deal with ID at some point. He's looking for him.
Well, again, this is going to come down to, will ID be able to deal with Mangachu? And for that matter, is he going to be able to dodge in and around Saipan? Look at how far out Mangachu is right now, really just trying to apply pressure ID. Ends up taking a shot fourth, though, and now going back in, but taken down by Dehang. The double fire is there, and ID, he can die here, and it's actually fine. I mean, you have Juvenile so far off the point, while Team Liquid is clearly getting very good momentum onto the point. I'm okay with that trade.
Juvenile is also pretty hurt, and there's no one really to heal him up, so he's going to die in there as Saipe able to take him down, or actually vice versa. Saipe goes down to Mezar. They're late in the fight, and as soon as Mangachu gets pushed off, here he comes. He's going to be playing Torb on second point. They're also going to run a Mei.
It is just a random note about the Widow here, but I don't think it's as useful for Renegades because you could argue Juvenile is a weaker part of their team. But for teams where you have players like Train, on hammers, you can argue that just trading out a player Widow versus that is fine because you're going to draw a tank out to deal with it, and you've basically made it 5v5.
Absolutely. We'll see how Mangachu ends up doing here. He's going to be moving that turret left and right, always on the opposite side of the push. So you see it goes down right there. He's just going to set up on the opposite side. You'll see this all day until they find an effective answer for it.
And Mangachu, of course, good at varying up the turret position. Might be here on his left this time, could be on his right the next time. Either way, Team Liquid looking for a way to pierce through. Shatter holding onto that Dragon Blade could very well become a Nano Blade, but look at how heavily they're getting poked down right here. Finally, their health pools give out. 2 of members of Team Liquid dying immediately, and
Pushes over.
it's done.
Yep. They had a nice wall early on to separate them off, and when the wall cracked, they were all peeking through, and that's the perfect spot for Mangachu to just be sending red-hot rivets, able to get a lot of poke in. As you mentioned, the bio grenade went down. Saipe is going to be trying to just get some free icicles in, get his blizzard charge going. No one really to contest him up there for the moment, as Liquid has switched over to a couple tanks. They're running 3 tanks and single DPS, Shatter the lone DPS on Genji.
Well, this is where Shatter probably thinks he has an opportunity, but because Mangachu did so much there without his ultimate, he is going to have multi-core ups here. Shatter moving into the back, Nano Blade, and oh, he gets slapped and immediately eliminated. And that's not a good omen here for Team Liquid. You lose that level of power here early on. They're able to take this out 3-1, but here comes the Molten Core, and if they were able to get through the Molten Core, that would be pretty amazing under the circumstances. They haven't lost extra people here, so they do work around it. The turret perhaps not the best spot. Late Blizzard coming out here. No one dying to Blizzard yet, but oh, AZK gets hammered. That's reserved for Hammered Esports, Mangachu. You have committed copyright.
You would know that Mangachu only did that for style points, right? Because he's close range, he's got ammo in his gun. Mangachu throwing the hammer down. They were able to clean up, largely based on Saipe getting that blizzard going. A lot of people in rough position there. They had to burn through some ults, but on the other side, Liquid doesn't have a whole lot to work with either. What they do have to work with, and this is always the case of Anubis, 5 minutes to push the point, 4.5.
They do have plenty of time, but that was a better opportunity in a sense. At least they had the Nano Blade, but Shatter just got very little done. And now the rest of Renegades, they can sit pretty confidently here. The Sound Barrier does come out, and Jesus, who gets boosted and goes for the whole hog, gets thrown out of the fight by the sleep, and yet still much of this fight going the way of Renegades.
Well, still in here, still trying to get some damage done are most of the tanks. Juvenile, with the tank coming back out for the defense, will have Earthshatter up. He'd prefer not to use it if he doesn't have to. Rafa is going to bail out of this fight. It is time to go, says Liquid. But Saipe has an icicle for him. Take this popsicle home, Lucio, she says, and he goes down late.
Well, that's just clearly a case of brain freeze. There's no other way of saying that. I mean, brain freeze in more than one way. But he will Blizzard up for the next fight and Molten Core, and that's about as ugly as it gets for trying to get in on an assault point. Now, this is interesting coming out here where it's AZK that's going to be in the Reaper, not ID, which I guess I'm fine with, though ID has had very good Reaper showings here, so I don't know why you rock the boat in that regards. Either way, though, if they throw Graviton into this, it's probably going to be a huge mistake because they're throwing Graviton in Molten Core and Blizzard. I can't see how that ends well.
Well, maybe if they pull them under the bridge is when they've had success. If you pull the Mei under the bridge and negate her ability to blizzard the points and wall the points, it can work. Earthshatter comes out not necessarily getting the value it's looking for.
Well, Juvenile goes down pretty early, did the Earthshatter preemptively, and AZK gets that back, takes down 2. And despite the Blizzard being on the side here, everything falling here for the side Renegades, it's going to have to Molten Core. It's a very late Molten Core. Mangachu can just outright die here if he's not being careful. We'll stall up for a bit, but it's 6 people on the point. Full 6 on the point. Respawns are going to be coming in slower as a result, and I can't help but feel like Renegades has misplayed this rather terribly, Hex.
It has not looked great. The stall out will come out, thankfully, to a Mei in the corner. AZK has been doing work on this Reaper. It seems like Liquid has found their new favorite hero, especially on this map. Reaper has done great for them, regardless of who is playing it. 2 ticks already down. That is a Lucio wall riding, trying to stall out. Liquid doing very well in this fight.
Liquid doing incredibly well. They're keeping on the momentum. They still have a full 6 on the point. Respawns are getting slower as it goes on here. And now that very well could be it. Sherlocky going to fall. Last few build of the stall coming in. Mezar gonna drop the hammer and perhaps drop the hopes of Renegades of finishing out this defense here. Respawn still coming in, but This has been so decisive on the offense. Still holding 6 on this point for it's felt like here for almost a minute and a half now.
I mean, Renegades hasn't gotten a kill in a very long time, and they're still able to stall this out with just a fraction of a sliver left on the point, still being contested. Still no kills for Renegades.
I'm actually somewhat impressed by how long the stall's been going out here for how thoroughly trounced Renegades has been getting. I mean, Renegades has been getting rocked. This has been every kill going away at Team Liquid, and yet we are still getting stalled out. And this is after a recent change to Assault, but finally, the flood of respawns ends. And Team Liquid, great composure to keep that solidified at the very end. And I gotta say, so let's break down why that went just so terribly for Renegades. They had Earthshatter, Blizzard, Molten Core. Here's what strikes out to me. One is that I get that Mangachu is using it in part to delay and set things up, but when you're waiting until you're one of the last people alive to do Molten Core, you're not doing your team any favors.
Right, I completely agree with you. Also, this Team Liquid, the comparison you made in the pregame to Luminosity Loyal, or original LG, is extremely apt now, because now I don't know who's going to play what anymore. Right. It seemed like ID, who's one of his best heroes, was Reaper. AZK switches over to it. Hey, no big deal. He played really well on it, but it is confusing and a little concerning.
I do want to finish breaking down that last fight, though, when you take a look at Renegades, because I feel like, yeah, so I mentioned Mangachu, but if there's a real area where they probably lost it, Juvenile had an awful Earthshatter. Not only did he have an awful Earthshatter, but he was nowhere near the rest of his team, so he had this twin combination where he was horrifically out of position, nowhere near where the rest of his team was positioning, so he couldn't get heals, couldn't get saved, but then he panic Earthshatters one person. Why you are there when your team is in another castle, I don't know. I don't have a good explanation. But when you lose your Rhine for free, and then you mess up your ult chain, that's how you throw that last point, which should have been at least a well-invested defense by Renegades, if not clean.
Fair enough. I do really like the Reaper on last, though. Liquid's Reaper on last has been great, ID or AZK, and teams have to start game planning for it a little bit better. It's also really good against two of the best stall heroes in D.Va and Mei, and you saw time and again he was crushing that. And also, perhaps, not to make excuses, maybe Juvenile was feeling the pressure of that Reaper always shooting him straight in the back. But no problem here. They just won't run a tank then. They've decided no tank instead.
Widow on first Anubis becoming more and more standard across many team here. Of course, Jesus now the one looking for early pickups, with Juvenile dying immediately to AZK. That's just not going to be a great look here from Renegades. They're going to have to back it up. But plenty of attempts here on Anubis point A. Pretty rare to see full holds, but it does happen.
Indeed, it does happen. Shatter is going to be playing this defense, but Liquid should be able to mount a early defense here. Shatter, wow, Mangachu goes down to a Helix rocket. That's not the rocket that usually goes for.
Hello. Just returning your Widowmaker bullet to you. Why not? So that is quite the deflection coming in from Shatter, and Jesus just could not help himself, but very slow start here, the Renegades. It's actually too quiet for my liking here on Anubis.
Yeah, I completely agree. They're losing key elements every time. A great prediction that Juvenile is going to be popping back up, and wow, he does get taken down. Actually, Jesus getting popping back up takes down Shatter there. AZK trades out with Juvenile on the point, so trades incoming so far. Farah over top, Saipe goes on too. They've lost a key part of this dive composition every time they come in.
This has been sloppy by Renegades. Very, very sloppy. Now, they are running Mercy here with Mangachu, so they're going to have a chance for Rez and a fall through. Mezar is going to go down, so 65 opportunity. They're about to have Rez in reserve. This is the fight that Renegades need to win. If they lose this here, the odds of them getting held actually pretty big. But Shatter coming in, takes down Mangachu early on. The Resurrection needs to come out here soon from Shawaki. Is he going to push that button? He's at no HP, and no! He gets taken down. Does not like the idea of pushing the Rez there. And now, I actually think things get a little bit dicey for Renegades. They still have that in reserve, but that was a very good opportunity. Now they're going to be running in the Dragon Blade, they're going to be running in the Sound Barrier, and they only have a minute 50 left, so not a whole lot of room to work with.
Renegades nearly has always run 4 DPS on these points, and it has not worked out to the extent that they want them to. The assault maps have been a sore spot for them overall in Overwatch. ID takes out Juvenile. Again, they're going to have to fight down a man if they want, down 2 men. Here comes the Rez.
That is not a good res. Resurrection is used just as keep even rather than pushing an advantage, and Shatter shows why that is a bad idea. Cleaving through 3 people. All that res did was make Liquid even hungrier. So Liquid now a minute 15 away from the full hold here on Anubis, and medley of errors here coming out from Renegades.
It's been sloppy across the board. They haven't gotten much value out of any of their DPS. Juvenile is going to switch to Winston as he switched last life to come over, try to give them some cover. He hadn't gotten much done on the Widow, not at the right times anyway, some late kills. This flank could be nice. They have a barrage up. Liquid trying to readjust, but Jira goes down in the background.
Well, Liquid has been very aggressive to the back, but here comes Mangachu. Barrage raiding for the top. Finally hits Pater. 2 people going the fall, and Renegades perhaps finally in on this point. Gonna be a triple here for Mangachu before it's all said and done. Saipe even styling a bit with the reflection, so it took many an attempt, and it was likely the last attempt. But Renegades will be taking this point and will get their opportunity to assault point B.
Get a little more time to go to point B. We'll see what they want to switch to there. I have a feeling that Mangachu may just stay on this Pharah. Looks like he was much happier on it towards that last push. The nice flank coming around. Defensively, not a ton of switches coming up. They seem to want to stay on what they're running. Don't want to give up alt charges, especially into this first push. Saipe getting pressured down will get the heals.
Saipe gonna get healed up through that, and the rest of Renegades right now just looking for their opportunity to get in here. And Shiraki off the Mercy. I actually wish they would have gone for the Mercy for one more res attempt. I think it's throwing away the ultimate there is a little bit silly as AZK comes into the back, just kneecaps his push immediately, taking down 2, Pulse Bomb, striking its mark, and
it's been an uninspired offense from Renegades for sure. Despite one good play from Mangachu, they hadn't gotten much else out of anybody. That one good play enough to take a first point on Assault, but if they keep up this trend, it's going to be very difficult to take a last point.
well, the upside here for Renegades is that they do like stockpiling the war chest, and now here they come in. Sound Barrier in Dragonblade. Saipe out for blood, looking to taste it, gets onto the hang, does not get onto the health pack. Counter Dragonblade though coming out here from Shatter. He's nano boosted. He hasn't gotten anything here this far, actually getting juked right out of it. Shatter coming up very little here for Team Liquid, and Renegades now. Big opportunity to start putting this in their favor. They're about to flood the point with their entire team as every kill going the way of Renegades.
It's been 2 good plays so far, but so far it's been enough. It was Mangachu on first. It's been Saipe on second as they try to stop the stall from coming in. That is going to be a Diva up on the point. Another barrage incoming. A beautiful concussion blast knocks Winston back for the second, able to jump back on. Got to see some kills coming in for Liquid if they have any hope left.
Well, Liquid is getting cleaned up way too cleanly, way too effectively there. And Renegades able to finish out Anubis, and we are going into some extra rounds here. But Renegades, bit of a time advantage, although I wonder how big of an advantage it really is, because you think back to how point A worked out to begin with. Renegades needed more time than 2.5 minutes to take point A. Team Liquid did not need more than 1.5 minutes to take the point, so Renegades going to have to run a much more convincing point A offense when it is their turn. But of course, they have more time. We're going to get to see the Team Liquid offense in action once more.
What that does show, the last point, is that Renegade's stall was simply superior. You saw all the kills go in one direction for 1.5 minutes when Liquid was trying to clean up, and you saw all the kills go in one direction for 15 seconds when Renegades was cleaning up. So the mode has been changed to obvious effect, but the defense can still impact that with good stall and good stall heroes. So, as you mentioned, about 1 minute advantage going forward for the Renegades. And we'll see what teams want to run now. It appears...
Well, you take a look at the Renegades and the defense that they're setting up here. They're not really changing up too much in the way of defense. Although, I say that, they do have Mangachu in the 76 this time. So that is a bit of a difference here. I think he realizes that ID's coming in the Widowmaker. He doesn't want to have the situation when they have to throw someone in to deal with them immediately. So I think they're giving ID a little bit more respect now. And his impact that he had on the first time go around.
Well, they're not going to have anyone to throw in onto him early on. There's no Diva, there's no Winston, so it's just going to be sitting behind a shield, hoping to hit shots onto him, hoping to deny him the sightlines he's looking for. But noticing this, ID is just staying on ground level, looking for sightlines of his own. And now I think they have an idea of where Mangachu is set up. That is a typical spot. He's going to have to back out. Gets pressured, but not enough pressure. Shatter gets hooked in by Jesus.
Shatter getting the one-way ticket back to the spawn room courtesy of Hook Airlines there. And that is unfortunate because that just really hurts the rest of Team Liquid here. The ID suddenly under way more pressure. There's no Genji to really steal attention from him. So he's going to sit here and look for shots, but this is a different approach from Renegades. They're not going to throw anyone after ID. They're going to say, well, ID, let's see if you can beat us. And ID, as a result, going to go a little bit deeper in.
Hook Airlines, one-way tickets to Never Never Land. ID does take down Mangachu. AZK follows it up with Jur's kill right there. 2 really nice opening kills.
And now the rest of Team Liquid starting to get onto this point. ID again, finding Jesus, and ID proving that he is a threat that you have to throw someone on. They said, ID, please beat us, and ID is beating them horrifically right now. So it's working out here for Team Liquid. They don't have that much time left here, but they will get this point. They will get a bonus 30 seconds, and we'll get to see them in their one attempt here on point B. 30 seconds is all they get as they cap this, but who knows? It could be enough.
Getting the point, the first point, is a very big deal given how their defense looked against Renegades on first point. So as you mentioned, 30 seconds coming in. ID with the immediate swap over to Reaper. That is what they like to use. Dahang will have nano boost at some point during this fight. AZK could open up the fight with a pulse bomb or save it. We'll see what he wants to work with. It's the only ult so far on the field.
Mangachu is going to be swapping to that Torbjorn. It's only going to be on it for one fight. Molten Core not going to be a thing, so I actually question this a little bit. If you don't have the Molten Core upside, it's a little bit weird, but they do pick off 2 immediately early on. AZK, Pulse Bomb from the grave, but he's not going to be around here for the rest of this. We are in overtime. Final effort here from Team Liquid, but they are getting poked down very heavily, and yet still in this fight, although Jesus with that hook off on the ID probably has sealed the deal because ID's not going to be there anymore to be cleanup as the defense is able to get back in onto this point.
But the offense also getting back into this point as both of their DPS now come in. They both get Sound Barrier 2, perfectly timed by Rafa to get both of his DPS alive. A Sound Barrier or a grab will come down, lock in a few of those. Desperation time for Liquid. Shatter, really the only one up. Not up enough as the point will be uncontested. Defense holds on there. However, they can defend first point and still win this map, Liquid.
They can still defend if they, or they still could win if they get the first point, yes. But you look at the stats for the amount of time that's left and what we generally see in situations like this, we are now very much into draw territory where if you were looking at this from a purely stats point of view, the most likely outcome is going to be a draw unless either Team Liquid has an enormous defense or Renegades has a blazingly fast offense. And actually, of the two, you're more likely to see a Team Liquid defense based on what we just saw a moment ago.
Exactly. Juvenile is going to decide that they played much better when he was on Winston than they did when he was on Widow, which I would tend to agree with. Very good at getting people off those cliffs. ID will very likely be set up onto that top perch as Soldier 76. So triple DPS on the defense, Measure on the tank there. Very similar compositions coming out, but Mangachu and Sherlocky could be difference makers. It's really going to depend if ID can handle them. Dahang's going to have to chip in on that fight.
Well, a key thing here is that Mangachu is going to need to get kills without the aid of Barrage. He really had the clutch on Barrage at the very end to do this, and frankly, he does not have enough time to build up a really good Barrage. I mean, maybe to take first, but then you're still in draw territory, not where Renegades wants to be. So this engage needs to be far more decisive from the side of Renegades. They can't middle around like they did before.
They only really had 2 good plays last time, but those 2 good plays were enough to take first and second point. Barrage and Dragon Blade. ID getting very hard pressured by Juvenile. Juvenile going to be able to get out. Mez goes down conversely on his own Winston. Now they are without any sort of tanking, any sort of shield. Juvenile is going to come back in very early.
Juvenile has been the sacrifice. So Mangachu in from the top takes down not one, but both supports with that distraction in from Juvenile and even finds ID getting onto his natural counters. So right now, Renegades, a much swifter early attack. They're going to buy themselves an extra 30 seconds here, Hex, and now this actually gives them enough time for 3, if not 4 pushes on last. Their first attempt, of course, going to be very likely the best. They will be holding on to a res here, perhaps in a little bit. I don't know about this at all from Liquid. Liquid trying to get back in and install, and
well,
they're feeding the... Well, they take out 2.
Yeah, they take
it's
out
actually
2 right away.
maybe it's going to work. Did they catch Renegades off guard? This shouldn't be happening for how solidified Renegades is on the point, and yet AZK, being the miracle maker here, taking down one. Why is this happening? Why is this gamble working?
Surprise monkey over the top, fall for it every time. Mez came in and took down Sherlocky, which was huge early on. They did not expect that. That was cool.
That is a fumble if there ever was one here from Renegades. Now, instead of having a potentially very good attack coming in, Team Liquid catching them off guard, catching us off guard. That should not have happened as cleanly as it did, and now suddenly Renegades fighting for their lives. Barrage coming in, ID far too ambitious there. Eats rockets for breakfast as a result, or perhaps dinner time for him. But either way, Jesus now coming in, taking down Lucio, and Team Liquid, they got a burst of extra life, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough. Shadow, though, does have the Dragon Blade moving in and around it. Dragon Blade coming out of the Saipa here just to finish this out. They're not taking any chances at this point.
Yeah, you would have liked to hold that for the next push, as he was the one to cap second for them, but taking no chances, don't want to lose the map. Now they've solidified their opportunity for a draw. Maybe I spoke too soon. I don't think so this time. Goes down, 50 seconds left for this last push. And remember, their first push on their last attack was their best one. Sherlocky's also got res.
Hex, I want to believe. I want to believe that this is the best Heroes Never Die moment. The greatest scenario here for Renegades is that they get 1 to 2 trades early on. They start losing the fight. They res back up and they take it as Jesus creeping. It's like some sort of nature documentary. He's stalking his prey, moving in and about, looking for this pulse bomb. He finds the prey, viciously moving in. Mother Nature in action. Does not land a pulse bomb, but they have taken down ID immediately. They still have res in reserve. The pulse bomb going to come out. Mangachu still in this fight, so Sound Bearer up. They need a little bit more, and they might be getting it here. Hexus is still looking very good for Renegades. They finally get onto the hang. Lucio under heavy assault here. See people are going to fall, but Sherlocky falls. There will be no resurrection, and the dream might be dead. Could be a draw here in Anubis here.
Started focusing the Lucio and did not see the Tracer behind his back. No resurrection means that will very likely be a draw here on Anubis. Rez could have changed it. What a wacky defense, though, from Liquid coming in that last second. Talk about miracles.
Usually that is a terrible disaster because they came in staggered, and yet they got an early pickoff in part because of Mezar's leap in, and very nearly stole this one away. But instead, it is merely going to be a draw in where we will play a tiebreaker for this later on in the series, should it be required.
Well, Mangachu on Pharah, no surprise to anyone. We'll see what this play ends up being. Just peppering damage over the top. Takes down to Hang. That takes down Rafa. You're right. Couple supports, always good kills. And then ID, too ambitious.
And there were multiple times where they were just not dealing with the Pharah. So that's a theme that we have seen come through. But the first thing I have in very big letters in my notes is, what did I just see? And I think you answered that fairly well. And you were asking that in the moment as well. And then, you know, after the dust had settled. But what did we see there? How were they able to pull back that is close to a miracle defense?
I mean, the problem is whenever you have miracle defenses, sure, you have a great play coming in from Mezar, but it always requires the other team to not be actually looking for this re-engagement. It clearly caught Renegades off guard, and it would have been a disastrous throw if that had worked there for Team Liquid, because the reality is that Team Liquid was staggered coming back in, and it should not have done anywhere near as much as it did. But Renegades, they thought they already won the fight. Their guard was down, and they got punched for it.
Staggered in the correct order, though. Jump in, get the initiation, and then AZK cleaned up. AZK had a really nice Tracer life there, guy. I think 3 kills. So the monkey threw in the chaos, and Tracer thrives in chaos.
Yeah, no, and he played. Well, we don't see a lot of defensive Tracers, I guess, on Temple anyway. I mean, for most of these teams, but AZK has been playing it a lot, as it turns out.
I don't know. I mean, some teams have really taken the defensive Tracer as a trademark.
Teams,
you look at teams like Rogue, for example, who certainly run that quite a bit. There's a case being made for defensive Tracer if you have someone that's good enough to play it. And with AZK's performance on Tracer, I feel like he's starting to get to that category where whatever it is, you can get any hero you want, so long as it's Tracer.
So long as it's Tracer. Well, let's talk about a different hero. Going back to the beginning of this map, if you can remember it after, you know, miracles and potential miracles, and that is Widow. And I want to talk a little bit about Widow and why she was strong in that first one. She ended up dying on the push that they ended up taking it, but drawing resources away. And so talk to me a little bit about how they were able to do that on Widow.
Well, for Widowmaker, it's one of those pick your poison type situations, because you do at times have to dedicate one person to go out there if you don't have a hit scan threat that you want to throw in on it. Generally speaking, you don't want to have the 76 challenging the Widow. That might fly in pub games, does not really fly in comp where the Widow is more likely than not to win that battle, more so than you would like. It's not that it's impossible, but it's not great. So what does that mean? That means that you're drawing a tank, throwing him into the back line, and it depends on what your tank player is. I think it's fine to say put Juvenile back there, but more meta, more generally speaking, if you force someone like Train the dual Widowmaker in the back with how he usually supports his team in fights, you're actually winning that to some extent, even if the Widowmaker doesn't get a kill. So I think Widowmaker, sometimes people focus too much on what kills has the Widow gotten, and not so much the idea that you can have a successful Widow play without actually getting kills. It depends on how you're making the other team move.
Yeah, in this case, yeah, because it was like they first sent just Pharah. Mangachu came in on Pharah. One hit actually from, didn't actually kill anybody from the Widow, but got it low enough. And I just wanted to point this out to everyone. Anna is also a sniper. Okay, I know this is pretty mind-blowing.
For now.
Yeah, I was going to say, have you seen the next patch where
let's not,
Anna is showing her age?
Listen, maybe this is our final
Not
plug.
as potent.
But yeah, I mean, and the comms, I'm sure we're you know, hey, I got one shot on Pharah is lit. You know, that's what I say in comms. Don't worry about it. It's what all the kids are saying these days. It's real cool.
I wouldn't know.
But and then Anna, depending on where you're at, oh, well, easy kill there. And so they were able to get Mangachu, and then Winston jumped up there, and already now you're expending 2 resources on picking up Widow. Was able to finally kill Widow, but at that point AZK is going off on the other side, and they're winning the ground battle on the point. The next map, though, speaking of points, is going to be Oasis. There was a lot of discussion about this in chat. They were really going back and forth. We landed on Oasis. This was selected by Renegades. Why do we think Renegades want to go here?
I don't know. They had it on Nepal, which would have made perfect sense. Renegades are 6-1 in control. Their only loss being Nepal, and Nepal, of course, being one of the 5 maps that Liquid has won throughout the entire tournament. So it would have made more sense there. They're going to go to Oasis instead. I don't think necessarily you want to play Renegades on Oasis. Very vertical map. They must think they have an answer to Mangachu.
It's a fair playground, and yeah, I mean, it's a case where maybe you're hoping you can deal with that a little bit more effectively. But, I mean, we'll see. I mean, I will say that we haven't really seen teams pull out the Rogue playbook as effectively as Rogue did in dealing with Affair, where you grab a 76er McCree, and then the key there is that you have the Ana flex to DPS, and you burst the Farah down at the same time. Mangachu doesn't have to deal with a whole lot of that.
Yeah, and I mean, in the past, the way Team Liquid's dealt with this is ID on the counter Pharah. Do you think we're going to see ID playing Pharah, or has that ship sailed?
Yes, because I can see it right now.
Oh, come on.
No, but probably.
Spoiler
ID
alerts.
has tried to play counter Pharah a lot, mostly because it has been Team Liquid's best answer to it when they can't run a Widow. I think the Widow has been a good answer to Pharah, especially on King's Row. But ID, Pharah v. Pharah, sometimes he's good at it, sometimes he's not. If I were a betting man, which I am not, I would still take Mangachu in this matchup more likely than not. But that seems to want to be their answer. What this does do is it forces to hang onto Mercy, so a lot of the other support's not going to be happening. Maybe AZK can chip in and do some damage too. They also do have 2 tanks that can get to the sky and bring it down, but both teams running a mirrored composition now. Unfortunately, in ZP, we have yet to see someone hit by those cars.
Well, you know what the real grim thing about this map is? That you think that that's a normal highway, but the cars are actually rushing into the waterfall to their demise. That's not an underpass. You are actually just...
It just gets darker and darker with you.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's a lot of people going in there. Doan has actually told them that that's a road to nowhere. Well, so it's a road to Davy Jones's locker.
Okay, quality. We'll see mirror matches going on. Both teams are going to jump up. Mezer is going to go down very early as he did not see his counterpart coming in after the Pharah already took him down. That is a big first kill. Sherlocky goes down to ID, but mostly going in the way of Renegades right now. In fact, it is 5-1. Oh my god, Mangachu hits a beautiful mid-air shot onto Dahang.
Well, this is certainly the game plan that Renegades hopes they will be able to stay on for the rest of this, and unfortunately, I don't think Mangachu is going to be under that much pressure. I mean, objectively, you take a look at ID versus Mangachu and where we rate their levels of Pharah's skill, you got to think Mangachu is going to come out on top more often than not based on what we've seen in recent history.
They are going to give ID a little bit of help, though, as Shatter did switch over to the 76, but that help is short-lived as Shatter taken down. ID has taken out Sherlocky twice, and now there goes Mangachu. They're going to have to focus him with their tanks. Mezar jumping up, taking him out is a good start.
Well, Mezar certainly helping out. Not usually the support you'd expect in Winston versus Farah, but hey, it does work out. But in terms of Tracer play, Jesus right now saying to AZK, anything you can do, I can do better. Also running in and about. Tracer tracing the point, and no! Jesus going the fall here to the combined efforts of Rafa and AZK as Liquid should be able to retake this point, although Mangachu, nice rocket right to Shadow's Dome, right before falling himself.
Well, that's Liquid taking him back, but not after Renegades had already gotten 50% nearly of control of the point. And this is where Farah's really shine, over the top, spamming damage through these corridors, getting free damage and keeping an eye on all the entry points. And then wherever they are needed, they will simply throw down damage. Very difficult to deal with these Farahs, which is why you see also oftentimes on this stage in particular, Farah v Farah being prevalent.
Well, Justice raining from ID right now, right over the top, taking down Juvenile. 2 kills here from Team Liquid, making it a third. IDD. Not IDD, ID. Let's not start that meme again here. Old habits die hard, but ID able to get that.
It's why he changed his nick again, so that it didn't have 2 eyes in it. He's been trying to figure out how to get a 2-character BattleNet tag since day 1. It's always been a struggle for him. He even once changed his name to his last name for like 2 days. That didn't work out too well.
It was truly an awful idea.
Oh, that was a great reference. That was what he changed his nick to, by the way, for those who didn't get it. ID, though, is still playing very well control. Still in Liquid's control. And now a jump pad from Jesus goes over the top, trying to get something done. But meanwhile on the ground, Saipe got a self-destruct kill under Rafa.
Well, Saipe starting this out on a better note here for Renegades. Jesus coming back in. A little bit quieter here for Mangachu as to hang. Second life coming in here to Team Liquid, but ID not part of that, so he's already out of this fight. Justice rank for Mangachu, but he falls immediately. Sherlocky gonna res up the fallen as well, so Renegades back up in full. Shatter off the flank. Tac Visor looking for anything. Not finding anything right away, but does find Jesus towards the very end. Jesus not able to break line of sight quick enough, and damage might have been done here from Shatter to delay this out.
Perhaps. They do flip it back over, does Renegades. Now Mangachu got a kill. He's going to bail out and try to get back with his supports, knowing that they have control of the point. No need to necessarily fight out there. ID, or Liquid rather, is going to try to get back in here. Liquid has ID and to hang on this combination. They've won the air war so far for the most part.
Air war is continuing. Mezar getting on that.
God.
ID just bodying Sherlocky here. Not satisfied yet. His thirst for blood still out there. Farah versus Farah. Height advantage underway. Mangachu quickly running out of ground to go into. And he's gonna fall? No, he does get back in at the very last moment. ID no longer satisfied with that because his team is losing the ground war. He has to come back to help, but might have chased a little bit too far.
I feel like Oasis could just be captioned meanwhile for all the times we have to say it on this map, because the air war is going on and then the kill feed shows us that the ground war has flipped to the other direction. So that is Renegades very close to closing out this map, but very likely whoever wins this next fight will win the stage.
Mangachu being supported by Sherlocky once more and finds AZK early on. That's huge for winning the ground war. Now going in even deeper on the Shatter, takes him out of the fight. 6v4 here, Farah v Farah. Will ID bring it back? He does take down Mangachu, and here comes the barrage coming out. It does not quite work out for him, though. Does fall in the very end as Renegades looking to choke out Team Liquid here. First map on Oasis. A lot closer than people may have expected early on as Jesus taking one to the gut, and just, the pain continues. That's not a chrono accelerator.
Yeah, just had to sacrifice himself there for the good of us all. Now, Mangachu definitely did not win the air fight, but he did enough. He did enough while the rest of his team, the 4 remaining on the ground, poor souls left behind, were able to clean it up and get the better of it for the most part. Not very one-sided, extremely close stage.
There's a better showing there from ID, if nothing else. I mean, going in, we wouldn't expect him to match up as evenly with Mangachu as he did, but for someone who's really been struggling to prove his worth DPS-wise, it was a much better offering. Now, of course, we are heading in here onto University, and this is one time where teams don't always go for the Farah here. If they do, they don't necessarily stick with it as long as you might think. Both teams swapping off. Gonna be playing this a little bit more traditionally. Ground war, very much in focus. Both teams on the hog.
Yeah, but not Mangachu. Mangachu is going to stay on the Farah. The other team does switch over to a 76, but a more traditional, beefy ground team for Team Liquid. Saipe gets into it with Roadhog right now. That is going to eventually eventually, cause his death. Very back and forth mess, and Rafa chime in too. Liquid has grasped control of this fight for the most part with the numbers. Mangachu trying to bring it back. I don't think he's gonna be able to do it. No. Shatter takes him out of the sky.
No help, no healer, an angry Shatter looking at you. These are the things that result in a dead Mangachu. It's a very simple recipe, really.
I should try to make it at home. Shatter will rotate around high ground. This has been an odd place on this stage. Not a lot of teams prioritizing trying to hold this. Lucio's hanging out up there waiting for a boop, trying to get someone baited up there if at all possible. But it does seem like they just want to rotate dead center right now and take this face to face.
Well, the next fight is underway. Early hook coming out here from the side of Team Liquid. And the rest of them, just coming off the flank, they pick off 2. ID not even that charged up, but who needs to be with the early pickoffs that they've gotten here. Renegades already conceding a lot of space, and I don't know, we have Mangachu, of course, on the ferret here once more. And we'll see just how this works out early on.
Mangachu is going to try to find a barrage. This would be cute, right up through the library, get some intel, tell people where you are, and pop right up. Haven't seen this yet.
He's creeping right now, and this is kind of reminiscent of the King's Row go through the hole, come back up type of situation as Mangachu coming in for the top. The barrage immediately coming in, and he takes down ID immediately. The sleep dart not in time, and the damage has been done. Renegades now can use the whole hog to really secure this out. Jesus being the finisher, and this should be Renegade's first capture here on the University.
A beautiful counter dart, though, to take out the Roadhog who had hooked him, kept his life alive that much longer. Jesus in here looking for the cleanup, finally trying to take down Lucio. And after 75+% has been put on the board by Team Liquid, Renegades will finally flip it back, thanks in no small part to a really creative play from Mangachu.
Creative is certainly a way to describe it, and now for Renegades, they're still under a lot of pressure here. If they lose this fight, they have a margin of 1 extra team fight they can lose. So magic team number here for Team Liquid, certainly 2. Sunbear, though, going to be coming in from Renegades. Both teams dropping the beat. Neither team going super far in, but here comes the whole hog in from Team Liquid, but it's met by a Graviton from Renegades. Renegades looking to counter push back in, and some Bionade that stops them from healing. So Sherlocky right there at the Graviton fall through, and it's going to be sending Team Liquid running for the hills.
Sherlocky has played really well. He has been a huge part of why they've won the last couple of fights. The sleep dart onto Roadhog to save Mangachu. That bio grenade, when it looked like all was lost in that Graviton, there'd been no follow-up up to that point. The late bio grenade starts off the damage and then allows the team to chase down and get the kills.
Team Liquid now looking for their opportunity back into this again. They only need 2 fights. They have a great level of full power here. It'd be a disaster if they didn't win. Here comes Nano Boost on the Mezar. He is bionated, so he can't heal, and no, he falls down immediately. Sherlock, he seals his doom as Mangachu in over the top. The barrage connects, and Team Liquid, they invested some ultimates there, Hex, but they got very little in return.
They got nothing. Mangachu with a late barrage, maybe not the most ideal barrage. Do you think Mangachu's afraid of heights? Because for the most part, like 6 feet off the ground barrages.
I gotta say that if you're strapping a jetpack onto your back and you are afraid of heights, I believe that somewhere along the line you have made a bad life decision.
He's just brave.
But the next fight here underway. Earthshock coming in from Mezar early on. Does not result in any kills, and in fact, it's Sherlocky punishing AZK in a way that Ana can do at least for this patch. So 65 in favor of Renegades. Team Liquid now 10% left to try to test this out. And the flanking Earth Shatter is big. Suddenly, Renegades catching them off guard. Juvenile connects, and this may be over before Team Liquid can even contest once more.
Holding far enough forward, taking the fight to them before they can really even get to the point. Saipe's got to grab too if he wants to really lock it out. That's exactly what he's going to do. Grab for good measure onto the Zarya to keep her off the point. Renegades goes up 2 stages to 0 on Oasis. Already up 1 map in this series over Liquid, looking to go up 2.
And as far as it goes here, Team Liquid, they did fight some of these stages very close. First stage, of course, probably the best example, and yet they have not been able to close the deal, and that's been a chronic Liquid problem, just overarching for months and months, where they put on good shows, but they find it difficult to rack up wins, and they did catch LG Loyal, of course, off guard yesterday, but Renegade's looking like a much tougher challenger here thus far.
Absolutely. We do have ID back on the Pharah, maybe expecting a Pharah v Pharah battle. However, Mangachu has switched off it. They are running triple DPS sans Pharah instead, so ID should have his Reign of the Skies. Already taking a lot of damage, though. Has to be careful. Goes down right away to Mangachu 76.
That's a lot of pressure on the ID, and I'm actually going to be curious to see if he even stays on the Pharah here, because that was a routing coming out here from the side of Renegades. Absolutely brutal stuff, and yikes, everything going the way of Renegades as Team Liquid going to have to back up and rethink their plan here. And I gotta say, I don't necessarily agree with them staying on Pharah, the way that, how decisive that was, but I think they're gonna do it.
You wanna know the second most stubborn Pharah in Overwatch? His name is 2 letters. It rhymes with Schmid.
You really stretched on that one. You really went for a way.
He's really stubborn as well. I mean, Mangachu is probably the most stubborn, but ID has had chances where he should have switched long ago. But I guess 1 life is fine. We'll give him a 2nd life to see if he can redeem himself. Already has. Already took down Mangachu there over the top. And now, again, he should have pretty free reign of his skies, although they do lose their mercy behind all this. Oh, no.
He lost his battery pack, to say the least.
Yeah.
Wasn't able to keep in there health-wise, and Renegades firmly crushing the ground war, despite ID getting on Mangachu early on here. So, again, does not look like there is a signs of a swap coming anytime soon here from Team Liquid. So they're going to continue to run ID into this firing squad defense here of Renegades, and Saipe up in the bushes. This is some true ninjutsu stuff here. Hex says he's looking for a way in, although that engage a little bit questionable.
Well, they do come up over the top. He does find himself a D.Va in there too. Shatter, who's been running that D.Va, try to shut down some of this hit scan power coming out from Renegades. So far been ill-effective. ID takes down Mangachu again. That's how the last fight started as well. It's going to be a matter of if he can pick up more than that.
Well, this time they didn't suffer a whole lot of poke going in, but Saipe the Dragon Blade still have the chance of playing this back. The Resurrection going to come in from Team Liquid. The Fallen have been revived. There is no Res, of course, for Renegades. They're not even running the Mercy. So AZK running around here. Pulse Bomb already in action, and now for Jesus, this is just a matter of how long can he stall, and with him being this outnumbered, the answer is not very long. Time not on his side.
Well, the stall does come to about 90% though, which is going to put Renegades in great position to close out this map, as one more concise fight should do it, although concise and decisive fights on Oasis are in short supply.
So, for Team Liquid, they're going to have to be flawless here. They even entertain the idea of reverse sweeping for the remainder here on Oasis. And ID does have Barrage up and at the ready, looking for the ability to just come in over the top end. Oh, Mangachu just eating a rocket and some electricity courtesy of Winston. That is a clean pickoff if there ever was one. Ouch.
That's 3 fights in a row that ID has taken down Mangachu, so perhaps we spoke too soon saying he should have swapped off of this, because after that first life, he has been a wrecking ball on Mangachu, and when you can take out the other team's top threat, it puts the rest of your team in great position to capitalize on that. Look at all these ults they have up too. Dahang, as long as he can stay alive, should be able to pull this back for his team. He's got res nearly everyone on Team Liquid with their ultimate ability ready.
So for Renegades, it seems to be a good junk push, and then they need to come back after. I mean, it's possible. They do have the Tac Visor Nano Boost combo, and I think they are going to roll it here.
Yeah.
I just don't think it's going to be the success that they want early on, and Juvenile dies early on. Wasn't anywhere near the rest of the team. That engage a little bit rough, but the barrage into the Nano Boosted Visor, not actually ideal, and this creates the opportunity here for Mangachu to bring this back. Has the double kill, and here come the Renegades. Dahang, though, going to drop the res. Liquid still very much in this fight after Dahang's resurrection, and AZK gonna be the cleanup that's needed here. And Renegade Techs, they took so long here that their next push in could be pretty difficult. In fact, they might be going all in for this right now.
Well, this one not quite over yet. Jesus is doing his best to keep it alive, gets a couple of kills, but not long for this world as Shatter finds him. Shatter also finds Juvenile there as well. Liquid seems like they're pulling it back. A Pulse Bomb doesn't nail, but they are getting a lot of damage in.
They are certainly getting a lot of damage in. We are in overtime right now, and Renegades' last attempt to try and retake the sound barrier is coming in. They get very little from it in this last moment attempt. AZK able to get on the Mangachu once more, but the explosion from Saipe, they keep it in. Suddenly, Renegades with the ability to bring this back. Note that Mercy went down as well. No resurrection this time to bail Liquid out of the fire. And now Hex they're going to have to come back in with not a whole lot of time to bring this back themselves.
No, not at all. And Jesus trying to just be the absolute cleanup. Tracer can get so good on this point. The architecture right in the center allows her to dash around, avoid everything, and always be back in for damage. Gotta be a little careful, but the rewind's gonna keep him alive. They will flip it back over, and now they're on the chase. A pulse bomb at the ready.
Liquid, do not tease me like this. I've had enough. And look at that. We see the pulse bomb coming in. Mezar taken down as a result, not able to leap to victory. Team Liquid dying before they get onto the point. They're not able to get onto the point. Liquid, why do you always do this? Why do you play with our hearts? Why do you play with Hex's heart? He loves you more than I do.
Nah, see, you just be like me and just give up all hope. That's the best way to play it when it comes to Liquid. ID, though, with a pretty nice game, despite the very rough early life. He was going to get play of the game here for Sharpshooter, and why not? He hit a couple of really nice direct rockets there. Oh, Liquid.
Yeah, well, if ID looked good on Pharah against, well, as you said, if you were a betting man. But anyway, then Jesus, I think, looked really good on Tracer there at the end. And if you've got this battle going on in the air, and Mangachu was a little bit more silent at the on that last point anyway than he was in previous points. Maybe we set a high bar for him, but Jesus really picked up the slack. So walk us through Jesus as the player to watch. How is he able to pull some of those fights back towards the end?
It's like I mentioned, it's a great stage for Tracer, especially that last one, because she never really has to leave the pit unless she's looking for pulse bombs. That pit has that architecture right in the center. You saw it just blink around, blink around, blink around. Oh, there's a Diva. I'll just go get this Winston. Oh, there's a Winston. I'm back over here. You know exactly where the reinforcements are coming from the other squad. They're either going to come through that doorway or the hallway, and they're great for landing pulse bombs.
I mean, the key thing is, too, is that we are, again, in the era of the high-impact Tracer, and Jesus was sort of the X factor there, where even when a fight was going bad for Renegades, he would have moments where he would come in, pick off two early on, and suddenly it didn't really matter what the result of the air war was, where, to his credit, ID had a better game than expected, but overall, Liquid not able to put all the pieces together. And again, it's kind of the Liquid experience right now, where they came very close to winning two of those rounds. They were at 99%. And then, well, they don't complete it in the very end. So they walk away with a very unrepresentative 0-3 result on Oasis.
I like that. I think I'm going to look into doing some voiceovers for that new branding experience. Welcome to the Liquid experience. You know, I feel like that really has a ring.
Well, the Liquid experience, let's just say that if it was a toy in the very bottom, it would have warning, choking hazard.
Wow.
So,
oh, man. That is
Boom, roasted.
the burns.
Wow.
Well, I'll tell you what. It's hard to argue with the results because, yeah, Team Liquid is now 0-2 against Renegades. And while Team Liquid was the underdog coming in here, we were really looking for them to at least step it up a little bit as they got their first victory yesterday. Roster starting to solidify a little bit. We're moving on to our next map. It is going to be Dorado. Team Liquid should be picking this one up for us. And, yeah, they need to try to do the reverse sweep. And at this point, with a draw coming in here, if it is a reverse sweep, if they're able to win the next two, then we'll be going on to Ilios for the tiebreaker.
Dorado was a map they lost yesterday in their series that they won the series overall, but it is also one of the very few maps that Renegades has lost. So picking against the team, perhaps, I still would have liked to see them pick Nepal for Control. I don't understand why. It's a map that they've won, and it's the only map that anyone's beat Renegades on Control.
Right, and I mean, even though you can make the argument there's things Renegades do on that map that other teams don't, like they do, well, at points of Run Bastion, though, it's really weird how quickly that went away, where Renegades, the first match day of this patch, Bastion all the time. Now we are a little bit deeper in, and no one really knows where that robot crisis actually is.
It's almost like people overreact to patches and patch notes before actually seeing gameplay.
No.
That can't
Gamers
happen.
have never done that.
Who would have thought?
Ever.
You must be new here.
Yeah, it's my first day watching Overwatch.
I can tell.
Well, sounded way too sincere.
I'm sorry. The salt is pretty real up here.
I mean, honestly, it's just the haircut. No one actually recognizes you.
It's
I
true.
know.
Who's this new guy up here with his business
I got to
suit?
put more gel in it. I need the full Tracer experience. I feel like I'm business Tracer now. It's too much.
Tracer, can we get that as a skin?
We always have great skin ideas, yet to have any implemented, though, so perhaps they aren't great skin ideas.
I would say that it is clearly that they're not being implemented, so we are vastly overestimating our own abilities at creative content.
Also, half of our skin ideas have been like business suits. Perhaps we just like suits too much, because we wanted a Bastion one.
I look down and we are wearing suit and ties. Well, half suit and ties. You never really know what's underneath the desk.
A Tracer pantsuit, though, would be great. I would buy that instantly.
Either way, as we look here to Dorado, as we look for Team Liquid to make their stand and look for their reverse sweep, they're going to be running an in-your-face defense, no questions asked.
Yeah, this is a defense they've been running time and time again to lackluster results. And Renegade's going to run a similar offense coming out, although they are going to run Mangachu on the combo. So very simple. Can they deal with the combination? I think ID and Dahang are going to have to team up, and then over the top right away, Jesus on the Widow takes down Shatter as he was trying to retreat. Now Jesus should be pretty comfortable as they look to line up another target. That is a Tracer trying to blink out, does evade both those shots. Now Mez down. There is no threat to Jesus on the field.
That was about one of the poorest executions of the dive defensive scene, but in part it's because Renegades had a very quick dive that caught even the dive defense off guard. And now for Team Liquid, the question is, can they even get back to this point? This is where Widow on offense can be really scary. And, oh, goodbye, Shatter. Now if he turns his direction to the incoming spawn point, he can feast even more. But he's going to eat the sleep, has a Winston in his face, as ID does take down 2. So Liquid actually able to turn this back around despite Renegades looking nothing but unstoppable for the very first moment here.
Amazingly so. I mentioned that a lot of teams who are considered old guard try this kind of defense, and it doesn't work. It works for the new teams for whatever reason. Maybe they're more practiced on it. Maybe they scrimmed on it. Maybe this is how they become good. Who knows? But we've seen this time and again from more established year-old teams trying aggressive defenses. Doesn't look as good.
No, certainly not. And Renegades, of course, going to get another crack at this to begin with. Team Liquid not coming in from anywhere near as many angles as they need to make this work. Dragon Blade, of course, looking for ID. Takes one extra swipe. A little bit of juking action going on, but Dahang, no health left remaining. Versus Saipe, 1 HP! Saipe bringing it back in. Dahang almost winning that fight. I'm not sure he really needed to win that fight for them to win this battle. I mean, everything else is going their way, but hey.
Style points.
1 HP moment to your highlight reel.
Well, Sherlocky did keep him alive through that too, while Deflect was up, so that's helpful. Getting your Mercy on you as well. It would not have surprised me if Dahang won that fight, but now they're up here in good position, gonna throw down as much damage as possible. Winston dives in, but in the backline, they're diving where he just left.
And now Mangachu looking to feast in on the back, finds Dahang, 1-2, goodbye, you're done. Now looking for ID and takes down ID. That was unfortunate on so many levels, actually on both sides, but still, Renegades keeping the cart moving forward. Good momentum coming out from them.
You don't pop attack visor when there's a Pharaoh reloading over your head at 10 health, 20 health. That was a poor play.
He wanted to announce that he had Pharaoh in his sights, which clearly was the case. It's just...
yeah. Excellent. Anyway, this card has remained going on the path. The push has been non-stop as this combo's been making so much space forward. AZK takes down his counterpart, going to try to get something done. Eats an enormous rocket, has to rewind. They're going to try to push out this other side too. They'd be better served backing up a little bit. They're kind of getting trapped as there's too many things shooting at them right now. The combo will back out. Saipe takes down AZK to start this off. Should be 6v5 going in this next fight.
And for Renegades, this is the momentum that they want. You want to keep the dive defense off balance, make them run ultimates in disadvantaged number situations. Shadow, of course, could very well be getting a Nano Blade here, but here comes the sound barrier from Renegades, and they get it connect immediately into Hang. There will be no Nano Boost coming out here of the Shadow. He's going to have to do this the old-fashioned way. We'll see if he even does. Saipe is cutting through the rest of his team.
Saipe, Jesus, Jur, Mangachu, every name showing up in the kill feed as that is 4 quick kills onto Team Liquid. They have had nigh a semblance of a defense after that very first defense that they put up, largely on the back of some really good Ana play. This fight continues. Second point not gotten just yet, and Shatter trying to bring this back.
Well, Shatter does finally bring out that blade, but the resurrection comes back in. Is this going to be enough for Renegades? I'm not sure about that. We do have the attack visor coming in, which really devastates all the poor souls that Mercy just brought back up. Heck, at some point you wonder, does Mercy have good intentions? Because usually all she's doing is making people suffer a second death.
She is a witch, after all. That's lore accurate. So, no, probably not. There's a lot of fan theories that she is simply a sadist. But, she can fly and she's got angel wings, so deceptive sadist.
Heroes never die, but they certainly wish for death. But next fight here, coming underway, Mezar leaping in as the counter dive, and Jer actually getting caught out early on. AZK striking blood early on. Jesus trying to do the same for ID, and no, he just takes a Helix rocket to the gut. Juvenile Mangachu, though, still a threat here in this fight. Pressure going on the show like that's not enough as Justice rains directly into ID's face. A gale of rockets immediately removing him from the fight. Mezar still up here, picks up 2, and his Tesla cannon will not be denied. And that is why he's going to the moon.
Mezar must go. His people need him. Saipe comes back in with the Dragon Blade, bringing it back. Takes down Hang, takes on Rafa with the help of Jur. This is a full cleanup. Dragon Blade looking very good. Trying to finally get this card. It's been stuck at 3 meters out for quite a while. Will finally make it to the second point. 3 minutes to close out Dorado.
3 minutes remaining. Still a very beefy time coming out here from Renegades. A lot of ways to put this back in their favor. Team Liquid still not really able to take a good breath of air here, but maybe that is going to allow it as both flankers and Saipe and Jesus will be falling here. Resurrection comes back up though, so it's a tempo res. It's not when they have an advantage. That always is a little bit risky as, oh, here comes ID. Attack visor on the way. Gun them down once, gun them down twice. Team Liquid going to be getting that breath of fresh air here in just a moment.
At this point, no one happier to hear Heroes Never Die than ID. It means that he can pad his stats again. That is 2 responsive tactical visors, 2 resurrections, and he has gotten 3-4 kills each time.
Well, the perpetual nightmare of dying is over here for Renegades. Shirwaki now going on to Ana. Heroes now die 1 valiant death, not repeatedly tortured into a firing squad. So, we do have the sound bear coming out here from Renegades. Following pulse bomb from AZK, though, immediately removes Shirwaki from the equation. And now 2 kills coming out here from Team Liquid. So Team Liquid able to bring this right back, but what a nice pulse bomb from AZK to make that all flow pretty seamlessly.
Team Liquid has stabilized, it seems, even though a couple kills come in late from Renegades. It is going to be all for naught as they all must retreat, but retreat does not seem likely here for Mangachu up top. There he goes.
Retreat was never on the menu.
And that was difficult because that is a staggered death they could not afford necessarily. So 90 seconds, a little shy of actually, going to be left on the clock as we go into what may be the final push.
Well, Team Liquid has certainly bought themselves a lot of time. The question is, will they be able to avoid Saipe here? They're not running a Reinhardt or anything that can very easily deal with Saipe. And of course, the Hang, pretty good at landing sleep darts, but that's not something you can count on here. So this is going to be the focal point of the Renegades offense as they move in.
Dang, isolated.
AZK able to get on the Jer immediately. They're already down to support. Saipe into the backline. The fire strike connects, saving Saipe's hide there arguably. He's going to get the health. Will the blade be coming out here as this fight develops a little bit more? It is back and forth, but it doesn't really have the health to consider it.
It just feels like they're not sure if they want to continue this fight or wait for people to regroup. They isolated to Hang early, got that pick. That should have been the go. Mangachu very low up top. They're getting kills, but they're not getting clean enough kills. Now is the last time to go, but there goes Jesus. Pulse bomb to oblivion by AZK.
The Roadhog firework connects, and now Saipe up on top. Doesn't get the chance to pull out the blade. He just sat there, no blade. Meanwhile, Shatter, this is a Dragon Blade. Takes down 2 before falling in turn. And Team Liquid, a little bit bloody on the fight, but they are able to push back Renegades. Renegades now, Hex, down to 10 seconds. We'll see if they can even touch the card again. Saipe, I think Emergency Dragon Blade will be on the way.
Renegades have been their worst enemy in the last minute or so, and they have staggered in a way that I've not seen a team stagger in quite a while. No one getting the memo to get out, no one getting the memo to get in. This was 6 people playing as like 6 and not as 1. That was odd.
Well, what really troubles me about how that went down, in particular, is that, again, you take a look at Saipe in that last moment. Yes, he didn't commit to a Dragon Blade, but he was at low health the entire time. I don't even feel like he was on Sherlocky's radar as far as getting healed. It wasn't happening. He just sat there going, please, at some point, I'd like to bring out this wonderfully crafted Shimada blade. It channels some sort of dragon spirit. I mean, anything, but he's sitting there just perpetually cruising along at 80 HP. Not great.
It was tough. I think they were all very spread out in an odd way, so it made Sherlocky's job very hard. And then the staggers, and it wasn't just one person staggering. 4 or 5 different people died alone in different spots, never getting out. And if you're stuck in, go die or try to do something. They were hiding. It was just odd. I haven't seen a team play like that in a while. You know the last time I saw a team play like that? Renegades, like a week ago on, I believe it was Hanamura. They played the exact same way.
Renegades has points where they fall apart, and clearly that is a case where they weren't able to put it all together. But if you're a Team Liquid fan, Dorado is the site of many a heartbreaking game, so it's really a challenge here. Which is stronger, Renegade's ability to sort of fall apart in the middle of a series, or Team Liquid's ability to be the top leading end research squad on disappointing ways to mess up Dorado? We're gonna find out.
Well, I'm interested to find out the results of that study. Renegades is going to run this defense. You know, all things said about that, Dorado's last has always been a very hard point to finish. The defender's advantage is enormous on that last point. So, they got it very far. Liquid has struggled on offense. Renegade's going to run Mangachu on the Torb. We'll see how they can deal with it. They've got a Pharah and a Mercy. In theory, they should be able to deal with this turret pretty easily, although it's getting a lot of damage in from the backline for free. However, Jesus goes down right away to ID. That is a nice kill to start it off for them.
It's an excellent start here from Liquid, and now they should strike while the iron is hot. Now, we have seen them tease us with a very good beginning on first here, only to get basically held in return. And ID perhaps overselling his mandate, going in very heavily, almost paying the price, but now getting good reset, coming back in, looking over the top here, the Zarya, and getting most support by the Mercy, and this suppressing fire very much working out here for Liquid, as I don't know what Juvenile's doing. Why are you out there where the rest of your team is in the back? Either way, the cleanup is there. Liquid moving this cart pretty effectively.
They are. Jesus has run the McCree for the first time tonight as he gets back in here, but now that he has no protection, really going to make his task that much more difficult. AZK and Shatter collapse on him and make short work of him. This defense looks like it might be over. Mangachu trying to get back in. He's cleaned up by Shatter and Mezer combining on him. It is time to give up ground on Dorado. A lot of teams reluctant to do so, but you have to if you want to have decent defenses.
But for Liquid, this is really make or break mode. When they have just awful ways of things going wrong from Dorado, a lot of it does come down the second where they're not able to close it out. So perhaps they have learned from their mistakes here. They are being highly aggressive in the Renegades, treating Renegades like they're an offshoot here of Complexity, getting deep into that spawn area, picking up 2. Shatter making this a party. Dragon Blade Unleash picks up 1. And that 1, it will remain. Mangachu puts an end to that with a scrap gun. Resurrection, though, going to come in here from Team Liquid, and they are all in on keeping them back, and Shatter picks up 2.
1 pushing the cart, so it is slow going behind them. You have to wonder about that strategy, but when you're getting all these kills right up front, now you can back up. However, if they do back out of spawn, they're still going to have to fight at second because there was no one pushing.
This is the world's loneliest cart right now, is just moving along a standard delivery to the Lumerico Corporation.
Well, one more fight will be coming in on second as they've relented on their offensive spawn pressure. Jesus coming up top. He's got Deadeye. Is he skulls in his sights? No. Retreats come out right away. Gets nothing. Has to cancel it, but hits a shot onto Rafa. That is 3 quick kills for Renegades. Liquid now completely wiped. Where's the horn? There's the horn.
The horn should be coming out.
Oh, Shadow respawned.
Yeah, unfortunately, just a little bit off the horn. You know, I just realized what would be a really cool idea here, just because it looked intimidating. What if you get nano boost on the McCree and it just makes a really loud, just Magnum-esque sound every shot? It's just like, just so you know, he's actually playing with real power. But it does work out. Electric Cowboy in position. Here comes the Graviton Surge as Renegades now looking their reverse momentum. They take down 2 off that, and suddenly Team Liquid finding themselves.
You know what's right over here? It's a spawn.
Oh, no.
All right, they're going to back up a little bit as there is someone on the cart getting a little bit of pressure.
Well, it's oh my God. It's not a little bit of pressure. They were able to cap it. That's more than a little bit. That is terrifying.
I had not even noticed that. I'm just as guilty as Renegades are there. I wanted to spawn camp. I had bloodlust in my heart. And because of that, second point is given up.
Well, Renegade's going to be taking a look at this part of the VOD in the morning, because that is not what you want. And suddenly 4.5 minutes for Team Liquid to vanquish their Dorado Demons. They don't have to bring this far, although with such a big expectation could come an even bigger fall. Just so we're clear in setting the expectations here. So Liquid, please defeat your demons here. Don't let this happen again.
Well, they were
can't take it.
Unable to take the high ground on the defense, so they're going to cede that to the offense right now. A flank coming around from the Roadhog, though, but here comes Shatter.
Shatter coming in. Dragon Blade out. Has one. Has two. Liquid on the verge of taking Dorado. Hex, this would be huge for them. A nice reflect kill towards the very end. Has Renegades fallen here on Dorado. Team Liquid looking good. AZK all over the point. And there it is, the yellow box of victory. Team Liquid does not disappoint. And arguably, a bit of a curse here has been broken.
A sneaky back cap that caught everyone off guard, myself included. All I saw was the spawn camp incoming, and I got so excited. And so I feel that I understand where Renegades was coming from. That was tough. The back cap got second point. I have to feel if that didn't happen, they were going to be in trouble.
Certainly momentum was going against them, but you want to talk about just mentally guard breaking the other team. Well, actually successfully getting the sneak there towards the very end. That's one way of doing it, and I mean, what more can you say? Liquid finding a way of getting past some of their long-standing issues on Dorado. They take the map, and they stay alive now in the series as we get ready to go to a map number 5.
And let's all remember that map number 1 was selected by RNG. So Renegades, they knew they were going to come out strong on King's Row. They had already had a victory, in fact, against Liquid. So now they're going to have a selection coming into this Team Liquid, pulling it out. And if I had to give an MVP to anyone, and it's really hard because there was a lot of good plays, but Shatter had a lot of great Genji plays there, and in fact, was one of the ones on that back cap on the card.
Yeah, I was going to say, as far as MVP play goes, forget things relating to kills or normal good gameplay. We had a unique moment here that does not happen that often in Overwatch, but you think about Dorado, it is a longer point, so you have the ability to get behind and catch the other team off guard. If they do go full hammers selfless to get to your spawn point, well, if you sneak someone to the back, how are you really going to get back there in time to deal with it? So again, this is very good for Team Liquid, because if you had told me the general story of the game and not what team was on either side, with Liquid's history on Dorado, it would be reversed. Liquid would be the one getting back capped on, but this is a very good showing for Liquid. I could not be more excited for them because, again, we've just been trained in history to expect the worst for them on Dorado. So this is actually very good for them.
Now you're coming around to Liquid. Now you're excited about Liquid.
Well, they won Dorado.
Fair enough. It is exercising their demons to an extent. If we do want to talk about kills, though, and eliminations, I think Mezzer got play of the game for a reason there. Yeah. There's a reason that Shatter was able to go off, and is because those targets were as soft could be. The cleave damage, the staying alive, the survivability, especially there, I thought was a really good game from him on Winston for sure.
Yeah, and I mean, then the rest of them, they all just kind of contributed there. And I was a little worried at the beginning. Their defense, up until that third point, looked a little lackluster, able to hold on third, and actually pretty far on third. We didn't even make it around that final turn, and so it gave them a real good opportunity to pull that around. But I just want to talk one more time about that back cap, because the momentum that built is actually huge, because coming into that second point, a lot of momentum built up. In fact, Team Liquid, they were like, not really spawn camping, but they were on offense, 5v6, playing really aggressive on offense while one person pushed the cart. So they're already feeling the momentum, and then they immediately all wipe. We almost had the full 6K. And then Renegades are like, okay, we got the momentum back. Let's go punch it down their throats into their spawn. And then they get there and they're like, wait, there's a few people missing here, and immediately gets dashed.
In terms of back cap, and I try to avoid this because I think it's at times a somewhat weak analysis because you don't really know what's going on, but this was such a momentous thing when you get the back cap there that, yes, that is psychologically damaging to the point where I would bring that up because that's just painful. That's a thing where there's groans all over your communications, whatever you might be using. Everyone's going, God, why? And then someone on the team has to be the guy going, okay, guys, it's fine, reset. But it's not fine. They just backcapped you. You feel anything but fine in that moment.
And Renegades, they looked a little out of sorts there on that whole, most of that map anyway. It seemed like maybe something triggered there when Team Liquid was putting up a fight on third point defense. And I mean, they're going to have to pull it together, I guess, coming into this, well, not final map, but fifth map anyway, to see if we can go into that tiebreaker.
Let's just say this for Renegades. They have been reverse swept before in this tournament. If there is any team that is more willing to get mentally guard broken, it would be Renegades. So if they do lose here and they have to go into a best of one tiebreaker to decide who won earlier on Assault, well, I think you have to almost say you give it to Liquid as being the just crazy upset kings right now.
I do agree with you on the mental aspect of it, too. Part of me questions endurance aspect, too, because it feels the longer sets go on, the sloppier plays get. I mean, the staggering on that map was staggering to me just to watch. I cannot believe the way that they ended up playing that. Some of the initiations, just maybe it's getting guard broken, maybe it's starting the comms breaking down. I don't know what it is. I'm not in the comms. Maybe it's endurance, but if you can put them beyond map 3 and further, you have a better chance against Renegades.
And just so people know, the origin of the term, that does come from the fighting game community. It's a very censored version of a more raw term of what could be going in there. But it is a good way of describing just an opponent getting thrown completely off their guard.
Right.
Well, they're going to have to recoup here as we're going into our next map. It is going to be Eichenwald. And right now, Team Liquid, they are poised to try to tie things up in the series, bring things to a tiebreaker. Renegades, they want to bring this down right now, 3-1. And it's going to be Team Liquid first on attack.
Well, this is a smart pick, I believe, because Team Liquid is generally better at Hollywood, even though Renegades has lost Eichenwald, one of their few matches coming into this evening, one of the few maps they've lost. You don't necessarily want to play Liquid on Hollywood. Traditionally, they're pretty good on it, as Liquid has won Hollywood so far in this tournament too. So a smart pick coming out of Renegades here. You have to hope that someone through there just did some breathing exercises. It's okay, forget about it. It doesn't matter. We'll just win Eichenwald and everything will be okay.
Well, the one thing I would like to see here on Eichenwald is that I would, right now Team Liquid doesn't know this, but you look at how they're setting up their offense here. And you look at what's being set up on the defense. I actually think Roadhog would be a tremendous pick here in dealing with what you're going in on. And given what people are good at DPS-wise, I know he normally doesn't play it, but you think about potential good switch-ups here for Team Liquid. What if you put ID, say the Sombra doesn't work, what if you put ID on a Roadhog here in this situation where they have no shields to really deal with it? He would actually be quite good as a swap-up.
It might be interesting to see if that adjustment does come out, but ID is on his Pharah, and we know that that means he'll give it at least 2 to 3 lives to see what he can get done. But I think this Pharah pick is probably anticipating a Torb, because that is a thing that Renegades has run before. They've run Double Builder on a lot of different maps, so he's looking for it. They don't see it. We'll see after this first fight goes if they make switches in accordance to what they're going up against.
Well, ID certainly getting boosted up here, not committing too much heavily just yet. Team Liquid getting an assessment of the lay of the land, but you do have Juvenile going in pretty early, putting pressure on the Dehang, and as a result, Dehang going to fall here relatively early, so ID now without his security blanket, not gonna have a whole lot of sustain, as Renegade should be able to mop this up.
Well, Saipei goes down, but not getting the kills that they need to stay into this fight is Team Liquid. They get 1, they get 2. That is going to be it. Have to reset, as Renegades does hold their only losing Mangachu in that fight. So no swap-ups so far. They can't heed your advice. ID will stay onto the Pharah. Even though there's no buildings to get done, it is nice to shoot down into the house back here, which is where everyone usually holds.
Well, the house is certainly where Liquid is trying to invade, but Jesus and Saipei have the solution immediately, taking down 2, now 3. Saipei dash resets for days inside the house, and Liquid's dive. They lived quickly, Hex, and they died quickly.
So they're going to get more fights out of it. Still no switches. Dehang goes down again. I don't know how happy Dehang can be playing Mercy. It's been a hard tournament for Mercy's overall.
Well, when you play Mercy, you resign yourself to being a punching bag, because you're going to get punched, you're going to get shot, you're going to get slashed. you're going to get electrocuted. I mean, take your pick. There's a lot of horrifying ways to die in Overwatch.
So she's a sadist and a masochist. Got it. Noted. She will have resurrection going on, coming in 95%. Should be able to get it up there by the time this next fight occurs. Shatter also going to be working with one of his ultimates, but still they lose Shatter early. They lost people early in every one of these fights. They just can't get a good fight started.
No, and what you're seeing from Renegades is that they're definitely holding off on the flanks. They're not making the engages easy here for Team Liquid. Renegades is actually taking advantage of the fact that they have a highly mobile defense, more so than they have all day long. Now, we still have Team Liquid here on this point trying to make it happen. ID in over the top. Gang support here by Mezar, so he might not be getting healed right now. Might be at 59 HP, but there's no one here that actually finished him off, and now he's going to get healed back up. Late tech buys though coming in here from Mangachu, trying to pull it back, takes down ID, gives his life for it, but now Juvenile is back on the point in the defense, starting to stream back in.
They got very late kills in that fight, did Liquid, but able to sustain on theirs. The spawn advantage will be theirs closer to their spawn. Of course, Jesus coming back in, but Shatter has taken down 2 already. A very scrappy fight here on first point Eichenwald. It looks like Liquid finally getting enough kills to get momentum. They should grab this point. AZK had a nice pulse bomb in the middle there that really allowed them to bring that fight back.
Renegades still buying themselves a lot of time though, pulse bomb notwithstanding, buying 3 minutes before it is capped. Although AZK now being sneaky, using the wall for cover, just crouching down, looking for the pulse bomb stick. Not seeing a great opportunity for it here just yet, but is going to come around to the side. Pulse bomb connects with the wall, does not actually connect with anyone in particular, so not quite the greatest, as Renegades taking a very interesting flanking defense here. Let's see if it works out.
Well, they do get a couple kills. Dahang going down yet again to Saipe. AZK trying to clear out the cart. We'll find his counterpart there, as this is an odd place to fight for both teams. Ninja duel going on there. Saipe trying to get out now, but he's just going to aim for Lucio and say he can't get this kill. He's getting supported really hard. Now here comes a Blade.
Sometimes you really got to kill Lucio. Dragon Blade is the option for that. 3 kills for Saipe before he falls, but all his hard work going to be undone. Dahang bringing up the fallen heroes here for Team Liquid, and that's a good rest there, where they had some kills early on. They were able to bring up the fallen right after, and there's really no way for Renegades to bring that back in the aftermath. So Renegades should be able, well, Team Liquid should be able to get this move forward, and yet Renegades still streaming out to a point and delaying it, more so than you might expect.
You almost forget which side is which at this point in time. Jesus with a double pulse bomb adds a couple more kills from the other DPS in there, and this is the Renegades' aggressive defense that they're known for. This is their style. They're back at spawn. I'm sure someone's on watching the cart duty right now. They have to be.
Renegades wanting to reclaim their throne back here on point A. Why not? It has the outhouse. You got to keep your options open, quite clearly. Juvenile, though, going way too far in. He's going to fall, and now that Sherlocky down, Team Liquid will finally be able to escape the spawn trap.
And now they're getting punished for it. It seems like a full team kill. They should be able to get some nice pressure on this cart. Rolling up is AZK. He's going to be looking for spawners, lone people walking out of the door, not knowing his pulse bomb is up. They've got eyes on it over top too. Going to get a lot of good push onto this cart. That's how you punish an aggressive defense. You win the fight, and then you get all your free push.
Well, here comes Saipe, Dragon Blade coming out. ID, though, over the top. Barrage trying to be the equalizer here, but not going to happen. Renegades a little bit more decisive in their engage, stopping Team Liquid in their tracks. And Rafa not even able to take a cool, relaxing swim. Saipe pushing the issue there.
There's probably alligators down there. It wouldn't be that relaxing. Oh, it's a moat.
It's in Germany, though. It's not in Florida.
It's a moat.
Do you just stock alligators in your boat as a general?
Yes, that's the point of a moat. Anyway, they're going to get very aggressive again. Saipe comes in here, tries to get some damage done. They're getting kills. Jesus, Juvenile, all chiming in. Saipe does have to go down, but making them burn that ult out just to get out of spawn. I mean, that's why you see the aggressive defense for so many reasons, but also forcing them to use ults before you're gonna actually fight for anything meaningful, before the objective fight happens.
And Team Liquid is being fully held back here. 23 seconds left remaining. Diva enjoying a midday snooze in her mech, but Renegade's well positioned here. In over the top, attack visor coming out from Mangachu. Going to be thrown back a bit here by the Sound Bearer, actually ruining most of this. 3 kills by Team Liquid, and the Sound Bearer keeps them alive in a crucial moment, as suddenly you take a look here at Renegades. They don't have a whole lot of punching power left to defend this.
No, speaking of punching power, drops right into a hammer. Saipe is hiding now. I thought he might have got away somewhere. It just seems like the DPS are a little discoordinated in the target selection, but, well, one more fight.
They do get a chance to come back out here. They have to come out soon. Are they just going to give this for free? Renegades, get on the point. Okay, they do get on the point. Saipe still holding on tap blade. Not using it here just yet. 2 of his teammates are dead, and a lot more than 2 more of his teammates are dead. He gets no chance to bring it forward. AZK Tac Visor pushes the issue. And the Rocket Ballista, whatever you want to call it, Rocket Battering Ram.
There is a technical term for it, but I can't recall it. And there come the Ice Cube Rebels in fashion, and they continue to push through here. Renegades has to give up a decent amount of ground already around first Ben. Here comes Saipe. He's been underwhelming this game and remains so as Dahang takes him down.
Well, those Ana darts definitely not the poison that Genji wanted to deal with. Still, though, both teams 2v2 here on the payload. Both teams down 2. And you see the swap up to Mei here. Mangachu is just willing to stall this out. Use walls to split up the enemy team. And, of course, Mei in general, one of the better heroes at stalling. Frequently used here on Aishin involved, but not quite as effective as she used to be with the recent changes.
Well, Mezer does go down there. Now the chase is on for those remaining supports. Saipe will be on the cleanup there. A jumping Ice Cube off of the payload. 30 seconds left, and now the stagger, not great. Dahang is going to get out thanks to his Diva. They should be able to come back in with full forces here thanks to the nice save at the end there. Another hook onto a Diva. That's going to trigger self-destruct. Dahang kills Juvenile.
Dahang does kill Juvenile, but Jesus, now with the Nano Boost, going to try and bring this back. He's going to tear through that Reinhardt shield effortlessly. A lot of whole lot going on here, but AZK off the flank, Tactic Visor in play. Ice Wall going to stop him from getting quite as much as he wants, but still ends up with 2 kills in the end as the payload still moving forward. Team Liquid not giving up here just yet, but the Earth Shatter from Juvenile forcing the issue. Take a trip to Terra Firma, says Juvenile. 3 kills coming out here as Renegades now looking like they're going to stop Team Liquid's Castle Assault right here before the final prize.
Does seem so. Reinhardt goes down towards the end. The stall has been valiant, to say the least. That is pretty far. We will not have a draw on this map now. Either Renegades will push it further, or they won't, and that's how we'll end the series.
The gauntlet has been thrown down here. If.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
And keyword if. Team Liquid can defend this before Renegades brings it to the yellow box of victory. Team Liquid would be a mere tiebreaker away from taking this entire series. So for Renegades, you gotta feel like the pressure is on here to some extent.
Tiebreaker, all stemming from the fact that our first map drew out. Since then, it has been Liquid coming close, sneaking some wins, getting very close on controls, and now have a chance to play some defense and force us to a single Ilios for all the marbles.
A single Ilios, and that's the thing again where I don't think Renegades wants to relive that movie. 1 reverse sweep is enough for any team over the course of a tournament. I don't think they would want to be the proud inheritors of 2 reverse sweeps. That's not a good look. And it also speaks to them just being weaker in best of 5s, where you look at the 2 series individually, if that does come to pass, where they would have won both if they were best of 3s convincingly.
You do have to question how well they play as series go on. They seem to start very strong, taper off a bit as the maps go on. But let's see what happens here on Eichenwald. First, Rafa going for a ride up top. Defensively, they are running a Roadhog as well, running triple tanks, and Shatter will be the one on the Soldier 76 instead. They've been running everyone on everything tonight. Very Luminosity loyal looking, or LG loyal. On the offense, no surprise, Renegades wants to run a combo. Saipe going to try to redeem himself after a mediocre Genji game, and they're going to put Jesus also on DPS.
Mangachu taking the scenic route, coming in over the top.
I don't see him.
Going through, and 1 rocket, 2 rocket, goodbye Shatter. Pure beauty coming out here from Mangachu. 2 unanswered kills here immediately from Renegades, although Team Liquid now firing right back. Both teams 4v4 in the point, but the combo is still very much a big threat here. Finds Dahang. And they're just running out of people that can actually shoot Mangachu and take him out of the sky. Although, as I say that, he does fall down into Mezhar, of all people there. So sometimes Reinhardt can be on anti-fair duty if Farah's not watching where she is. But Renegade's still very much coming out ahead.
Grounded by that hammer. First attack is a take thanks to a really nice flank from Mangachu and Sherlocky over the top. And you can flank all you want, but if you don't hit those rockets, it means very little. He started out hitting perfect rockets. Pulse bomb up for Jesus. He finds a clump, but he goes down to Mezar's hammer. What?
Team Liquid looking very strong here, surprisingly strong, at least on trying to pull this defense back. So they start out pretty rough on point A, but their response on point B definitely far superior.
Well, they're going to get aggressive too. I don't love this from Liquid. It seems every time they try to get super aggressive, they fail at it. Maybe not as practiced as teams like Renegade who pull this off with consistent regularity. Mangachu again over the top on this flank, and he's got Dahang in his sights. Dahang has to use the nade to keep himself alive.
Oh, Justice Reigns directly into Defense Matrix, and Mangachu coming up with goose eggs on the attempt to kill there, and the rest of his team is dying as he's trying to flank from the back. They were just ignoring Mangachu for the most part.
Well, the res to get everyone back to life, but you're so close to spawn, you have to question if that's going to be worth. But if you have res, I guess use it. Mez has been a terror this game. Mezar has swung the hammer through hero after hero. And they're having a tough time breaking through here.
Well, they're having a tough time, although slice, here comes Saipei, dash resets for days, makes it a 4K before it's all said and done. So just like that, the momentum shifts. Renegades now, they have 4 minutes left here, Hex, but they don't want this to draw out any longer than possible. They don't want to go down that nightmarish road once more.
No, they're going to hold right outside this door trying to get some damage, and AZK is the one who finds Juvenile, though very early. They're looking for a little bit more. Jesus being annoying in the background so far, no kills, getting as much damage as again, forces it out at Dahang and then takes Dahang down. That's not the ideal situation they wanted to be in. Mangachu over the top trades two very back and forth. Jesus so still alive.
Jesus still being a force here for Renegades, pulling back. Could have been a losing fight, but does run into the rough end of Shatter 2K's pulse rifle. So overall, Renegades getting the better of the engagement. Team Liquid with one more attempt here to defend the last part of second, although this is riskier, X, because if they fail this, it could lead to momentum that loses in the outright map. And certainly Renegades, they want to take the opportunity. Sound barrier in, leaves Mangachu with a lot of offensive mobility as he moves in. Forces out the res here for Renegades as they want to keep more pressure onto that point. Does get on the Diva with that rocket. And now Team Liquid on their last legs. This is looking like a second point take on the way from Renegades. They're so close now to finishing out this map and taking the series.
Mangachu over top will jump in through the doorway. It's just been unfettered aggression from this Renegades team. The moment they see a small window, they are in, going for it. I think the action's going on inside. There, that door does reveal finally all the poke going down. Still no deaths as this fight occurs for last. Shatter takes on Jesus. Jesus takes down Shatter. A trade if I ever saw one.
Well, it is 5v5, but Renegades still applying a whole lot of pressure here to Team Liquid. Juvenile in Primal Rage, just knocking people around, causing disruption. Really wants this Lucio kill and does get Rafa. Bounces him right against the back castle wall. And here come the Renegades. Yellow box of victory, very close. Team Liquid, will they even get up here? There's knockback. Anna's trying to get in the point. Will she do it? Yes. At the very last moment, she does get in the point, but Dahang giving his life for the attempt. The last gasp here of Team Liquid. Mezar picks up 2. His fighting spirit still in there, picks up a 3rd. Empowered perhaps by his ancestors here in the castle. Who knows, but saving Reinhardt play from Mezar, keeping Team Liquid in this game.
Very difficult for them. 0.4 meters left to push this cart. They cannot leave it for a second, knowing what just happened. If they get back up here, it's simply a mental breakdown. And I gotta say, Mezar putting this team on his back. He has all game been the one to get the kills at the clutch time. A lot of time left, though, for Renegades.
3 minutes remaining. Renegades can just stack ultimates if need be, but they don't even care. They're moving in with reckless abandon. They already take down Rafa, who's way too close to a roadhog. But AZK and Shatter fighting this right back. You have the late tech visor coming from Shatter, finds Saipei, and it's so close, and yet Team Liquid fights it back once more.
That attack visor auto-targeting the Tracer that I think was going to try to sit back there and maybe get a back cab. Jesus was all the way around the backside, but Shatter was able to spot him thanks to his trusty visor there, and Shatter going to go switch. Yes, he is. Let's see what he comes up on. Roadhog instead.
I do like the Roadhog here for a little bit of extra survivability moving in, but for Renegades, you got to think this is their fight. If they lose this with the Resurrection and Dragon Blade, all bets are off. Saipe, Dragon Blade up, looking for his opportunity. Unleashes it in the back line, but gets a little bit confused as where to go, but finds Ana in the very end. Mezar is down. 3 kills here from Renegades as Renegades for the duel, but the Pulse Bomb! AZK gets the Pulse Bomb, but the Resurrection going to undo his dirty work. He is going to fall. And Liquid, it was valiant. It was entertaining. However, in the end, they do fall here, the Renegades, but a better showing for Liquid, especially when compared to weeks 1 and 2.
Absolutely, which is, it explains why people end up still having hope in Liquid. They can play with anyone. They never get beat out. They just have to find that last gear. It seems so close. Difficult, but Renegades able to pull it out. In no small part, of course, because of Mangachu's Pharah.
Listen, if Liquid had a slogan be, we need to give you enough hope, just enough so that we can crush that hope later on.
Yeah. Well, it works. It works on me every single time.
I know. I had so much faith just there.
There was a part of me that was really hoping for the crazy story there where the reverse sweep happens twice to Renegades. Liquid is suddenly just out for revenge on the teams that wronged them with decisive victories through the first few weeks. But unfortunately for Team Liquid, that is not going to be the storyline of the day. The storyline of the day is going to be that though they fought pretty valiantly, had some close games, Renegades just a little bit more consistent than them in the end, able to finish out, but it did take us to 5 total maps.
One small note I did want to make before we do broad notes and whatnot is just how good Jesus is at wasting a soldier's attack visors. It's not the first time we've seen him do it, where an attack visor should be focused on the rest of the team. He puts pressure on it and blinks away, and then the soldier can't shoot the other team. It's more than once. And as a tracer trying to take down a soldier with attack visor, just pure courage, and he does it really well. He's done it often.
It's like juggling knives, you know?
He's been a consistent force for them, too. I think the most consistent player on their team as far as just raw DPS output. You know what you're going to get from Jesus every time they play.
Yeah, no, and it's really good to see him come into his own with that. And we've talked about, like, his like, he doesn't want to play Roadhog, but he's been playing Roadhog. He's been playing Tracer. He's been able to have a force and impact on multiple heroes. But I think the story, if we talk about the story, the overarching story for the match and for the night, the story for that last push was Mangachu, I'd have to say. I mean, he had that amazing flank early on Pharah, and maybe even more than the story of Mangachu doing it, once again, it just didn't seem like there was much of an answer. Do you think that Diva pickup, by the way, for ID, was an attempt to answer that Pharah?
I mean, it's one of those things where I think Diva is just an attempt to suppress people that are getting in your face and doing well to begin with. Certainly, though, Mangachu, I don't think there was as good an answer from Liquid as there could have been. We have seen him get shut down on the Pharah when against teams like Rogue, but overall, it did not appear like that answer was there as effectively as it needed to be, because the one thing about Renegades now is that they're not exactly being subtle about what they want to run into you with. You can expect Pharah in most of the gameplay situations they're going to be in, and if you don't formulate an answer to that as a team going up against Renegades, on some level, you've probably failed.
Yeah, and you do have to have multiple answers, though, because they did show a few other things. Now, I guess Pharah was still involved in their triple tank, 1 DPS, but they definitely, I mean, Mangachu is not confined to Pharah only. We saw him on May as well, even in this map, able to help them hold at that final curve into third. The only other thing I have is some moat analysis. We really need to talk about our moat and castle analysis. We had some door conversation there, and I have a theory. This is the future. So even though Germany does not have any native Crocs that I know of, what if they're robot Crocs?
I mean, they could be. At this point, I just wonder about all the maintenance costs that go into a seemingly rundown castle. I mean, first we have the backup gate cost, which clearly was too much because it no longer exists. Now we're dealing with the possibility of having to feed your crocodiles. Who's going to bring them to some form of crocodile vet at the very end? This really raises very strong questions.
A lot of questions.
All my moat knowledge is gained from Bugs Bunny cartoons, and they all had crocodiles in them. So, fact.
This is true. This is true. And, I mean, although it is in the future, we have to draw on the knowledge that we do have. And the knowledge that we do have is that they can't even maintain the door.
Right.
You know? I mean, these doors are crumbling and falling apart. There's still armor laying around.
They also don't open very fast.
This is true. We have the technology. Well, either way, that was the final match of the night. Renegades pulled it out in the end, 3-1. Didn't feel like a 3-1 series. Felt much more like a 3-2 series. But I think that we all can agree that Liquid continues to give us hope. Well, we are going to let's actually take a look at the standings then at the end of today. LG Evil, no surprise, still on top at 6-0. Renegades, with that victory, have spreaded themselves out a little bit from the rest of the pack at 4-1. Complexity Immortals tied there in the middle, and LG Loyal and Team Liquid taking up the bottom, still in the races to get into the playoffs, but they definitely have to turn things around if they are going to do so. Looking at these standings, how are we feeling at the end of this day?
In my opinion, it is LG Evil and everyone else. Renegades may be 4-1, but they're an unimpressive 4-1. They will very likely be in the playoffs, but I won't know where I would end up seeding them, and I don't know if I would take them as heavy favorites over anyone else the way I would take LG Evil as heavy favorites over everyone else.
Renegades right now, they might be 4-1, and yet you drill down into the specifics of their matches. I feel like they can lose to most of the teams in the tournament. Even Team Liquid, as we saw here tonight, a different day, a few things going a different way. Maybe they take Kings Row early on, who knows? It very well could have gone a different way. So, yeah, I mean, I think about for Renegades, they're 4-1, but it's not intimidating for one. LG Evil is very intimidating at 6-0, and right now has been almost a tier unto themselves.
Yeah, and we were even thinking, I mean, if Liquid was able to pull that out, in the standings, they would have also looked like a tier unto themselves, but they definitely are playing as a tier unto themselves. And most of these other teams, I would say, Renegades has been the most consistent. Immortals still looks like they're trying to figure some stuff out. Certainly Complexity is, with many a roster change. And the rest of the teams, I mean, even Team Liquid and LG Loyal, obviously, they're all still learning and growing and trying to evolve in the meta, trying to work themselves towards the Overwatch League. And we're seeing a lot of growing pains from all of these teams. And so we'll have to see as we're moving forward. Let's go ahead and take a look at the schedule for tomorrow then. We've got 2 more matches for this week. It's going to be LG Loyal facing off against Complexity tomorrow. As Complexity, they're going to try to even things up at 3-3, while LG Loyal, they really need to try to make their way into the middle of the pack. Immortals will be facing off against Renegades, and at the beginning of this event, that would have been a match to watch, but Immortals, they've been underperforming, so they're once again going to also be trying to get to 3-3. So tune in tomorrow at 5 p.m., 5:15 rather, PST for that. And I guess, do we have any final thoughts before we close out the stream tonight?
No, very important game tomorrow for Immortals, in my opinion, and it's going to, hopefully, as we play more matches, get a clearer understanding of where that middle pack is. It's all so muddled, but Immortals needs this one.
Immortals needs it, but also piling on the other thing, LG versus Complexity. Complexity is the team that LG must surpass to actually get back into the top 4, so both games actually highly important tomorrow. You won't want to miss it. I mean, it might decide where the OCS playoffs really do go.
Yes, and that's going to be rounding out week 3, which means we only have 2 more weeks to follow that. And there are 2 weeks that you're not going to want to miss before we go into the playoffs. Once again, this is Gil Frost here with ZP and Hex. We're going to be back tomorrow at 5:15 for more Overwatch Carbon series brought to you by Carbon Entertainment. That's all for tonight. We'll see you tomorrow.
Time breaking through here.
Well, they're having a tough time, although slice, here comes Saipei, dash resets.
Not the rocket that usually goes for.
Under the spot. Late Blizzard coming out here. No one dying to Blizzard.
Rough early life. He was going to get played again here for Sharpshooter, and why not? He hit a couple of really nice direct rockets there. D, but mostly going in the way of Renegades right now. In fact, it is 5-1.
Oh, she does get the point, but to hang, giving his life for the attempt.